being able to take on a team that's been on
Hello,
the
chat. How we doing?
the meta and that has
Hello,
these
hello,
rookies that
hello.
have come in here with so much fire.
Yeah, I think that's such an important point. You know, I think Mako might have maybe these ghosts of the old.
In my pick'ems, I picked PRX. Yeah, dude.
In all those matches.
Yeah.
But,
Do you know what?
new kids on the block,
I instantly
Free and
regret it
Yumin,
as well.
They don't care. They've just
I've woken up with so much regret picking them.
They just rocked up. So
Dude, the two new maps that are in, historically, they've been awful at.
You're
such a freeing fan.
I really am. I really am. And I think one big reason we want to highlight this head-to-head.
They haven't been
is
good at
of
Ascent.
course,
They haven't
the
been good at
differences in
Icebox.
agent pool that we see across
We got
these
both
two.
of those.
A hardcore
It's
Teo
so
guy,
rough.
as we can see there.
Morning,
Now,
Sky. How you doing?
Forsaken, he's a lot
Hello,
more
hello.
flexible.
I think that's 13 times in kickoff, by the way, but since the start of the year, it's 20 times. He has not played another
Saboteur,
agent.
thank you so much.
He
Thank you,
hasn't
thank
played
you.
anything else. He's just playing Teo.
I think Lego as well. Thank you for the 17
He's played
months.
a little bit of everything,
That
you know.
as well,
He's just
mate.
the flexible guy.
I think it's so interesting as well how evenly matched they are, playing kind of this same kind of flex role. You know, we look at their stats, the same.
Was I thinking how
ACS,
much I
the
hate
same
Prodigy when I was
KDA,
picking
but with
PRX?
wildly different
Just
strategic
thinking that they can't
approaches
look this
to the
bad.
position.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic point here. Freeing, I mean, don't be
The
the
F1
Jane
on?
of-
Oh, okay,
of
that's why you're up
DRX,
so
you know?
early.
I want to see
That
like a
makes
couple
sense.
other agents. That would be kind of
I
fun.
don't.
No,
I don't.
you just wanted to be Teo forever.
He's cracked it. He's the best Teo. If
He
it's,
is the
it's
best
not broke,
Teo.
don't fix it. He is Teo.
Yeah, I
if
don't
even
believe
a
in my own
master.
pick. No, they should be winning at one point though, right?
Yeah.
He did. He definitely
Why do I think
did,
that this is gonna be
and,
Ascent?
they definitely pioneered on the best of it. And off the rip, DRX is banning.
Oh
the
god,
Pearl. And I
PRX
think
banned Ascent.
we talk
They pick
about the
Icebox.
DFM,
Oh,
match
PRX
on
might
Pearl,
dodge
13-1,
Icebox
and
and
you can still
Ascent.
see DRX is showing respect to their Pearl.
Wait, unless they've been
I think
pracking
DRX are just
Icebox.
not great on Pearl, and I
Oh my
think
god,
at
they've
the
been
end of the
pracking
day,
Icebox.
DRX have shown like
'Kay.
their map. I actually was looking at their map.
Okay, let's see.
And stuff
They've
went out of the
chat.
map
They've
pool.
thrown the
I'm a little bit
curveball
worried
that they
about
need
their
to
map pool. I think I
throw
still need
to have
see
the advantage
more from
here.
it. Icebox
The
is a
problem
big
is
for DRX.
historically
You guys got it.
they're not good at
So
this map.
We are going to get that Haven coming out.
Haven,
for DRX. What do you think of
Icebox, Lotus.
I don't mind Haven for DRX, but we're less sure on this map for them, right? They played it one time in kickoff, they played it one
Wait,
time
honestly?
in Masters.
Yeah.
So we don't have
This
that
is like
kind
a
of
good-
wide, you know, it wasn't a map that was a
Considering
go-to
what we've seen from
before, so
DRX, I feel like this is good
could be some new
for
stuff up there. So I'm
PRX,
excited
but
to see what's changed for them.
I mean, PRX last
I
time
still-
they played Haven, they were
still not
playing
super
like
confident.
Raze Neon, and that was in the off-season.
Who do I have here? I chose
Raze
PRX, man.
Invitational that
So
they
I chose
were
PRX, so I'm
playing
going to stick
that
with
map a couple
PRX.
of times,
As you think
but
map
they
pool
haven't played
wise
it all
has
the
given
kickoff.
me
To be fair,
more
they didn't play many
confidence in
maps at kickoff.
PRX.
Sorry.
Um,
DRX,
But let's see what they
though,
actually
they keep changing up
produce.
their comps, and they were playing Sova Teo, but I think over at Champs they actually
They're about to have a
swapped it
stupid
on over
Icebox
to
comp. They
Yoru
probably got a
Teo
stupid
with a
comp
breach.
for every map,
So
but I
they
think that's
actually
okay.
have been a team that changes their comp map to map quite a lot. They're not afraid to change. Of course, they'll have Teo in there, like no matter what, but the other agents actually are quite flexible on a lot of different maps.
I do really like how DRX has evolved since 2023, and it was
They'll
so
have
needed. They struggled
Sova-
so much last
They'll
year.
have something playing
By the
Sova?
end of
Yeah,
last
probably.
year, we saw them
Thing is, I
into
hope
their
they
full
don't.
form. And it's so different today to see these
See,
predictions.
look at
This is
everyone giving out hope.
crazy because there was a time when it
Three
would be
hopers.
almost all PRX.
And then,
in fact, just
what are we
in
thinking?
kickoff,
5
there's a
people
lot of
using
that.
their
Now,
brain?
We are the minority.
I wanted to pick PRX. I actually believe that there will be a bounce back. I'm not sure that they'll necessarily win this series, but I believe that this will be a close series. I don't think that they're going to get slapped today.
What if
That's a
PRX
cop-out
win? Dude, they
answer.
can
I
win.
picked DRX
If they
because I'm a
lean
great
into
believer.
Teo.
I
Dude,
picked
Teo is
DRX
the most
'cause it's
perfect
gonna be
agent for
2-0
them.
today. It's going to be surgical in my mind.
Okay.
DRX showed so much strength.
As one of the viewers do it.
Okay, the at-home poll was-
Unpopular opinion.
it's-
Yeah.
Unpopular opinion.
No, I don't
Is there a
Big
plat
time.
chat tomorrow?
I don't
Yes,
care
there
about
is.
that.
There
PRX
is, there
have a
is.
lot of fans. They're very vocal, and you know I appreciate you getting behind your team. But you know I just think from what we saw from these two teams, PRX have a huge mountain to climb compared to DRX. They just got that
That is true.
international experience and are coming back home feeling confident.
I think that's all true, but they do have such a lead on DRX. You guys are forgetting history here, so that is why I'm going
care
with
about
PRX.
They have a good
live
shot.
in the
Dude, they
now.
have a
Live
good
in
shot
the
on every
present.
map here.
That is a
It's-
very fair
it's
assessment,
just-
and I know that's why we are all very excited to see the first matchup of today of Stage 1.
They have a good
We've
chance.
got
Let's just leave it at
DRX
that.
facing
I don't want to go in
PRX
too much.
for Stage 1, so let's send it down and
I
see
wanna-
what they're feeling.
I want to let the game's gonna do the talking here. The broadcast is kind of low, right? Let me turn up. Okay, let me turn up here and turn it down. What are the maps? Haven, Icebox, and Lotus. Who picked Haven? DRX picked Haven. PRX first ban Descent. And they might just keep it as a permaban. I can definitely see that being a thing. Cool dude 188 with the prime. Thank you for the 7 months, dude. Thank you.
2025 VCT Pacific, stage 1.
How many teams per region could go to Toronto? 3. And honestly, all the regions are pretty hard to call. I would probably say China's maybe the easiest to call at the moment. But I still think fourth, like third and fourth is pretty close. Like Billy and Wolves, XLG, Nova, like might all be fighting for it.
DRX.
Tracer looked like they
scales of the
imploded.
Pacific
They're really
region
that
have
bad yesterday,
always
yeah.
tipped between PRX and DRX. One team ascending as the other weighs heavy with expectations. But no matter the shift, they always
Damn, they
meet
got the
here
hoodies on?
the same stage where today PRX must prove they can rise again.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can do that. I think DRX are right on the cutting edge of the meta right now. They are a very strong team, and they're going to be difficult for PRX to topple. They've got to turn their form around 180 from what we saw in kickoff, and they're going to be keeping the
Do you
same
think
roster
Forsaken
going into
can
the game
diff
today.
in
Yeah,
1v1
this is
fights
a
with
team that's gonna feel
freeing
new in my
outside of the
mind,
game?
for
Outside of the
DRX
game?
teams, but
Nah,
as
I
you
think
say, for
Freeing's got him,
PRX,
dude.
been a team that's been around a long
Bob
time.
Brem with the tier 1. Thank you for the
Oh,
33
this
months.
core squad, we're so familiar. Since 2023, basically after lock-in, we were just talking about they bombed out of lock-in. You know, they switched
Who did
big
I
high,
pick?
they
I
brought
picked
in
my boys,
something,
look at
and then
them.
they looked phenomenal. Made it really far through into LA Champs, making it to that grand finals. But ever
Look,
since then,
look.
they've always made it
Kind of
international
confident,
events.
not
And
overconfident.
Feels like last year, but now they finally bombed out, didn't make their first international event, and surely they're looking for their comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can go one of two ways, right? If you don't make that international event, the first way is, you know, it's going to be a big boost to them going, we need to get it fixed, or it can be a crumbling sort of sensation where it's like, oh no, it's all fallen apart. So
They
we'll
look
have
tired.
to see how it
That's
ends up
good.
today.
That means they've been pracking loads.
I was hoping they were going to fight. I don't know if you guys saw that, the AI situation. But sorry, go ahead, Pilsky.
I think, you know, I'm hoping that PRX going out in kickoff, like who've already had some kind of rumblings of like some inconsistency for a long time before that. I'm hoping
chat.
that them going out in kickoff like that is going to be their crisis.
We know
moment that actually
DRX are
lights
going to
a
be
fire under them
playing
and is gonna
the comp that
push
they were
them
playing at
to do a whole lot better. And like I said,
Bangkok.
I mean,
Do we want
especially looking at
PRX to
this
play a
map
comp
pool,
that
I'm not
makes
really sure what to
sense?
expect because for
Or do you want to
Haven,
watch
I mean, it's
PRX
not
play a
something
comp
PRX
that
has
is
played
good for
since the
PRX?
off-season, and they hadn't had a lot of reps on it. Icebox is coming out of left field back into the map pool, and we haven't seen either of these teams play that since champs last year, many months
You want
now.
it to not make
and then
sense.
Lotus
Okay,
getting
yeah.
some reps for both of these teams.
think
in
it-
kickoff, I mean, a promising one
I
for
think we're
PRX
right.
as well, although that
Dude, I
was
just
slow
want to
for
see a
Zeta.
Teo, I think.
I think this is going to be a
I
really
think these days you can do a
interesting
comp that
redo
makes
of
sense
all three of
and
these maps.
suits
Now
them.
that we know DRX is great with the Tail, but Waylay
Reyna?
is in.
Would they
and
not
we
be
already seen the map that you guys
would they not
wanted
be
to
kind of
see,
nice
at
at
least
the
one of the two.
Yoru
Yeah.
comp?
And are we going to
Yoru
see
ISO?
the agent? that we
Terra on
think
top
today's
with the
a
prime.
Waylay
Thank
day.
you so
I
much.
think
Thank you,
so.
appreciate
With
that.
like 3 of the 4 teams playing today, I could see running away.
Oh, the
I could see
NA games
Talon doing
yesterday?
it. I could see both of these teams doing it. We know DRX
Honestly,
try and push the
some
meta,
teams did better
but
than I
not
thought.
today, not in this game at least.
Yoru
Wait.
is back for PRX on Haven.
This is the opposite of what I expected.
Wait, what?
DRX are almost kind of playing what DRX were playing over in Masters. Very
DRX
similar
are playing
looking
double
comp, but
duelists.
DRX are double duelisting with
Okay, and
flashback
PRX
on
are
the
going
Neon.
for,
Wait,
honestly,
is this right?
one of the-
Is this
one of the
right?
more
Green
traditional
on
comps.
Cypher instead of Teo.
Mind
Flashback on a
Freak's playing
duelist, and
Cypher.
Hyunmin's on Jet.
Jinx
They're
playing
double
Omen.
duelisting against PRX, who used to
The
have played
Saken's
double
on
duelist
Yoru.
about.
It looks like it's wrong. It looks like these
Is
two
this
covers.
wrong?
Device playing Teo.
Also, Jing and Mind Freak have swapped roles.
This is mad. If you had told me that this was the opposite way round, I would have believed you. I would have said, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
And we are going to have to toss as their casters, and this is very exciting also because we have a new voice
Wait,
here
dude,
at VCT
they got a
Pacific.
neon
More
jet and they're up
representation
against the
from Oceania.
Cypher.
We've got Komodo.
Felt like PRX
Wolf
might
that
have
he's casting
comped
together
them.
with Quack.
That's right. Thank you very much, Victoria. Yes,
Got
we
Breach
do have a
Teo,
new voice
and they
on
can
the
both
desk
kind
this
of
time.
disrespect
Komodo,
that
how are you
stuff,
feeling?
but
I'm feeling good, and I think coming in towards this is not what I expected. I don't think this timeline is what anybody expected for this agent composition that we have been delivered for this series.
It's just so strange, right? I mean, it is a little bit familiar just having these two teams, but the fact that they've kind of swapped roles now. It's
Mind
PRX with
Freak
something slightly more
Sentinel.
meta, but there is a Euro in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, I look towards
Dude, Mind
these
Freak
comps,
should
and
be
I'm
a good
little bit sad
Sentinel.
that we're not going to be seeing Freeing back on the table.
Jing-
I think he was
Jing-
really good on that. But going back
Omen?
towards Cypher is something that he's been so proficient on as well before. I think more interestingly for me, Flashback on a Neon, that raises a lot of question marks.
Yeah, I mean, it still kind of is going
yeah, I
along
tell you
that
what, this is
theme
a
of,
great
like,
test
when you're
for
a
Mind
Sentinel,
Freak's
the one with
Cypher.
better aims
Like, he
onto
could
the
just
duelist
farm here,
roles, but how
really.
that's all going to play out. How is this matchup going to turn out? It's a
Ash,
very
thank you so much.
interesting
Thank you,
thing
thank
to
you.
think about, but I feel, regardless of the outcome, we can
Dude,
definitely
I mean,
expect a very
Ash, I think it's too late for that.
exciting match coming up soon.
I hope so. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this does deliver towards 3 maps in this series. We've got reigning champs, DRX. Don't
Dude, they're
forget
calling
that
for 3 maps
you know,
as well.
You gotta mention that when we're getting
Okay,
in
we've got
towards this
PRX
series as well,
on
and for
attack.
PRX, who
We've got
held
DRX on
out decently
defense.
early over in kickoff. This is a bit of a resurgence time
Flashback
for
is
them.
playing.
No, the fans have
Wait,
been wondering,
Flashback's playing
when will
Neon.
PRX play? When will PRX possibly
Okay.
even win again? All those questions will be answered starting right now as they move on out straight in towards a lobby.
Well, it's good to see and they're not scared, already taking space over towards a lobby. That you got to be a little bit
Oh,
careful.
God.
You don't take it too carefully.
You're a lunatic.
But, yeah, look, that's not what I expected.
Quickly flooding through.
Are we
right?
sure this is
Right
right?
off the smokes,
It
and it's
feels
Jing in
like-
with the classics as well. They're able to kind of deadball all
I'm
the
pretty
way
sure
through. Now,
everything's
and
wrong
that
and
is
it's the
a
other way
very
around, man.
open ace.
Chat, I'm
A
so
little bit of
convinced
finest, a little bit
that
delayed from the beginning,
PRX is
but
on
you do like to
defense
see that they're all
and
holding
DRX are on
hands.
attack.
Yeah, that spike
Because
came down.
PRX just held
Seems
a
Marco and Freeing
default,
gotta be able to do
waited
just
for
the
the
reseconds.
smoke
I mean, it's gonna
patiently,
be difficult. Jing,
and
might be a little bit
DRX with
low.
no pressure around the map,
Paranoia
and
still
they
in his
had
pocket, though,
aggro
for Jing,
pressure.
so he has a bit of an
Just
opportunity,
walked
but
into
not
a
quite
smoke.
info, so just tucked away inside the pocket. Mind Freak possibly holding the angle for information.
Even the player cams are switched, yeah, dude, I'm telling you.
Swap through the
so
utility,
it's,
not quite just
so
yet.
it's not right here.
Trying to get a little bit more space, but dies to the right click within close range, freeing now. Lost and alone, it's going to be the entire
Damn, dude, no
swarm
one goes
divide to
down
finish
as
it
well.
off. PRX starting off clean.
Yeah, absolutely flawless to come out from them. You do like to see that one, especially just able to kind of squander the very beginning attempts of DRX.
Absolutely mad pistol for DRX. I don't know what Flashback is thinking.
Standard to get that dark cover deep and then split it out through sewers and long. Just a little bit of ill timing.
Honestly,
when
the
you do go
replays
in
guys
towards
done
the
him
smoke, and from
really
there,
nice
it's just a barrel roll
because
straight down.
it was a
Everybody
mad
on
play.
PRX getting active,
Even how he
straight
peeked
towards
into the
side, hitting
smoke
their
was
shots
bad.
as well. Coming away with the pistol is going to be really confident for them.
It is really early, of course, though, Komodo. I mean, this is kind of where we're wondering how the composition
Bulldog,
will play out.
Guardian,
It just wasn't
Stinger,
this
Stinger.
round, but having that double duelist, you can see why DRX tried to get aggressive.
And now you're just going back on towards
Okay,
fundamentals and what
Insta
to do
drone.
on an
Actually,
anti-eco
I'm so
rounds.
happy the PRX are
DRX takes
playing
space over at C-Long. Sometimes the gambles don't just work.
Teo,
Now,
though.
all the information is
Such
kind of
a
up
good
for Bane.
agent
If
for
you
them.
Get away with one, hey, you'd be happy with that.
Yeah, but at the same
Flash the
time,
back of
close
sight,
range,
Omen
road
flash
hit
hits
towards
Bane.
towards the back of the side,
Just
clears out
recovers in
everything,
time,
something
but
will be able to get that entry.
me a
The
hard
rest of the
retake.
team
Got
has
Omen
arrived
flashed and we got a
nearby,
Neon
but
to
one
send
of those
it.
pistols
And
gonna
they
be enough.
go... Wait, do they want to go
Side,
3
if
pass
you
in
wanna go
heaven?
for this retake at all and give away any more ulti orbs to PRX too, or if you want to just
I think they're
see
going
go
for
up
it.
with the spike at the end, have
Ooh.
everything you want towards your next gun round.
A little bit of a progression spoken out from Mako.
No, okay, they're not
Trying
going
to
for it.
possibly bait PRX into peeking a little bit further, and they are getting
Forsaken
pretty
can
close
definitely
to
start
it.
hunting at
Yeah,
one
my
point.
numbers at the moment.
And
Fault line
honestly,
as well.
all
There
3
we
of them are
go.
in
Three
farming.
will be able to walk away with at least one. Jing hangs back. Forsaken in with the Stinger as well. Close range with 2 guns next to each other. Mako continues to crouch down with the right click though, but Jing will make quick work
Sure,
of that.
they
There
managed
is
to keep
3
the main
kills in the
guns.
round for the guy
Kept the Guardian,
on
kept
his
the
new
Bulldog.
role as a controller.
It's a couple of
So
armor
PRX
rebuys, but
keeping these weapons over until the next
DRX should
Yeah,
be
taking
kind of
3
happy with the
them in
damage
towards
done,
the bonus
really.
as well is going to be all right for them. You start
2
to
armor
build up a little
rebuys,
bit
got
more
1
on the
Stinger out of
shadows
them.
from Jing. Didn't think I'd ever say from the shadows for Jing playing on an Omen.
I know.
But hey, some good damage all in all to come out from DRX, but most importantly, bonus conversion, right? That's where we want to see them get active
When
in towards the server. Haven was
DRX
picked
have the
for
same
a
problem as
reason.
Vitality in this map?
And
Oh,
you
for
start
sure,
to
their
see
comp's not
those
great.
old flavors of the old PRX as well now coming through.
I think
it
the
is first
Neon
round.
at
They
least
have been
can
confidently
go aggro A
striding
with the
their way
recon,
down A this time.
so that they can at least have a better chance
Yeah,
of
pretty
setting
spread
one
default
passing
across
up.
the map for DRX. Already the normal fundamentals of how you want to go about garage control as well. Just the how do you do from Forsaken before he gets out. And I like the attempt as well. Just back, leaning on some
Okay, this is
utility
nice from
towards the A
DRX though.
side.
Instant
Flashback,
reclear
I
over
mean,
towards
he gets
garage.
one,
They
he
got
gets
deep
out.
C
Yeah,
long
that's an option,
control.
but he has to kind of do something with Bane here because the numbers are already.
Oh, look at
sneaking
my
up for
Omen.
PRX.
My Omen
At least
is
they do have
confident
information
as
firing
hell.
off of that gate
Mako
crash
pushes
audio
through
12.
middle as an
Mako
Omen
continuing to push
and
up
has
even
cleared
further too,
every
so that's
part of the
even
map
more
for his
information.
team,
DRX have already
apart from maybe
rotated
this
over
corner.
onto this A site.
Devi
So they
is
can
in a
stick
position
4 on
to
A.
kind of look after that, though.
As long as Mako doesn't over, I was going to say, as long as he doesn't overstep here, he's done great.
Finds Forsaken as well, and this is going perfect so far for DRX.
Yeah, a little bit of a risk reward for Mako, maybe knowing that PRX like to group up 5-person hit.
Getting hit by the flash. A secondary smoke coming through. And
No way he wins that.
He does get one, but Bane makes it a trade. Jing in for another trade as well. The spike's on the ground. PRX wants to pick it up.
Oh my god.
Something dives right in. It's down to the one-on-one. Oh,
No way they've won this. There's three. It's a 3v4. They're stuck in short, and there's a smoke in front of them. And somehow, somehow, Mind Freaks run through the smoke, and one pops. And then something's managed to win the 1v1.
But then you kind of give up your hand just a little bit too much. A 3 versus 5
Look at this.
conversion rate to come here. A little bit
How's he won
unfortunate
that?
for DRX as well, but for PRX, not being scared when they're in a deficit position. They're taking these fights. They're going back to what they can rely upon.
Oh god, that's a rough start for DRX. Mako did so much good as
You
well.
love to see those smiles and those fist bumps coming out once again, but here we go back into it, knowing they're up against an anti-eco round.
Oh, that's a lot of stuns. Dude, everyone's stunned up. It's a good Omen flash.
The spray's coming through, though. Ooh.
Yeah, good fault line. It's a little bit awkward for flashback in that. Again, just to highlight, this is one of the eco rounds.
This is a worrying sign for DRX. They can't really hold A. It is
So it's just about
like the
having
comp
a bit of a conversation.
because
What
you,
can
I mean,
figure out at the moment? What are PRX
chat,
doing
you
around
lose
the
so
map?
much by
And this
not
time
having
they
the
do change it
breach.
up. They don't just look to go towards the A site.
Even
They
with all
want
the
to see
stuns here,
costing
like
too
PRX
much
had
here for
had
DRX.
enough back to just mean that they can't really go aggro A.
Still gonna be Hyun
And in
alone,
terms of game
though,
plans
so
at the moment,
easy pickings now for Forsaken.
PRX are
Mako
doing a
goes as
really good
well.
job of being like, you have no breach to kind of stop us from controlling this area. Sure,
They don't look to be
they've maybe
slowed
been
down anytime
patient
soon.
and like waited for the stun, but majority of the time they're
Absolutely,
just
the
winning
start
out
that
the
you
A
do want to
battle.
see, and now you start to build up a couple of these ultimates as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a timeout to come out too soon for DRX. I mean, you don't win the pistol, you don't win the bonus round. If you don't win your next gun round, I mean, you start to question a
Dude,
little
last
bit.
bullet.
Are PRX playing our composition better?
It does feel that way, doesn't it? I mean, you got the tail on the breach, but we're not seeing too much of that just yet either. It's just the fact that they've been
Okay, change up. And at the moment, the main focus is like, how do they hold A main? So they bring up the op. Recon has been getting pings. Op goes in. It's the first time the DRX have had enough money to buy an op, and PRX just go for a fast strat. We Omen ult. And dude, this is the old school Omen ult where you make it. Dude, this is my old strat. You make it look like it's like you're ulting back a site sound cue wise, but you actually go spawn. Dude, they actually owned them. This is my 2021 strat.
Has broken a lot of DRX's defensive lines. Mako trying to find something. Will be able to get a double, but something makes it a trade. Bane now
Haven't seen this for years.
running back into the site. He is
It fails so often. That's why you haven't seen it for years.
In for the straight. And now
Damn, I respect this, bro. Also, like the whole thing makes sense, right? The DRX first time they can get an op, so they just decide to go fast instead of doing like a slow default. We have just a set strat. Omen ult is like tucked to the corner. You think he's back aside if you're close.
You could just see none the wiser.
And they honestly didn't even consider it.
Scenario where you're in a 5 versus 3. Some brilliance from Mako. Don't get me wrong, but when you're looking down the barrel of a Teo's still alive, they've still got salvos. You got the special delivery still as well, and you're a lonely jet with some cloudbursts. You're not really going to be able to get a defuse like that. So back to the drawing board for DRX, but with no timeout, just an eco round to have here.
No timeout.
PRX
And
they start their
PRX
hand a
are
little
just
bit differently.
hitting
out,
everywhere.
freeing.
Hitting everywhere on the map at the moment. Also, like the whole kind of game plan's made like is really nice, right? You create so much pressure A, and there's so much focus on A, and then you hit over towards B, and now we can just freely just on the eco farm some orbs, make sure that you can get your ults ready for the next buy round.
Have flashback marching a little bit closer up towards a short, but
everything's kind of perfect at the moment. They got a little bit. I mean, the individuals bailed them out in the 3rd round. It's the only round that hasn't looked incredible for PRX, but everything else has been awesome. My Freaks looking nice. Got a bit of freedom lurking around, winning duels.
It's kind of strange to see this from PRX, isn't it, Komodo? I mean, they're showing off different looks. They're slowing down the pace. It causes DRX to question what's going on. And then a curious Bane looks up front, gets picked off by Forsaken. Now the smokes are out. Got utility just to clear out the side as well. Flashback tries to get ahead of it, but the fake knee crash does get ahead of him as well. Forsaken 2 kills.
The money's out of control, chat. Max money, max money.
More so up towards that max 9,000 credit mark, really. Just again, these pistols for DRX try and do some sort of damage, if at all possible, and it's not going to be a flawless round
and they're kind of just giving it a little bit.
And they've been holding on to that outlaw for quite a while, haven't they?
Something gets his ult as well, so now we're going to another buy round, and they got their ult. So,
why not keep that to punish
I mean,
them?
DRX
But
should
at the
be
same
timing
time,
out.
DRX scrambling
For sure.
I just have to imagine Termi's somewhere
It is
shaking
a nice
his head
shot.
right now.
Yeah, I mean, I see what Bane's
There's a
trying to
lot
do
of nice
there.
shots
You're
at the
always going to
moment.
be a little bit incentivized to try and bring something back for your team. Even on an eco round, you know, you're not got too much to lose if you're already.
Holy, what a rare sight.
Take an ult point if you do lose your
It's been a
life.
while.
I think more importantly, this is the round that you have to see something for DRX, and a lot of ultimates available as well. PRX going to change it up. Get information off the dimensional drift.
God, we're not even swinging.
It's definitely one way to stay ahead of the game. Info gain as well, and that's the salvos just to try
Okay,
to
maybe a little bit
something.
too much, but you probably should have killed him. It was a great dash from Hyunmin, to be honest, to get out of there.
Blocks off the B site.
It is an opening pick for DRX, but don't get me wrong. They have lost
The
it from advantage
PRX did
position
mess
so
up a
far
little
in
bit,
this
like
map,
that
so
should
it's
just be
gonna
a
bit of
kill, for
reset
sure,
on the back of
especially with
utility.
this comp.
Just to continue to poke and prod around the B site for now. There is a trip ahead of Mindfreak, and he will break that as well.
Oh my
No
goodness,
real
dude. I'm
space
so
forward
allergic
anywhere
to
from
early
DRX
mornings,
as well.
man.
Reposition back
It's
towards
too
the
early.
C site. You tap on towards your cam for freeing. That's a little bit deep through towards C long. You do have Marco
Thank you,
spawning
chat.
over
Thank you,
towards
thank
A,
you.
but he is by himself. He doesn't need to play here too aggressively.
Lovely
and that's
shot,
why.
man.
You
Oh
lose
my
your smokes,
goodness.
You lose your advantage. And now things start to look a little bit scurrysome around the map. More rotations in towards Garage. You got to re-pick up some information.
God, they're gonna. Wait, this is gonna get really weird.
Consider using the Rolling Thunder.
Are they
to get
fully ready?
towards position here, but
Yeah,
Hungry
2 of
is
them.
Flashback and he falters.
They actually hold back, and there it is. You mentioned the Rolling Thunder.
Still
and
a
they
good
could
gamble
very
stack, but
well
that
be setting
ult
up
just
for it
means
right
that
now.
they can just
They're all
pivot
there,
over
that's
to.
all the information that you want.
Oh,
Rolling
okay.
Thunder does go towards the C
Oh my
side.
God.
You got the Armageddon too.
And there it
Whoa.
goes. Definitely
Holy
keep them
util, man.
trapped in. It
Oh
does
my
keep
god,
them
look at the
free.
util. What are they meant to do?
Something in with the
They get to
next, and
cipher
Mindfreak
info, and
guns
instead
down
of just
Hyunmin.
going back, they
PRX look nigh
insta double
unstoppable
ult
right
them.
now.
Usually, we associate calm, collective, calculated
They're playing
plays
so
from
good.
DRX, but we're getting that from PRX.
There's a
at the
couple of
moment.
like
The
shots
team
that are
you
saving them a little
generally in
bit,
history
but
don't know
they're playing
what's
so
going to
good.
be thrown your way. This is a massive revitalization for this squad.
And I would say, you know, you're not quite sure what's going your way. That's exactly how DRX are
4
feeling
ults
right
in
now.
1 round, yeah, but they pretty much saved
I mean,
them
I was
for
questioning
this.
a little bit in the beginning of this map, right? What was this Neon going to look like from Flashback, who is a player who generally, you know, has to play around a site himself.
The
He's very
reaction
proficient
to
with utility,
the-
peeking on the back
to
of
the
it.
cipher
You have to
info
be
is kinda
self-sufficient
nice.
when you're playing on towards those
So
Sentinel
fine with
agents,
it.
right? At the
It
moment,
is a lot of
I'm
ults,
not getting
but
a sense of I'm the duelist.
DRX
I'm
is
working with
sitting
my
around
team
like
who can set me
3,000
up
right
with
now.
some utility to go in for the fight. We've seen a little bit of Hyunmin and him, you know, going around together in sewers and A-Long and everything and going for it, but no setups really from any utility, because you look towards it, unless you're getting a paranoia from Marco or some sort of darts or drone from Bane, it's very difficult to get set up.
Exactly. You don't have that breach. You don't have maybe even a Teo. So it is a little bit tough, but you have been given this duelist role. You need to make something work with it. I have to imagine, given
Disciplines?
how
No,
rounds
they've shown
have played
discipline.
out, DRX are feeling
Even just like
some of those,
the,
self-down
even just that
moments, and
rounds,
that's
right?
why
Just a
it's
small little bit in
hasn't
terms
been
of like the
going too well.
Euro.
So hopefully
We
this
had
time out will
2,
bring them
right?
back
We had
to the
Euro
game,
ult, but we're
especially
making sure that
considering
no
the
one's
fact
peeking this
that they're
corner
sitting
until the
on
Euros
5
actually like
ultimates.
push them off the
Yeah,
angle.
I
I
mean, is
think
7
probably with the
rounds
stun.
enough, Tapia
Then we
in
have
this
here
map
as well in
to
the
get a
4v4. We're
good
actually like
idea of
freezing
what they
for a
need to do to
reaction.
at least stabilize in this first half, go over towards your own attacking side where you actually have looked pretty destructive.
Okay,
on that
another
side
eco,
in
another
recent
chance to try and
history.
get those.
Yeah, it's cheeky.
Yeah, very cheeky position, especially
Another chance to get
Cage
those
kind of
ults back.
concealing his movements.
Speaking of
Might have
ults,
heard
every
something,
single
so
one for
Hyunmin
DRX. Then
will
you got
stay
2
disciplined, avoids that
agents.
angle. The rest of the team, though, back into
That
the
have pretty
Another
good
eco round to come through
eco
from
ults if
DRX,
you
where
want to.
PRX are taking it patient. They're not playing their hand, getting too hungry for anything, just playing together, collective.
very careful. This is a team that has had perfect games before, but
No
here it
way
comes,
he
the
got
quick
that.
execute out. DRX trying to get ahead of things in with
Chat,
the Hunter's Fury
3
as well,
ults.
but Mindfreak has managed to seal
3
one.
ults on the
This
eco,
immediate
but
speed up
obviously
from
these
PRX
two are
getting towards
these
the
two are
A side.
valid.
Clear it together in numbers. You know what kind of
still.
utility you're up against. You know what weaponry you're up against at the moment. You can set yourselves up for a pretty nice plant. Though
4
the neural
ults.
theft comes in from freeing, so they know where
On
everyone
the
is.
eco.
Still though, I mean, ahead of the timing.
Incredible
PRX
flash,
has gotten
man.
themselves into position. A couple of sprays, but a couple of trades from DRX out as well. Jing in with the
Holy,
buy.
bro.
They will manage to block off those
That's,
sidelines, denying DRX any round win.
That's a lot of
Yeah, some
ults to
damage
lose
in there
around
for
with.
sure, but damage is not what we're looking for at the moment, Quack. We're
What
looking
a-
for rounds
what a crazy
from
shot from
DRX.
Mindfreak,
We're
by the
looking
way.
for some sort
They
of
got
plan
4
that
ults
goes
on their eco.
100%. I have missed
they
it,
don't win
and
the
I'm going
rounds.
to highlight this because I think it's quite important, and I'm sorry. I'll apologize first for Flashback. He's still on the donut. There's 0 kills coming through from him at the moment. I want to see him electrified. He's playing Neon. We need to see him get set up for some aggressive play from the team to get into PRX's face, because when they're
This is
playing
DRX's
slow,
map pick. Yeah,
we're
dude,
not
they
seeing too much space
literally
gathered elsewhere
looked
from
at
DRX.
they looked at Vitality, picking Haven with a comp that doesn't make sense, and they went, you know what? This looks like fun, man. Losing embarrassingly looks pretty fun. Let's do it.
He's pushing over towards the C side of things, but Flashback, I cursed him. He's been cursed. He's got on the board.
It's madness.
At the same time, though, off to the other end of the map, Forsaken in with the operator for the first round. Just holding things down. DRX having the numbers advantage will slow things down.
Yeah, the reclear over towards C as well for PRX. You do currently see Hyunmin on the site itself. Some time to be bought from all this utility as well, but this is where you rest on the back of what PRX do best. Explode in towards the site.
Clone.
Boy, that timing of the Omen flash, what the hell? Is Jing the best Omen?
Kind of marks Hyunmin's angle. Still though, with a bit of a strafe, he takes down Jing. At least Divine something will have each other's backs, and with that, the site completely flooded. Flashback, however, tries to get ahead, deny any spike plants. You will get one. Divine in for the trade with an op. Bane alone against 2.
Mate, they need you to win this 1v2. No pressure.
Back into it as well.
Okay.
Holds it down, finds something.
Oh, does he know?
And it's a low HP Divine.
I think he knows.
It's an up and hand though, but there it is. The
Okay,
soft
nicely
dart.
done.
You said it.
They're on the boards. They're on the board. They can pick up an op, and they
I'm not sure
got
if the gun
3
barrel
chances
was
to
just
get 4.
spotted. It's such a tight line on the corner of that
Not
wall,
too bad.
But somebody maybe called it, or maybe he just had the
It's
sixth
still
sense.
doable.
The
It's
shot's
just the
about
fact
to
that
go,
that comp
the kill to be calculated.
probably means it's not doable.
Finally, DRX on the board.
And that's a much needed round at this juncture in this first half. Starting things off with a bit of a kill from Flashback, taking down Mindfreak. That just denied so much with how PRX has been operating in towards A lobby.
And it's another moment in this round where the advantage is on the side of DRX. And
11
PRX
should be
reel
enough.
back in towards their favor, right? They reposition.
You got that
in
much
towards
faith
the
in their
C side,
defense?
behind the dark cover, exploding,
They got a nice
layering the
defense
utility
comp.
nicely on in. It's what you do like to see from them, but a good little individual clutch to come out at the end there. It's what you need. You need to see some individual brilliance to come through from DRX at the moment, because as a team,
Okay, we got
it's
a
not really
fast
doing
strat.
too much. A reposition from Marco, however, and he was back
It's
to
like the
G.
one pause that was going to wreck him.
Finds, but in with the gate crash once again. The clone as well from Forsaken.
Okay, well, 8-4
trying to
half.
gather more information into the C side, and he confirmed
That's what
there
it
are
feels
quite
like.
the number of DRX players on
Not
the C
too
side.
bad.
Another single advantage for DRX, just like last round, but difference in the fact that it's not Mindfreak. Jing going down means no smokes, means you have to try and find a little bit of timing for PRX at the moment, and I thought Mindfreak might have had it, but Marco stepping up when you need a leader to the most.
Quick
What's Jing doing? It's just their fast strat. It's like the only way this looks dumb is from 2 spots. One, someone holding in the smoke. 2, someone on this box.
Still looking to get aggressive.
Wait.
Straight into it. He finds a triple. Tries to go for the next spray, but gunned down
Wait.
by Bane. The salvos go out.
Oh god.
And the buy will turn this into a one-on-one. Look for the tap. Flashback gets it instead.
That was nearly so close.
Okay,
for
it's so
PRX.
good.
I think a lot
Dude,
of people
this
would have
round is
been
nuts,
yelling,
bro. No
screaming
one
at
has
the
any money.
monitors. PRX
Everyone has to
nearly faked that
buy
work,
down
and
here. They
DRX,
got
I mean,
4 people with
you
no
gotta take
money.
a sigh, you got to take a breath. I do like the start. Don't get me wrong. Marco trying to do what he can, dancing around the side as well. You know, Hyunmin starting to get what he needs to, but I gotta say, Forsaken,
Whoa.
he is in the server today. He's got to be happy with that little performance,
Indeed.
and individually as well. Divide,
Phantom
right?
looks
For a
unreal.
Taeho in that situation, trying to do what you can with what utility you have. Isolate a single position with the salvos.
Okay,
look
back to the
around,
A,
take
but this is where they got the
try
AWP.
to do with the scaling over
They
towards
don't
A at the
really.
moment with the rest of the squad, where Forsaken will lead with the dimensional drift.
A bit of information as well, but Hyunmin in with the op does deny any potential lurks coming out from Mind Freak.
Okay, now what?
That is going to be PRX continuing to try and barrel through into this A site combo of ultimates heading
Double
in.
ults, but
Can you
flashbacks
actually
here.
get in towards this at the moment? You're ready for a drop out of towards
Wait.
the heavens, and it looks like
No
it might
way.
just be the holding of the side at the moment. Bane flashback getting active.
And they found
Okay,
it. That's a
we
couple
had a
more
little bit of
down into
madness
A
in.
short, and that's DRX
We had a
denying
little bit of
PRX
madness.
entry despite the ultimate set through.
A little bit of a
Does
late
honestly feel like an
defensive
8-4.
half resurgence for DRX, but is, you know, an 8-4, a 9-3
I'd be tempted to just go back to a fast strat here, though.
On the earlier side of that with
Like the
with
ops
an
wrecking them a
8-4.
little bit.
Of course, but again, you know, PRX, they're still carrying a lot of this momentum. They're figuring out themselves. You know, against the eco rounds, we're playing it slow. Against the well-equipped rounds of DRX, yeah, we're losing a pick, but we're recalculating what we need to do. Grouping up, playing utility, going for a nice little exit entry. Sorry. So I wouldn't be surprised at the moment here with this little lesser-equipped party mix of weapons that you have for PRX that you do play it a little bit slower, that you play on the back of your utilities.
And that does give you a lot of confidence as well moving into the later rounds, even in the second half. It might be an 8-4 if anything.
Okay.
But we'll see
Aggro
how
push from
PRX continue
DRX.
to
Gonna try
adjust
set
from the
2 up
previous
close
rounds.
A.
They've been, you know, pretty much dedicated to whatever side they
While
pick.
that's going
Don't wanna
on,
fall into a trap here though as DRX.
got a
Brought in towards the A lobby, welcomed with open
we got a
arms.
Forsaken who's
and
just
walked
strolled
towards the trap
into
of
garage.
PRX. Do see as well that Forsaken has snuck in towards the garage. Hyunmin being quite cautious of that. You also do have freeing over towards the back of the plat too. So if it
Okay,
does
calls
turn
his
into
team
a bit of a
over.
C play from PRX, it's not going to be too quick of a rotation from the rest of the DRX guys who are at the A side
TP
at the
to
moment. Still
here.
a transition from
Oh,
Bane
they're going
currently.
for it.
At the same time, though, Mako also continuing to push out a paper. For further information, DRX pretty much has an idea of what PRX are trying to do. And with
And
that,
Freeing
the
did
angles being
great.
held, the op shots
Freeing
fired
did
through.
great.
Bane with
Okay,
the final
we
kill.
called it a little
DRX
bit.
will secure this
8-4.
last round of the first half for DRX.
But I'm telling you, 8 with this comp on attack is nice.
So, hey, I'm
It's
saying
honestly a
coaching
good
point
comp on defense.
verified.
Very much
DRX,
so, and it
the comp doesn't
always
really
has
make
been
sense
the
on
case
defense, so
for DRX.
they got the
Meanwhile,
hard
though, for PRX,
hard
I mean,
half
this
away
is
from
where
him.
you
But honestly,
start
I think
to
they should
question
struggle.
things
They
once
should
again.
struggle against the
They
Cypher.
started out so incredibly hot.
Cypher
But now
breach
they've kinda
Teo,
cooled off.
double duelist.
Yeah, I mean, you're switching things up. You're going over towards your defensive side. If you're dropping towards the pistol round, you know, you can have a little bit of a waltz around and see how are we going to get back in towards this one, right? I think if it was the other way around at the moment, I'd be way more worried in a scenario than for PRX, where I'm a little bit less worried right now from DRX, right?
Surely. That is the case, of course. Double duelist heading
Unless
into
they look
the
like
attacking
T1.
side
As
for
in DRX,
And
the
that's
thing
where
is
you
that
would expect
comp
a little
doesn't
bit
really
more
work
strength to come out, right?
the
If you
same
think
as that.
about going and diving in towards these sites, there's
Like
a
that-
lot of options that
the
DRX
ISO
gonna be
provides
able to
so
have in
much
towards, you know, you see explosions,
in
you're
the-
at
in the
explosions,
double
but there's
duelist
a lot of
comp.
reliance on making sure that your Sova utility to come out from Bane is
Like,
going
it's
to
very
be
hard
there. And remember,
for any of
been a
these
little
guys
bit
to
for
just
it.
like
You
walk
need
into
that
garage
assistance.
like an
You
ISO
mentioned
would
it
with the
before,
pop of
not
his
just
shields.
Bane, you know, it's how they all work alongside each other. Hyunmin and Flashback as well. They need to be supported. Conversely, though, Komodo, I'm thinking for
Board next with the
PRX,
Prime. Thank you for
know,
the
they
6
started
months.
things
Thank you,
out
thank you.
incredibly hot. We do have, you know, some of our favorite players on different roles, different agents. How does that continue to play out? Mind Freak, you know, we can kind of expect a consistent performance with that. But how does
Okay,
Jing look
pistols
on
at the
Zoman?
moment. We got a
I
1-0.
mean, I think towards how early they got
And
knocked out over towards
shot.
kickoff and how much time they've had to actually practice a new emerging comp and meta
Info
like the
down,
Breach.
C long, Garrett. It kind of looks like they wanna
We shall see how
actually
it does
fight this.
Continue to play forward now. Jing thus far has been, I would say, quite okay. 10-5.
Well, standard things, but unfortunately for Freeing, gonna be the casualty of the bullets.
Yeah, just a couple of shots blindly through the cage, and he does find something. A kill, that is, not the player.
Kind of passive for PRX at the moment. Don't mind it. Bit of a garage look after for them. Oh, fire dispatched off, however. And that's going to be a B site that you want to start to get aggressive on. Though I'm looking at the other members of DRX. How are you going to get Bane in this? How are you going to get Flashback? If you're trying to tap on towards the plant, you're trying to set Hyunmin in for a bit of a sneaky beaky
Oh,
play.
Hyunmin
It's
got
the
one there.
one-to-one trade, and now you actually have managed to get in towards this A site. Does
Yeah, this is nice though.
Forsaken know
Instead of one
it's empty space.
towards A and then just walk up as you create a lot of pressure over towards B. The
as he heads back
3v3 retake, and they have stun and Omo Flash.
Team just circling back up. They do have the fault line paranoia combo that allows Forsaken.
Oh god, team stun. Oh, he team stunned.
Deny that spike plant, but Bane will hold his ground. A single tap and forced to hang back and reload. Still though, audio cues be damned. Something has a flashpoint in his pocket. Looks for the right timing. Senses a bit of a fake. Now slowly creeps up. Bane looks to stick, and there it is, the flash sent through. It doesn't quite
yeah,
blind him,
Flash
though,
doesn't really find him.
Find
Okay, Bane Bane does a madness because his teammate stuns him, and he still manages to win the 1v2. 1-1 for the Pistols.
Trades to come out, some repositions around the map. I do really actually like what DRX did over towards the B site. When you take out Devi, you recognize that there's going to be no one else on towards the site. You go in for the look on, are we actually going to plant here? You bait out some rotations from Forsaken off the A site, you get in there and you go for the plant. However, the quick heads up for PRX to recognize they've got a paranoia fault line combination that they can go in with to drop Forsaken in towards the site. I thought that retake was going to
maybe buy a little bit too much. We'll see.
This is the way back
Sheriff
for this map.
So it might be a couple of light armors for next round, but we'll see if they decide to get an outlaw out. Honestly, DRX don't really buy outlaws, to be fair.
Single kill off of B, and they don't quite fully commit because they still have more that they can work with. Now, on the anti-eco, of course, straight into C.
Yeah,
got a bit of a lurk as well.
A difference as well from PRX. When they lose positions around the map, they recognize that they just need to take space somewhere. Yes, it's on the eco round, but I'd love to see this when they get their rifle rounds happening.
Okay, who gets the kills? Who gets the ult?
Different story if they had guns.
Bane in an ideal world for DRX.
Just hold up inside garage. Util back in, so a bit of a progression smoke. Hyunmin tries to look for a head or two around the dome. Doesn't quite find much. That allows for PRX to march in, boots on the ground, but Flashback still holding the angle, slides forward, and that's gonna be a second kill to his name. Still though, a couple of trades
just gonna accept this and die to the spike.
Okay,
they got
damage, you would say. Mako
one gun out of them.
Trying to hold back true.
Everyone.
Ninjas.
Everyone up with the spike at the end. When you can't get any more ultis, you don't want to give anything more over towards Hyunmin, to Bane as well, getting closer to that
smoke for retake.
Fury.
Yeah, it's kind of nice.
You know, these key ultimates that could definitely be impactful when you're going in towards the next gun round for PRX.
Blocks garage angle, blocks down here.
Beginning, allow DRX to really start to steamroll back in towards this map. Again, you know, not too much that you'll take away from a round such as that. Some damage at the attempted retake to come out from PRX for sure.
Wait, Ryan.
We do love a diligent Alex.
He's changed from smashing the desk to writing notes.
But at the same time, wondering about how this double duelist might work out. Sure, some guns were robbed away, but they will be able to buy or at least trade some weapons off of each other. It's Flashback in with a Bulldog instead of a Bucky.
Yeah. Quick up towards mid as well from DRX if they actually want to attend
it's
to
old vision strikers.
Yeah,
and good luck to Jing.
Expect, however, Jing to still be in here because it looks a little bit awkward for him. Good for one.
Yeah, and that is going to be an effective flood nonetheless. PRX continuing to try
the
to
C split
forward.
through B.
It's going to be a bit of a gate crash for Forsaken as well, or am I seeing a UI bug? Not too sure. Nonetheless, they are still coming in, but then denied out by
we're pretty much going to repeat the first half. Pistol into a bonus, pistol into a bonus.
To this gun for the next round.
Well, that's
money
attacking-sided bonuses,
very good for
unless
DRX.
somehow Devi gets from A to C in a defuse here. Going both of those teams on the attacking side.
I wonder when PRX is going to call a timeout. So again, they can wreck some of these shots with
on Haven for this breach.
with some trips. I need to put more focus on looking where the trips are.
Yeah, and DRX, I mean, I say breach Teho, right? But they're changing it up. Double duelist, you got to be a little bit more proficient and cohesive with what layering of utility that you want to do to get in towards the sites. And I'm looking at it here for poor old Devi.
No gun kept. Very nice for DRX.
Bonus not able to take away a rifle towards this next round as well.
Yeah, this is another chance for them to get a lot of money.
Equalizer.
Yeah, just 2 rounds and quick enough. DRX are able to kind of suspect what kind of defensive positions PRX might be holding. That was a very deliberate plan, Komodo, to send Flashback as well as Hyunmin in, both in and outside of garage, where they start to launch that assault into the C site.
Yeah, double duelist strengths at the moment for DRX are really going to play on the back of changing up their approaches, right?
Yeah,
if
it's
you're
an early timeout.
switching and swapping between fast plays, bait plays, you know, and, you know, just pure overwhelming numbers if you're going for a little bit of contact play, you know, towards C long that we saw from PRX over in the first half, for example, on this double duelist comp. It's definitely going to be a thing to keep PRX questioning, where do we want to rotate our key positions? Where do we want to layer up any fault line salvo combos? Where do we want to position Forsaken as well to be able to quickly rotate, but more importantly, apply pressure in taking space around the map?
Yeah, the most successful one that we've seen thus far was just on the pistol, where Forsaken managed to get that read, where he was playing kind of passively or defensively enough on towards
He's not angry.
Nah,
I mean, is this a pistol into a fast,
though, not quite sure, but
split
one thing
bonus
we can
round?
say for sure is that there are millions of Jing fans.
Oh, absolutely. I wonder, though, how many of them actually would have thought Jing and an Omen, right?
No.
How many of them would have thought that they were having a complete switch up towards PRX, which, you know, I look at this roster of agents and I think this is not
looking like we want to grab an orb here.
Gaming, but it can have its key moments.
Well, we'll see if the final score does echo as to how PRX are looking to perform for the rest
Recon
of the
doesn't
season.
hit anyone, so
right now, DRX are
orb is for the
very close to
taking. Also
equalizing
creates
the
a bit of
score.
pressure over
Might have
towards
been a
C.
timeout from Alex, but still,
Well, that's been going on.
does
We
not
have a
have the
push
guns
from PRX
currently.
over towards A.
They are starting off
And
with
wait, they
with
used
a
drone
pretty
to
quick
reclear middle? How do they
Steady,
reclear A?
but
Oh.
Forsaken, he's
This is
baited
weird
in
from
towards finding
Forsaken.
some
He
information
should
for
be like
himself,
super
try and
happy that
steer
they're
the ship
drone in
steady
middle
for
and not
PRX,
peek
and
this.
it's just going to be the upheaval in towards this A site for DRX.
Whoa. Okay, no opportunity for Forsaken to gate crash back into safety, and right now, no opportunity for Divide to even find a single frag. Jing, however, marches out of garage.
Yes, they
with
know with the
Mindfreak
drone
along
that
his
they may
back.
be
He
inside
will
it.
take a gun away from freeing. That said, a site has been given over onto DRX.
4 versus 2, plant down, which means everybody is up for DRX as well. Going to look at the backlines for Marco. Everyone else focused on towards the site at the moment. A lot of utility as well.
Recon.
To be able to play off. And I'll actually spot out mine too, so there's an idea that it might even be a double drop towards Heaven.
Yeah, they spot them both.
Force him to reposition. You hear the Vandal.
Do they want to
Echo, so
sacrifice money for an ult?
just a tough
I mean, yeah,
situation
I would
to be
probably
in.
let Bane fight this a
Mindfreak
little
with
bit.
the Sheriff trying to look for a single pick, but
Oh,
nothing
Yaman
found.
gets his
Jing
knives.
off with the save.
Can't blame him. You definitely want all of the pieces going in towards the next round as well. When you looked on the back of what's around the corner for PRX 2, right? Forsaken with the Dimensional Drift. Devi is one away from the Armageddon. These can be some really key ults for retakes as well. If you want to just recognize that you're losing a site, call the audible. Call for the strong retake. Let Forsaken go in, find you all the information. Get your stuns lined up from something. Get all of that utility ready for a really clean retake that those ultimates can definitely provide.
Did
Something that
Forsaken
PRX
save enough for
could
an
be
op?
looking to pull off in some of the upcoming rounds.
Because an op would go pretty hard
You
here.
have that dimensional drift. You have the breach Deo combos as well. But right now,
Yeah.
this scoreline, Komodo, it's been 8 straight rounds for DRX to get themselves back into this game.
Okay,
Yeah.
DRX know there's an
Flashback
op
on the
out, and it
overdrive
looks like
as
they
well.
want to go
Human on the
fast.
blades. These duelists are certainly
Okay.
looking to pop off. Shock Dart in to break a trip.
No trip there
Something
at the
super
moment,
committed.
It is just going to be Mindfreak at that C site to bunker down. Jing falls first, overlooking something at the moment though, so at least a little bit of a later trade in the mix, trying to
No
get
way,
on in.
something
It's so
played that
awkward
incredibly
for
well.
that spray.
Kyaman.
But look at Flashback, he's got
Sorry,
the
flashback
backlines.
even.
That's not too bad.
I'm
For
so
one
used to seeing
flashback in the
Kyaman on
backlines, though. That's what
Neon.
ultimately cracks open the site. But here comes Forsaken with a bit of an ult. He's looking for
1,
information.
2,
He's
3.
looking to break and force them to disperse. The flash might just do that. He sends out a second one and looks to infiltrate behind enemy lines. Divide and takes initiative
2
off that
1v1s.
scenario
Whoa.
and finds one.
That was nice. Salvos to help out the
Flashback in a sudden 1-on-2.
The
Goes
Yoru.
for the peak, and he will take down Forsaken. Could this be the
Whoa.
quad? It is!
Absolutely
Flashback
crazy
flashes the winning
shots.
sign against
Absolutely
PRX.
crazy,
Confidence,
crazy
that's
shots.
confidence for
That was
Flashback
incredible.
in
Fair
this
play.
Squad, the first installment of him on this Neon, and he's starting to get in towards this for the team.
Even the first
I'm
kill
looking at towards what
was
Forsaken
big.
and Devi are trying to do in that
They love
retake,
a-
right?
they
But
love a
I'm
C
seeing
split through
plans go
B.
down 2 versus 3. Sometimes you might look to question, why is he using that ultimate? He had an operator, he switched into the Vandal, but more importantly, he's using himself as an information position at the moment there for his teammate in Devi to get the salvos right, to try and flush out the opponents, and I'm thinking it's looking gorgeous
Oof,
in how they're,
lovely.
maintaining their stability in that retake, but no. It comes over. DRX for the lead here and quick in towards the new round.
And now down to the 2-on-1. Clutch brought to you by Red Bull and Flashback, of course, but then next round coming up.
Okay.
Bit of info and Forsaken.
Info on the
he's
jump.
Right the heck out of it.
As we can see, Ace super weak.
Silence
So
around the server as well.
PRX definitely speaking that they just go in garage every single round, so they want to try and punish
All the
that.
other positions around the map as well. Trade And Garage if you do want, but starting to get a little bit antsy. Spotting out.
Speaking of Garage, that is.
Dude, I've never seen a team drone middle this
before,
much.
Possibly trying to lure DRX into another hit.
There's a bit of a shift from PRX towards the A side at the moment.
That's right.
This is going to be a bit of a wrong call, freeing.
Oh,
Yeah, they got no info there.
Would have been a brilliant opener. This is a bit of a misread from PRX.
Yeah, not enough information outside of the A lines, and that brings them over, but gives up more space around C, and that is where DRX
Yeah, they're
will
getting overwhelmed
explode.
heavy.
Pain in with the next kill, and all of a sudden, the spike goes down. Garage under DRX's control. I just can't imagine a scenario
Do PRX
where
really
takes this
need
round
to
back.
Yeah, that one actually really hurts.
have
PRX
one
too,
trying to
because
hold
you
a
don't
line
mind
on
the starting
A,
ideas of that
especially as
round,
this
right?
drone's
You
getting
drone
pushed over
through
towards
mid,
middle.
you
If
see
they
no
set an
presence
op up
there,
here
you
or
see
here, they're
nothing on
just
your
so
C
fine.
utility. You have a spot out through Garage, you see nothing.
This is twice
so
now
you
they've
start to
had the
calculate,
drone
yeah,
full
they're over
middle.
towards A, they're either sewers or they're long, though we don't really have any idea to confirm
That's
that,
a
right?
Bobo with the tier
Forsaken's
1.
not
Thank
in
you,
a
thank you,
forward
the
line.
Amons.
You don't have, anything else really over there. Devi, well, he was just focused in droning towards mid, so even he can't do anything over towards A, who's the extra closer member. So, unfortunately for PRX in this round, they do have to look to try and save the remainder of their guns.
Yeah, still though, they are conceding that round, and as we near double digits, well, we just
I
landed
think you
on
need
double
to
digits,
save
but
that.
it is going to be a bit of an intense scenario.
Sure, it
let's
doesn't
say,
really
for
matter for
PRX to be
DRX,
in.
their
You know,
money's
we're starting to
incredible.
feel that pressure mount up again, and this is where you can wonder, is the pressure getting to them?
Okay, this timeout
Potentially
is
so.
for sure going to be about A
We're
control.
looking around what some sort of successes, would come out from a comp like this that PRX are playing with, and you're not really seeing, a lot of those normal combos of fault lines and salvos, then getting Forsaken on the line. Back to the drawing board to get some information from Alex. What does he recognize at the moment? Because remember, when DRX were in a situation like this on their other side, Termi goes for the timeout, and they come out with a flawless remainder of the
DRX?
half,
I mean,
4 in a row, and well,
Flashback had a really
they've
rough
continued a flawless run
defense,
so far.
but he's playing great on attack right now.
He
He also has a rough role on defense. He's meant to try hold A, and all he has is like neon stun to get there.
Necessarily have anything too cerebral to call out for his team.
Mitch the fellow with the tier 1, thank you for the 28 months.
At the
Thank you,
same time,
thank
though,
you.
he is being very active, so I do wonder what kind of plan he has cooked up for the next round. They managed to keep their guns, at least.
Yeah, surviving with a couple of them over will bolster them up in a round such as this, but you've got to
I would
question,
love to
right,
see
the
some
momentum
more
going
like
over towards DRX, who you think
passive
might be
kill
a bit
trips
shaky
maybe,
going onto a double
or
doors that we've not
this might
really
be a bit
seen
too
some role
obvious.
shifts,
The
across
Cypher
the
over
whole
towards
server.
A as they want to
Still
go
online.
aggro.
Yeah, I was about to say as well, Rolling Thunder,
They just call a
Armageddon,
switch,
again,
a
key
standard
pieces
switch.
that you can, take in towards a retake, one from Mind Freak away for that neural theft. So I'm thinking, well, if you're going to be forced in towards a retake, these aren't the worst
Would they put
items
the
to have
Cypher
available.
elsewhere?
Well,
And
they
you
did
just have
start out
one
with a
kill?
bit of a
Okay,
creep
it's
outside
not
of
as
B,
obvious as I
Forsaken
thought.
for sure. He does have the gate crash towards the back of A as well. Just a bit of a spray, doesn't see anything.
But what do they have to
And the
retake?
site Where DRX,
Breach
off
or
the previous
tail?
round win, they think, we could probably do
Those
something
ult to
around
stop
here
the
as well.
flood, maybe.
Well, it would be successive, but again, if you are going to shift in towards a retake for PRX, you definitely want to have these abilities, right?
Yeah,
so
kill
they've
trip,
been
but nothing to
holding
get
a
off it.
bunch of them
Yaman
just by
got
the
spammed
nature of
down
how
a
the
little
start of
bit.
this round was
EP
played.
goes into the
Gotta
corner.
imagine you have to work off of some kind of
Where
info,
can they
and
even
that's what
sit
that
on
drone is
site? Is this
looking
not going to be
do.
a killer
Spot it out a
combo?
little bit, Rolling Thunder immediately out, still holding on to the armor, get it. But here it comes, a bit of a clone sent through.
Ult sight into Teo deep.
Forsaken starts
Nice,
his assault
man.
out from heaven.
It's nice when
kills
Forsaken
down,
hits
and down with the
3
salvos as
instant
well.
headshots
Picks
as
up
well.
the
What
last
is that
one.
from him?
PRX
PRX
finds their way
cannot
back
repeat
in.
this because of the
Yeah, after the
ults.
timeout, an immediate
Like, this was
effect,
purely just
right?
an
So
ult
you're
round,
playing a
that's
good
why they felt
percentage
so
on the back
comfy
of that one,
retaking
but
A.
again, Rolling Thunder, not direct
This is nice though.
lead where the
All
Armageddon
on
is
top, and
too.
then you
You're
just have
waiting for
breach damage
Forsaken
here.
to get that blind side out
Sorry.
of heaven and gate crash
Teo
into the
damage
side or
ult.
drop on down. Some nice ideas from PRX in that scenario, but they don't play their hand. They don't get too overcomplicated, right? It's not like you're throwing the whole kitchen sink in towards
Dude, I feel like you
round. It's
popped him in
very
heaven, though.
cohesive.
Like,
What
is
is
this
the
not nuts from his
utility they need
POV?
to throw it out? Even the aftershock in hell, it does some work to try
That
and
shot's nice.
dislodge flashback. So I really do like how that retake was formulated for PRX.
And that's a great round for them, a sigh of relief if anything. But with the fact that it's a flawless, you just got to imagine how much more
Okay,
they
now,
can get If anything,
PRX doing
it
the
does
old
force
the DRX
kind
full
of
person
scramble all
investment.
throughout.
Armor Flash is meant to go in here.
PRX, a 1-to-1 trade at the end, but that
Yeah,
would
an instant
signify
reaction.
a
As
go
soon as you see
time
the Omen
towards
going
the C
aggro
side.
like this, you kind of know
sniff
it's the
out there's
4.
no trap there from Mindfreak though, because there's camera, there's some trip, but they're just going to get in.
Yeah, still
I think this is a hard retake. You definitely got to look at
Most
Mako.
curious
Like,
about
Mako's the
those
most important
Talon
person here.
deep lurk outside B. Does PRX find him at some point? If not, it could be
1,
trouble.
2,
Right now, though,
3.
at least Forsaken does spot Hyunmin out by C Long. 3 players, though, from DRX, all coming in. They're just looking to provide that additional support, and there it is.
And
Even
look
with
great.
the second
They found
flash, it's
Mako,
not
though.
gonna be enough. Something will get gunned down, and that's the entire C
I
Long
like the
area
DRX
being
are just a
controlled
unit
by
together,
DRX.
though.
A tough defuse going
I mean, that's
through.
half.
Mindfreak, though, nonetheless, still trying to stick
Don't think
it,
it's
but
gonna
here comes
matter.
that Hunter's Fury. He gets lased, and all that's left is just Devi. Mako
Okay.
marches forward
1-9
back
loss
in
bonus,
towards
chat.
Link. Devi now at
And
this
as we can
point
see, money-wise, they're
just
fine, but it's only going to be
looking
fine
a
for
bit of a
1
safe
round.
haven, well, on the map of Haven, of course, but
This
still
will be 1k for Devi if he can survive.
somewhat surrounded. Look at
Yeah.
Bane.
Untenable. An absolutely untenable position from him in the beginnings of this
Oh.
retake here. I got to highlight as well, right? You mentioned Marco going for that little
Oh boy. They still find Devi.
Marco's position actually extremely
Jing
paramount.
could drop
When
an op
throws
if
out
he
a
wanted
paranoia,
to. Sorry,
it
Devi
dispatches
has the
the guys
money.
around C a
Devi could
little
drop
bit
an op
from
if he wanted
PRX.
to.
Starting to consider, is
I would
Marco actually gonna
love
play on the back of
someone to
this
be in a
rotate? Is he
position
going to
for
get in
the
that
kill
backline
trips
going
that
for
they're
this
doing.
retake? There's such a premium on Forsaken and on something in that flank of their own to try and get some damage, because if that flank is successful, if Bane doesn't have the Hunter's Fury, the team of DRX are not looking towards the spike, and you can get some sort of retake happening successfully. So a couple of key moments in that round going DRX's way.
For sure, but right now, I mean,
Ooh.
still, all eyes are on Forsaken with how he's going to
Okay,
work
but this recon
door.
just scanned
Previously
all
with
of
that
C.
dimensional drift, trying to get space around C Long. Didn't quite work out this time.
Yeah, and look at
Force
freeing.
back into garage.
Realizing
Now
they
they're
go
dispersing, no
aggro
info
here,
found. DRX are
and that
very,
probably means
very cautious with
that the
how they're
Cypher's
looking for
playing
this
over
at
towards
that
A,
point.
so it can take a lot of
Changing
space.
up the approach though, are PRX sending Mindfreak's territory over towards this A site, and freeing just playing hooky with the camera, but eventually getting the job done. You start to piece together a bit of information around where these players are on the map.
So,
Bit of a chase against that stealth drone as well, but here it goes. More information found. Defi, though, open positions.
that is a
And that's gonna be
big
Bane
jewel.
punishing
That's
them
a
right
big
down.
jewel as
Hyunmin
well.
up
And
towards
they
the
lost the
back of
jewel
A
over
as
towards
well.
Heaven with
Forsaken,
Mindfreak.
the only one left. It
Oh
was
man,
Phantom.
DRX are just
Quick
popping
towards
them.
the open lanes once more, and flashback
Dude, this is
says
such a
lights
drastic
out.
turnaround, man.
Or surviving as
It
well
was
for
like,
DRX in that
was it
scenario.
8-0
Again,
or
another gun round
7-0?
come
I
through
can't
from
remember.
PRX where you're seeing a change, right?
And
As
it's
I
turned
mentioned,
into
the
3
Cypher set up over
chances.
towards
They
A.
got
You're
1 on
trying to look for your
defense.
Cypher locking down one area of this map to let the rest of your team explore, play on utility, play on information. Feels like something at the end of that one, a little bit disconnected from the rest of the team, right? Losing their lives in towards the front of B, not setting up any combinations of utility or anything for himself.
Dude, they
to be
lost.
a bit
They lost to the
self-sufficient. So,
PRX
bit
comp.
awkward for PRX, and now 3 chances, 3 for DRX to close out this map.
All right,
That's funny.
chance uno. And they start things off a little bit safer than before. A 2-3 split with Forsaken up towards a very forward.
Ah, dude, look at
Unfortunately
freeing
for
go.
him, though, freeing has snuck past. That could be, you know, the
He's
nail on
he's
the head.
walked
It's
onto
so
A site within the first 20
Powerful for him.
seconds.
It's just how he plays it at the moment, and the opener is there on a Forsaken. That has to be the call
Well,
for the team to immediately get over here. He's setting up
that's
all
the-
the utility. It's just
that's the
Heaven that's
game.
going to be a little bit dirty. And now Marco
Bro, there's
again
a-
can transition
every
to playing
time
his
there's a
own
lurk
little lurk, and
everywhere.
We've already seen
There's a
how
constant
destructive
lurk on
that
the
has
map.
been so far too.
Very, very much so, Komodo. This could be it. DRX, not only did they win out in timing or the duels, they're winning out in positions as
Yeah,
well.
we gotta
And
look at
PRX
Mako here.
just have to consistently
latest
watch
luck.
their back. That is nothing too comfortable. You're gonna always feel like someone's right behind you, and as they push on out,
Damn, dude, this
it's a
is so
choke
devastating for
point.
the
DRX
PRX.
has them under a
It was a very nice
winning
attack
out
from
13-9
DRX. They
as
kind of
the final
spammed
score on their own map
the
pickup.
Vision
A
Strikers.
singular defensive round to come through
double
from there
duelist
on
hits,
PRX's side.
where
It's
you
gotta
go
be a
through
little
BC
bit
split.
hurting for them. And
I
not even a
think
little
if
bit,
they
really.
had,
You're up 8-4 at the
if
half.
PRX
You're
had
thinking
mixed
all
up
the
their
momentum's
Cypher
going
stuff,
your
maybe
way.
less traditional,
And then DRX
they
just kind of
would have
come
had a
out of
better
the
time
gates a
here.
little bit firing, continuing towards the second half, and you feel like you really don't have a leg in this race.
And
so
they
back to the
honestly
drawing board a
didn't
little
get
bit
the
for
op out enough.
PRX, and I gotta say, you know, a nice idea for them to try and change things up, right? Playing the old DRX comp, trying to adopt some features that we see some strengths
The
from
guy
them
who said
previously
PRX
here,
needed
but
11 was
I
right.
don't think
That's
even
actually
then
so
they
true.
thought the DRX are going to come out with a double duelist, and it wasn't even a double duelist really that relied on heavy dives and everything, right? Because it was still quite methodical from DRX that we usually associate for them playing meta comps.
Very much so.
Yeah, DRX are crazy. Every time we watch them play, they change their comp.
Maybe even with Termi with that little timeout from before. But once that was all called, you saw the effects of it. Still, I want to say there are two sides to any coin. This was DRX's map pick after all, and with a scoreline like this, I think PRX shouldn't be too harsh on themselves.
No, I don't think so. A bit of a warm-up.
I agree with what they're saying, but when you're 8-0
up,
a loss like this feels
right?
devastating.
Really early here. They've got a little bit of time to collect themselves to get a little bit of a deeper run.
Yeah, but that said, still, you gotta admire how they work this meta composition. Of course, Jing on the Omen as well. It's not too bad. Hopefully it does look out a little bit better for Icebox, but right now, it's just the way it is, and we're gonna have to toss it back over onto the desk.
What happened to Furia?
Because,
I mean,
well, DRX definitely still in the lead.
They had a good start. They honestly look good on Lotus.
What a hot
And then
start
they played
to
crazy on
today's
Ascent.
match, PRX and DRX, and there was a moment in the first half where we said, oh my god, PRX is back, oh my god, DRX, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Then things
I mean, yeah, because the
swiftly
comp doesn't
turned
work on
around.
defense.
They had a really good first half, PRX,
But
and the Ball of Doom.
They
But
they managed to get 4
much
rounds.
more after that when DRX figured it out in the first half.
Yeah, I couldn't
And
believe
then it
what I
just
was
felt like
watching
the
at start.
Cypher
This
tool
didn't look like
wasn't
the
in the
same
right
DRX
place.
at all. I was
But
like,
I'm not
you
sure
know,
that's
what are they
Mindfreak's
doing?
fault.
None of this makes any sense. And then it's like, you know, they kind of remembered what game they're playing for a second, and then, you know,
Okay,
they
chat.
went back up.
I'll be
But
back
this
in a
is
little bit, right?
classic. Like, they had us in
We
the
have
first half, I'm
Icebox
not gonna
coming
lie,
up, which
you
is
know.
PRX's pick,
Icebox.
which I don't think
At
I've
the
ever
end of the day,
said.
like, you have two pretty big comp
See, maybe they
switches and
picked
role
maybe they
changes
picked
for both of
Icebox
these
once
teams
in the
getting a lot of
past.
parity, and I think for PRX,
When they had
they had a good
CGRS
approach
as a
initially.
stand-in.
They went up 8-0, but they let DRX back into the game. They got a little bit too one-dimensional. They kept going for that kind of death ball
Okay,
contact
chat, I'll be back in a little bit.
over towards C in particular. It's something that DRX heavily started to figure out, and then they got pistol, and then they got bonus win, and they were well and truly back in the game. I don't feel like they had a very strong defined idea of what they wanted to do on defense until they started to respond to what PRX was doing to them and to adapt to them a little bit more. But it was a great turnaround from Flashback, who hasn't ever played Neon before. It's his first game on Neon ever.
Yeah, we were doubting it for sure, but he kind of showed us up there, you know. Map MVP there. He actually had a fantastic game with some great kills. Now, this is a big thing we wanted to talk about from that first half, is we can see how grouped PRX end up playing when they go into this attack. They love this kind of 5-man death ball. None of this fancy messing about defaulting. This is punch you in the face Valorant, where they go and trade. We saw this again and again and again through the first half, and it's a huge part of their defining style. It's what's made PRX who they are, is how efficiently they're able to trade, and it looked strong, but towards the end of that half, when DRX got the read, they managed to shut it down.
Yeah, for sure. Some really good adaptations from them time and time again. I mean, you see these side executes just kind of making sure they minimize risk with all the utility. They go in together. It's good spacing and good trading time and time again. I think here you see a classic bonus round from DRX. Here you see the Neon Wall and the smoke over in towards A-Link, and you turn it into a back garage wrap towards C. It's what allowed DRX to win the bonus, and you're able to come away with rounds like that when you play this Neon comp. It has so much pace behind it. You could be in grass 1 second, and then all of a sudden you're wrapping back garage and catching the other team completely off guard, and it just wasn't something that PRX were ready for. And even, you know, Flashback, for an example, is a player that, you know, you put him into these clutch positions, for example, that he's been able to show on the Sentinels and things like that. And he's playing the Neon in this case, ends up backside C, and he's able to come away with the goods. This is a perfect example of I saw him win this exact same clutch on the Cypher in kickoff against one of the other opponents that they played over there. So it was fantastic stuff from him. I was not a believer on the attacking, on the defensive arm. I was thinking, what the hell are they doing? And he really turned it around. I think as well, freeing onto the Cypher, it's one of his most played agents. So we've been talking about him only playing Teo so far this year, but Cypher is a very, very good pick for him, and it's an agent that he played and a role that he played a lot of over in Rare Atom.
Yeah, he's trying to expand his pool. He's trying to show us that it's not a crutch, you know? He can do more. And I mean, I think there's still more we have to see. I don't think his Cypher was quite as good as his Teo was, but, you know, they got over the line, and that's what's important.
You're still on about the Teo.
I hope he plays it on Icebox. I want more.
He's a great Cypher. But speaking of Icebox, we haven't seen these two teams play Icebox in quite a while, especially against each other. And now with the Teo, with Waylay, even ISO being buffed, Harbor being buffed, we've got a lot of changes happening, so Icebox is going to be really interesting. And what else has changed is DRX in their playstyle. The fact that they picked double duelist on Haven and played the way they did is already an evolution of this team. PRX, on the other hand, swapping roles. The thing is, I feel like we didn't really get to see fully what that means. Is if it's just Haven with Jing and Mindfreak swapping this one map, is it a permanent thing? And with the Ball of Doom, it's kind of hard to determine how effective they are.
I think Mindfreak playstyle-wise does fit a Sentinel. I don't mind that change at the end of the day. So I think that's fine. For Jing on something like an Omen, you could be a little bit more aggressive in that controller role. I think a lot of people were asking to see more of Jing on an Omen or something, so they were quite surprised when Jing was put on Sentinel roles and things like that when PRX were going to more standardized comps. So I think they're experimenting with some things. I mean, we've seen plenty of Breach already from something, so that's not a huge departure. And Forsaken on a flash, flash in agent or like a flash duelist in this case, like a Yoru, is not outside the realms of possibility.
Yeah, I do have to say as well, it's definitely nice seeing DRX not run this Teo style in a way. You know, there was a lot of talk of like, you know, that was their style, right? They ran it the whole way through kickoff, the whole way through Masters, and now they're showing, hey, we don't even need that. Well, we can play well, we can win maps without doing that. So it really shows that extra wrinkle that they managed to add to their game post-Masters.
To touch on that, like you're talking about Teo, Freeing not being on Teo, so what do you put him on? Well, he played Senti before like a Cypher, so that forces Flashback into a different role, and in this case, that's Duelist. You know, it went okay, I think. Definitely, you know, one half was not great, one half was amazing, so we'll see if they continue to do stuff like that in the future.
I'm just wondering how this is going to carry forward. Again, into Icebox. Flashback, yes, our MVP. We were a little, you know, curious about the Neon, like we've said. It was the very first time he's been on the Neon, but he proved it, had a lot of really great clutch rounds that helped carry them forth actually in that first half and build up that momentum. I wonder how often are we going to see this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for it more after this map. You know, the casters spoke about this during the game, but Neo needs a lot of setup. And at the start, it didn't feel like he was managing to get that. And then as the team kind of clicked, settled into the game, it felt like he was able to get set up a little more, like we spoke about in that bonus round. Well, he was able to settle into the server and win those clutches.
I mean, it just comes down to what side that they were playing on, right? You know, you can play the game in the way that you intended and be a little bit more assertive on attack. Defense, they weren't really sure that what to do on their initial approach against what PRX was doing, and once they actually started to get their stuff together a little bit more and adapt, that's where he was able to shine, and they understood, okay, we need to play a bit more of a retake style, we need to play kind of a flood style on C, for example, and understand how the Neon actually fits into that.
I do want to talk about expectations for the remainder of this map. Do you guys stand by your DRX prediction?
I mean, I do after that. I'm glad that they settled in, but map 2 is a complete unknown, right? You know, no Pacific teams played Icebox in a long time, let alone just these two teams, so we don't know what to expect. Icebox is now a place where you're able to be a little bit more creative than you used to be as well. We know
let's see what comes to get for Icebox.
So
technically, this is a smart pick for PRX because DRX have had less time to practice
I just don't see it now. I get that that's the direction that they're
going,
but
they've never really been great.
Go back to the old school ways. Give me Waylay. Give me
the cooking continues.
I hope so too,
ready yourself.
Like
oh
PRX,
boy.
for example, even when people were playing like KO Gecko,
Chaos has given us a heads up to the comps are a little bit crazy.
On Icebox, and they were a good team doing that on Icebox.
Like I think they can run Sage, but I just don't. You know. We
2 8-0 comebacks today.
And it looked,
it's true.
Fine for the first half, but then it fell
and it just
apart
shows you
on
that you can just snowball back,
you know,
right?
It's less about trading,
all it really
so
shows is that you can just snowball. Like both sides.
So I don't want to see them rely on that.
Pistol's
when that's
just
not
so much
who
in
they
this
are
game.
At their core. They're W gamers, so I want to see that back.
Do you think we're going to see any surprises from DRX? I know this is a little bit.
Dude, I think we are. I think we're going to see. I can't believe DRX changed their Haven comp.
I'm still really surprised about Haven.
Every time I watch them, they change their comp.
The thing is, I wonder how cooked that was, though, because they
somehow just have more time than everyone else in the world.
Less prep time than a lot of other teams. Maybe they're just throwing something like an off comp in there. So Icebox is a big question mark.
They
for
didn't
me.
use
I
op much.
would
No, they
expect
needed to get
DRX
op
will
set
be
up
the
on
team
A
to
like every round.
Either they're going to throw a curveball in terms of a half-cooked comp, which I think that Haven comp might have been, to be fair. But I think I would expect them to do something a little bit more standardized versus PRX, who've had a lot of time to prepare. I would expect them to be the team, especially being the team that did pick Icebox into this series, to throw something a little bit more crazy in there.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. You know, it's nice having a map that's a complete unknown. It's always great when we get these map pool changes. And I think when a map comes back in and there's lots of changes in Valorant, for me that's the most fun time because everybody gets to try new things.
Oh, absolutely, and I expect nothing less from both of these two
There we
teams
go.
now, where DRX used to be kind of predictable, really solid, but also very predictable. And they
Oh my
do
goodness.
not disappoint.
We got a
Let's
Waylay.
go!
Forsaken. Forsaken is
Teo,
adding another
Waylay,
notch to the
Sova,
agent
Viper,
pool
KO.
Here.
It's Waylay time!
You got a
Finally
Recon,
got it.
a
Now,
Flash,
this is such an exciting comp from
and I
PRX.
guess
Pairing it up with the
Teo.
Teo. We have the KO that we saw dominate
Sure.
on the map before,
Honestly,
but Waylay is
but
going to be
how
the
do
star
you-
here. The first
how do you
time
have
it's been
no
picked to
info,
Pacific. Who else
Sentinel?
to do it but Forsaken?
Yeah, no hard senti for PRX though, so there will definitely be gaps on their defense initially to exploit.
Yeah, they're gonna
DRX
struggle
need
on
to be well
defense,
aware of
no?
that. They can
But
definitely
maybe they
get a
just
lot more
play.
space
I
on
think they
them.
play defense
I'm
like
keeping an eye on
attack.
what
I guess.
PRX are gonna be
At least
able
they
to
have
do
like
this way. I
drone,
think they have to go
drone,
for things like
knife,
tube aggression or
recon.
keep an eye on middle a lot more, just 'cause
So they get a
don't
bit of
have
it.
something like a Killjoy,
And
which
then
really
DRX
lets you
just go
keep
for
a
the
lot
most
of
standard.
control on the map on defense.
Not
for
even.
DRX, I mean, it's a very standardized
what?
comp, just with the change of initiator and keeping
They go for a
freeing of the
no
Teo. So I wanna
Sova
see how Teo
Icebox
goes
with
here on
Teo
Icebox.
double
Well,
smokes.
you got your Teho, and Jing is also now playing an initiator on Teho. We're gonna go back to
How do they-
Komodo and Quack
how
to
do they
take
take
this
B?
crazy next map away.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
so confused.
Victoria,
I'm so
Solace, Big
confused.
Time, and Pilsy.
Okay,
I think
sure,
Pilsy
it's
got-
fine.
Got some really good points, though. I mean, Sentinel's
Both
composition
comps
is going to be a
have
little bit tricky,
giant
especially
flaws.
given how PaperX are starting out
DRX
defense,
on
but you gotta
attack,
love
PaperX
how
on
they're trying to
defense.
work alongside
DRX
the
should
KO,
really struggle to
and
just
the
clear
meta
all
picks.
of this
Waylay
if the drone gets
already
shot early.
kicking off. It's a bit of an aggressive
PaperX
line
should just
with the
struggle
Viper
everywhere on
around
defense if there's a
410.
lark.
Yeah, well, everybody for DRX bar one surrounding this A side as well, right? So a little bit of a slower stall up towards the
So
side itself.
you want to see
and
DRX
you don't
slow
generally
play,
think that Waylay's
but
gonna
at the
be a
same time
defensive
you want to
agent.
see
And you gotta
PaperX
remember
probably
that the
fight
Rack's
this
gonna
more than
allow
you've seen teams
Forsaken
fight
to
this
go in
before,
for a
which honestly in the
challenge,
pistol they're
take
already done.
the hopeful dub, and then get out.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to how he was playing that Yoru before, but you gotta be very careful, right? Just pressing that ability or refracting back, there is a very tiny window where you can get punished. So, right now, it's just playing it safe, off angles, in towards the site. Not gonna be able to find too much though, and a bit of a salvo being sent through
Yeah,
as well.
dude,
Jim
Mako's
holding
gonna
on
have
to his
so much fun
currently, and
larking.
there it
Oh
goes,
my
allowing
goodness.
for the rest of the team to kind of flood back in. However, that dark smoke, that one way, is blocking so much of it off. As soon as it blooms away, it's going to be Hyunmin now finding the shot back in. Straight in with the Sheriff's, though. Flashback will get gunned down, and here it comes. Bane back in towards a safer spot.
But Mako,
Trades
big
for
jewel at
trades,
mid.
and Freeing will take
Yeah.
the next player down.
Mako had him
Mindfreak
early.
even gunned down from the back. All that's left is just Devi. The spike, not
Does
yet
he worry
planted.
about time and
20
go through
seconds
middle?
left.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, Marco holding out in mid. Very nice timing as well to just recognize that there's a potential flank to come through from PaperX. And at the end of all the damage that is delivered on the A site, freeing on 2 HP, and Marco still on 100 is what is left for DRX to pretty much continue the flawless run from our first map. But Devi
Ooh.
here,
Oh,
10
that's
seconds
unlucky
off the 0
timing.
point, but spotted out.
Yeah, and you gotta imagine Freeing's just playing from a very safe spot. He's holding on to those salvos for sure. So the first obstacle, you gotta break through Devi. It's gotta be Mako. He's still playing around the boxes
Yeah,
so
he's
much
playing
though.
it well, though.
Bit of a tag. It's not gonna be enough. Devi needs to push up front, and as he does, he's gonna be
Dude, look
exposing
at how
himself to
confident
more
Mako
angles.
is.
Mako's
No
got
joke,
this under
Mako
lock and key.
could
Pissed around
get,
over
like,
towards DRX.
20
but
kills
you
on
gotta
attack.
consider it was very winnable for PRX when they're actually
There's a chance
taking their
that this
time,
could be a
dumping
20,
a lot of this
because
utility
he could
in
just
towards
be
the
larking the
A side
whole
to try
time.
and make things a little bit hot and heavy for DRX.
It's
So
gonna
look
be
at
a
all
nightmare
of this
to try to deal
utility
with.
around the site, and when the dark cover fades, that's when you have to just see these duels be won out by DRX, and that's exactly what happens. Some trades there for sure, yes, but ultimately in the round, it's Marco's kill on towards Mindfreak that I would say was a pivotal moment. If he loses that duel, I mean, you play to the numbers, right? The 1 versus 2 should go the way of PaperX.
Papachi bats with the tier 1. Thank you
That's
so
it,
much,
though.
mate.
I mean,
Thank you
a lot
for
of it
that.
is still going down to the double controller. Oh, wow.
Appreciate
okay,
you.
starting things off. Salvo's already towards the back.
Mako,
DRX just
Mako
hanging back a little bit
pops
as
up
well.
the
You know, they've
smoke,
got all these
and he is
players
already
here,
in
they've got
kitchen.
guns,
15
and
seconds
at the
into the
same
round.
time, What was Pilsky talking about again? Yeah, no hard sentinel.
Yeah,
Mako
no
gets the stun
sentinel,
all the way
so
towards the back.
he is having a
does
lot
spot
of
out
fun
Mind
here.
Freak, trigger discipline though, and he's just holding onto it. Mind Freak now gunned down, headshots through, and the rest of the team will launch their assault in.
He's got another one. He's looking for 3.
Yeah, he's going
That's
for the
crazy.
20.
What a flank to come out from Marco. A
doable.
flawless round to come through from DRX, but you just got to remember it is against the weak pistols of PRX, right? You can't take away too much from that round. A nice idea for them to stack, for sure. Yeah, a nice idea. But I will say one thing, actually. What does that expose? It exposes the tube position. It exposes that because you don't have a sentinel, you have to be way more proactive around the map as PRX. And this agent composition that they've got
is that TP
is
relatively
able
safe
to do that. If you've
with
got
that
nice
smoke?
timing on your darts, your 0 point, your recon, you can do something like that.
And that's where I get a little bit concerned as well, Komodo.
2 pause,
Because
3 pause.
PRX, as it is, are already
Maybe if
facing
the
so
smoke
much
cleans out.
pressure from the
That might be right.
fans, from their
Honestly,
team, from each other even at times.
DRX might have,
And
the smoke's kind of cool.
It just can't feel good. You know, you're constantly thinking now, and now you might be worrying about tube so much.
Yeah, definitely
so that
leaks over
playing
too much.
way
Actually,
too
definitely is good.
defensive. Look at what they're doing right now, hanging back.
Okay,
trying to
first
check
big buy
for
round.
mid. DRX, meanwhile, just continues to hold, slow creeps up back in towards A.
Yeah, and if you're
First big
DRX
buy
at the
round.
moment, how do you want
DRX's
to try
money's
and get
already
in towards
really
this
good,
site too,
and the bonus
right?
is
What
great.
sniffing abilities do you technically have? You've still got the drone to come out from freeing, but more importantly, right, do you want to try and just recollect together when you hear some utility going from PRX? Because this gives you the idea that they don't 100% know where you are either, right? They're trying
How do
to
you
figure
defend
out the
against this?
information at this point in the
They
round
should be
at the
going
same time.
aggro,
Precisely,
and honestly, the
that's
aggro
just
should
what
be on
happens.
B.
Drone out from drone,
These
one
comps
into
shouldn't be
mid,
able to
one
get
from A
into this
in
position,
from
in my
DRX.
opinion,
And with that, they
without
time
using
it
a drone.
perfectly into B as
Or you
well.
just
So a
heavy
bit of a
play
toxic
Palmy
screen,
yellow.
It's a bit of a jiggle from Mind Freak as well, but I don't know if he spotted out enough.
Yeah, there's 2 positions around the map that are of key importance. What damage can freeing do to keep PRX here? And importantly, what information do PRX find over at the B site? And unfortunately, they started to shift, which meant
three times
vulnerability for
Larka
something.
winning the
And
round
look
at the
how far
moment.
forward freeing is.
That is
20 seconds though, 20 seconds.
incredible. But yeah, I think they're still good, Komodo. 20 seconds, yes, that might be the case, but Freeing's got all of this locked down. Still though, okay, looking away, 90 degrees, just around screens, it's a little bit scary.
Salvos to stop the plant, yeah.
DRX still looking for a safe spot to plant. Bane gets it just in the nick of time. PRX might have the site surrounded, but at the same time, Mako still not detected.
Nice shot.
Will look to launch the assault
The harder you
straight in.
think.
Takes that one pick off,
And I'm
gets
telling you, the
flashback.
pressure of Mako
And at
is
the
going to
same
be...
time, Forsaken's
It's
still
going to be
alive.
here.
No utility though, so he's just gonna have to gun his way through. Takes down Freeing, and all that's left, Bane and Mako all the way towards the back. They have the spike under their sights. Looking to play around that though, but the reload not
Mako
in his
11
favor.
HP.
Forsaken will swing, but Mako swings as well. That's a shot, a trade for trade, and down it's
No way,
Mind Freak
Mako.
around
Oh
the
my
toxic screen.
goodness.
Mako
I said he was going to get
spots
20
him
kills. I
anyway.
should have upped it, bro.
Getting the plant down
He's on
at the right
8.
spot at the end where all that utility looks to stall you. The reason I highlight 20 seconds, Quack, as well, because you've got to wait and respect out salvos. A lot of times when teams have those available, right, you have to recognize as well. Have we seen them? Are they down the 40 seconds as
DRX
well?
are playing
They throw them out,
lovely,
they
though.
stabilize at the end there.
Like,
What I
lovely,
highlight too,
lovely.
A good 0 point actually in the middle of this retake meant that
And,
DRX had to fight a couple of those duels
PRX
dry. And it starts to look a little bit
can't-
awkward, right?
like,
PRX are hitting the shots in
two
towards that
weaknesses
one,
of the
but at
comps,
the
right?
end,
They,
I think
like,
you just kind
they
of
both
forget
have
about
a
all
giant
the early
weakness.
stages in the round
The
because
attacker
Mako
can't really
just
take
flushed.
this, to be
Yeah,
honest
it's
with
just
you.
another delicious Red Bull
And
clutch from
the
Mako,
defense
as he's
can't get
known
info
to do.
anywhere, so
That
they're like
said, though,
really
I'd like
susceptible
see
to the
PRX
lurks. We've seen
play a little bit more
DRX
comfortably,
like
right?
3
You know, playing
times.
defensive just
I've
isn't
seen
quite
PRX
working
like
out
what
for
fight
them.
this. I mean, maybe they
Right
fought
now,
it twice, I
they've got
guess,
3-2
kind of,
split.
but they always
They
leave
peek
it.
into B and they don't see anything.
Yeah. That's important.
Yeah,
as
so
well,
this is
right?
nice. It's probably the
Recognize
nicest
that
round from
PRX
PRX at the
are trying
moment.
to do something
Go
with the
aggro,
lesser
B.
weaponry. I love to see these sort of
The
ideas
drone's been
towards the
used,
gun
which
rounds
means
as
that they
well.
can't retake
Fashion
over
a good
towards
duel,
B.
a good overwhelming force. It can always
As soon as
go
that
trade,
drone
but
gets
the fact
used,
that
this
they don't
comp
see
can't do
anything at B,
anything.
they're going to have some numbers here for the retake when the spike does go down.
With that, numbers for numbers, yeah, Komodo, I'm still quite worried. You know, given the weaponry, it's going to be tough for PRX. Bit of a refract from Forsaken. I don't know how much information that's really going to give to the team. Toxic screen up. Maybe they look to stick the defuse somewhere here or there.
There's only so many positions that you can look to spam this defuse down attempt though, right?
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, timings.
Tough for sure. One point on another, they're going to have to push out, and as they do, it's going to be a bit of a choke point. Two angles being locked down, freeing alongside
it's a
Flashback.
slaughter at the
now
moment.
chiming in as well.
Let's
Only
see what
one
the
frag
Byron's
found
like.
for PRX. DRX, on the other hand, a 4-0 scoreline.
Yeah, off to a similar start from what PRX were able to do over on Haven, right? So it feels like attacking side, your opponent's map pick, good start.
Picking
but
Icebox
does it falter
when you
over
don't
at the
play
end? We'll have to see
Info
that
Sentinel
in,
is
a couple of
wild.
moments' time in the future. But right now, I mean, DRX are looking to carry momentum. They're looking to be very cohesive. You know, the comms you're expecting to be good because everybody is recognizing on DRX at the moment what utility needs to go where. Even in the positions where the time is starting to become a factor, they're also, you know, kind of looking pretty good. So try to cut the head off this one nice and early. PRX have a timeout, and we already saw in the first series, right, conversion rates on the back of timeouts.
And that's the whole thing. You know, PRX, they have been known to do this before off of timeouts, but it's been a bit of a tough year for them so far. We'll see if this really comes into factor for them. You can see
they're definitely going to go more aggro.
He isn't molding. He's very active.
Waylay? I mean, the Waylay will be fine on attack. And like honestly, their comp will be good on attack.
Won the whole of kickoffs.
It's just they probably got to get like what, 4 on defense maybe.
As we head back on over to
3.
Pacific, playing old compositions that they've been known to
But also,
play before.
if you have this comp, are you not?
Players, they're very
do you not have like sick stuff going aggro?
I'll flip it on the other side
Like, let's look at the comp.
PRX,
Like, should you not just have a recon, like a recon that lands here with a KO flash, and then your Waylay goes on top of this, and then you know that they're not coming B, then you hold close with 1, could be the Waylay, I don't really mind, and then you don't rotate until they use the drone. When they use the drone, then you can go elsewhere. Okay, at least they went aggro over towards here. Like, this is what we want to see. They have to go aggro.
Back in the game, if anything. Right now, they have the guns, of course, but still, smoke's up and online. And right now, it's going to be the B site under attack. DRX have already planted their boots firmly into the ground. Bane in with a single headshot. Hyunmin looks to take down the player out from upper, but also something just getting into safety.
God, it's a nightmare.
B site and a protective pit as well. I mean, how do you get into this retake as
Mako 9-0.
That's going to be tough for sure. Be it Forsaken.
Definitely farm this some more if he wanted to. Oh, he does leave it. Keep an eye on the luck, by the way. Every single round so far we've had a luck.
Flashback coming up from behind. Bane repositioning around as well. The pit might fall, and PRX might be able to push up, but you are absolutely right, Komodo. They are running out of time. Bit of Taeho utility. The Armageddon rings through. They're off of the spike. They might have yellow under control, but do they find the frags?
Look at Mako go, by the way.
Something tries.
It's a nice shot from something to win that,
but needs a little bit more. Flashback suddenly now up from behind reveals the surprise.
So who have we had luck in? We've had freeing luck, we've had flashback luck, we've had Mako luck. Like, it's so hard for PRX to keep on top of this. Because it doesn't matter about like agent names that they spot. Everyone's allowed to luck.
I'm looking at PRX. You mentioned that there's an operator in there, right, for Forsaken. And it's a difficult weapon to get in towards it, specifically on this Waylay where you're trying to see players that are adopting it, getting in quick, getting the information, maybe a kill, and then refracting back out, right? Already using that ability earlier on, no longer available. Yes, you could try and use your ultimate to get your team in towards it, but you just look at that B side, how disconnected DRX are from the actual position. It's awkward, and you switch in towards the next
there goes
round,
the hero gun.
Not
able to retrieve it.
Shut down. These pistols of PRX not able to find too much.
Yeah, it is pistols after all. But you gotta imagine it doesn't feel too good. At least Jing will be able to get away with one up on pipes, but at the same time, back into B, we got a little bit of
Ring around the
that's weird.
Yeah, that's right. Mind Freak spotted up by the alarm bomb.
Flashback's like, well, shot.
Hello, Flashback's there. And with that,
it's a freebie.
B side as well for DRX.
Yeah, maybe you can take that gun away that Bane did drop.
This is really rough.
Guy's already got that in possession too, right? So we'll see what damage is going to be able to.
Is single tail with Sova without a Sova actually enough on this map? I personally don't think so. I don't think it should be working, but it's like both comps have flaws, and I think the PRX's flaw is way bigger than the DRX's flaw.
But at the same time, looking at
Like
this,
that,
positioning that they are working with
just having
so
no
far,
info sentinel means you're just gonna have the worst time ever.
The fact that you don't have these traps around the map,
but honestly, this comp long term shouldn't really work.
Just into this spot. Okay, gunned down by Devi, but now it's on to Flashback, up by mid. Jing at least marks
but
down
Icebox
the
is a weird map,
so
man.
a couple kills. That is still a bit of damage being delivered by PRX.
Yeah, there's a lot of credits. however, for DRX, so they're not going to be too phased on the back of this one. I mean, you'll just take away a death orb, right? So you get a little bit closer towards your ultimates to have a massive round later on, which is kind of the position that we're starting to kind of need from PRX, though, right? We need a massive round to come out from them because they're going for a little bit of the space
keep
control,
the gun
right?
into it.
Let's see the
buy.
No DRX members home. We see it in this
They
pistol
got to
round
do
where
something.
they attempt the same sort
They
of
got
thing.
to have something
A
aggro.
site, there's DRX members, but they get shut down, right? So we're kind of seeing, all right, cut PRX a little bit of slack if they go for something like a stack, right?
Do you think PRX have more success? Are they more proactive with their comp? Yeah.
If DRX do not go towards their site, but also in a stack scenario, don't get too aggressive.
Like they need to do something like this
DRX out.
and see what they're doing.
Them reset, you buy yourself a lot of time.
That's exactly
Flash
what PRX has to do.
salvos,
Here it comes. Quick
insta-send.
dash in. Ooh, but instantly gunned down. The entire Korean squad will deny Forsaken any early space. Spike dropped into safe position.
I think they, dude, I flamed another team for doing this. I think that aggro focus is wrong position.
And at the same time now, continuing to push out front. Divide off the null command, unfortunately gunned down. Still kind of ringing through, pulsing away with his ultimate, but his teammate now coming back in for support.
Sniffing things out with the drone as well. Feels like you're not going to be able to get Divide back on up. The trade starts to coming out. It's all Mindfreak.
As his head gets revealed as well. Flashback. Trying to work around it. Still looking to play the objective. The spike will go down. Mindfreak just tries to delay a little bit further with the snake bite.
Oh, maybe.
He'll cut himself through. He hears the tap at the very least, but not quite finding a position. Still has to watch out for Flashback. There it is, at least the first kill. Nanoswarms instantly popped, and Flashback looks to play around the wall.
Hey, nicely done from Mindfreak. What a round.
And
they're on the board.
An entire ace
They're on the board. Is it a rough round to win because everyone's dead
Individual moments
and you have to rebuy 4?
Generally memorable in Valorant,
1 armor,
right? For
yeah.
PRX, that is an important one in this series right
nice
now to get
impact
back
from
in towards
Mindfreak.
this map, hopefully. To start with a foot in front of the other on this map. Mindfreak to do it all. And you got to remember as well, right? I'm saying at the beginning of this round, if you're going for a stack, not to get too aggressive, because we haven't really seen too much success for setting up Forsaken on the back of these waylay positions, right? He gets on in, but there's too many DRX members that look at that position because there's a quick time, right? To get that gun out. But I think more importantly, Mindfreak planted his feet around that B site. He knew where they were coming from. He knew Marco was going to be lurking up towards Kitchen or somewhere in that round, and he found what he needed.
Oh, late flash and pop up here. Okay, I like this. Marco, though, is going to hear all of this, and he has just taken time from the smoke, and they have no idea.
Doesn't see anything though.
Oh god. It's a great kill from Mindfreak, but dude, look at the Lux. Lux on Lux.
DRX still working all the ways around the map. Flashback takes down the next player. Something.
Yeah, but you immediately just turn tail and run over towards the A side because you got the kill here from the back of Flashback, from the shadows to quickly get a plant. This buys so much time in the rotation, actually, from PRX right now.
It's a masterclass in lurking. Yeah, but it's just like, have you ever played those games in ranked where you're a Viper and they have no info sentinel? It's actually the most fun you can have in this game, I would say. Apart from maybe like when the Judge was busted and Raze was busted. Like playing a Viper on this map where they have a no info sentinel, like you literally get like 25 kills on attack. It's so sick.
These plans of action for what Waylay is to provide, right? When you're trying to light speed over towards the tube, you're trying to find some timing in combination with a flash, right? So you'll be seeing Divide try and set up a flash drive with right timing to get that peek over to find anybody who's lurking into mid, where Marco has been playing so much this map so far, right? But he just kind of holds W, shifting up, gets in front of that utility. You see generally really timing needed though with the flash drive or with players around the world playing
That's the thing, Komodo, because you know all these combos can work out.
Like you said, Westfing kind of happened. They won one with Mindfreak surviving. To rebuy armor, they lose the next.
You're either not getting any flash value against your opponents, or
you're
getting
wrecked.
Forsaken at that moment.
You guys are getting wrecked. You gotta do something.
So a nice idea, execution not really there.
Like this one smoke right now is owning them.
Workshopped a little bit further, but at the same time, I mean, right now, just playing for that information game, PRX have been slipping under their noses every single round. You know, whether it's back onto the end of the sites.
One of the first times they got the fast kill, it feels like.
Able to sneak up onto Nest and get one for free.
Yeah, freeing down. That's a lot of your
The problem is, as soon as this timer goes longer, like there is going to be pressure 3 positions. Right, look what's having to happen for PRX. Okay, this one smoke of middle means that we have to have one here and one here.
Trying to mark for it as well.
Like it's 2 people for what some util would just normally do in terms of info.
The next player as well, Forsaken just throwing off crosshair placements with a refract.
But again, they probably only need 4, and this is 2. This is 2.
To bomb away at his position, Forsaken in with a quad.
Really quick utility to come out from him as well. I love that that saturate comes out, just provides him enough time to reposition his aim to go for these multi-frags too. They didn't overcook things in that round as PRX. Pretty followable. Sending in Forsaken.
It's very similar vibes to Haven, right? DRX run a comp that can't hold aggro A on defense. All they need to get is like 4 rounds.
Really good resilience to come through for PRX.
Similar thing, giant hole in the comp. In theory, all they need is 4, but
to the previous map right now, and so I would be looking.
They flash over the top. So this is something that I wanted to see them do. With a recon deeper and then you can push. That's nice. Try and push them into the Viper ult, but maybe we overextend if we're trying to push them to the Viper ult. Yeah, we're overextending a little bit.
That's immediately going to send the guys back over towards the B side as well, because a pit generally at this A site, if you can
the overall idea here is nice
though. You're not
detected,
you can crunch on towards Mindfreak in a potential split. So the onus really is on PRX here to get some information in the next couple of moments to try and bring a little bit more stability back in towards this round.
They haven't quite been able to do so, though. Instead, in fact, it is DRX getting the information in with the stealth drone out. Still, though, wow, look at this setup. A bit outside the window, it turns out to be a high-low lockdown in place as well now.
Yeah, and that lockdown is going to flush.
Do they expect a second lock?
Ultimate for an ultimate exchange, and affords you a little bit of time to get a plant.
Mako
finds the timing on the flank as well, and Hunman found Mindfreak too.
Yeah, and off those positions now, PRX find themselves in a tougher spot. Forsaken just having to hold outside. Needs to look for Mako before he even gets close to screens.
There's no way.
Though, and that's the headshot through. Off to the other end. It's just Jing trying to work.
Imagine they win this 2v4. Ult goes in, doesn't hit anyone on sight. They got no vision block. It should be impossible. We got a late lock. I think this might even be an overstep, to be honest, from DRX. Thank God Fring got the kills. Because if Fring goes down there, I think Flashback can't even get to the spike here.
If DRX members were playing on the side itself, that convergent pass would have been great, right? Remove their ability to essentially shoot back and
just trying to win some jewels, and
then maybe you get a really good retake happening on him. But the fact that DRX just get themselves out of the site, start to play a little bit more post-play.
Is 2 enough? Probably not.
They kind of recognize that ultimate is available, and generally you would either see 1 of 2 positions where that might go. Cutting off the side of elbow towards,
I will say, you got to give props to DRX.
Unfortunately for PRX,
like,
it was the ladder.
We've seen a luck
into a new gun round, however,
every single round. We're more like every single round we've had a luck. We're more just counting when we've had like 2 lucks. There's always been a luck.
Everyone's kind of flooding back through. Guns in hand, Forsaken for the info. No shot.
Oh boy, we're out in the open with the TP away as well.
Confirms that where DRX is heading towards. Back into it. That's a bit of a snake bite, but Jing holds true. Bane, though,
and Bane goes for the what is this? Like the foot TP? They do this all the time.
Down to it, Something and Mindfreak trying to reclaim space, but timing's already been lost and afforded to DRX. Viper's Pit up and online.
Timing now. It's timing for something.
Something is very early, and like they might not expect it. It's the only thing they got going for him. Yeah, they're just on top of it. Can Mako reach the 20 kills that I said he might get on attack? I don't think so. I think it's like 14, right? Wait, 15. He would need an ace.
Good assists from Devi in there. Flash drives to permit his team to get a couple of kills, but you overlook the fact that Bane can TP across and jump over, right? He gets behind him. Some trades to come out from him as well. And just
yeah, this is a lovely play, though. They had an extra smoke to TP. But that's probably better than what teams are doing.
DRX a really good grasp.
Dude, someone on DRX really does coach,
with some shakeups, sure, on how to deal with this
the coaches really do some work.
And when he sees too many numbers, he
and it looks like probably the players chip in as well. Like to have this many different comps in the time that they have, and to have like, I'm not saying the biggest strat book, because on Haven they kind of spammed the Vision Strikers hit on the buy rounds, but it's still decent.
Is it gonna be enough? DRX gets to plant the spike down on site,
and both teams have the Armageddon at the moment too, so it really comes down to the value that you're going to be able to find behind this.
And off of that now.
I mean, it's pretty much just a dumb rounds, no? The afterplant util is probably too good. Brings all. Whoa. Okay, that's a big kill though.
They managed to take him down. Bane now trying to hold back. Yarbergen gets sent through. Not quite finding Bane though, but he does kind of reposition even further in. The clock continues to tick against PRX, but Forsaken makes quick work.
Oh, let the mollies down as well.
2 kills already, and now
Damn, fair play. PRX did unbelievable on this. They got 3.
Bent,
3 is doable. 3 is doable. Okay.
He's on 5 HP.
In theory, we're about to see why they picked this comp.
Very quick trigger shots to come out from him there. Something that we would generally associate with him, right? But not on a waylay so
I don't want to be too hopeful.
Not too much value, I gotta say.
But the comp didn't make sense on defense, right? So you would imagine it makes defense sense on attack. Whoa, that's a fast shot.
A Jet, for example, or a Raze, for example.
Again, I want to shout out how good DRX played, though.
Some value here
like DRX, as much as the comp doesn't make sense for PRX, like DRX did incredible.
And this is again, PRX shaking things up. New agents to come out for them, shifts and rolls. But the fundamentals, taking space, switching it up between speed, between patience. We're seeing a lot more patience come out from them at the moment.
Which is, kind of lovely.
Got to flank the flanks.
You might say that
I mean, you can't get lucked on if you're like controlling middle,
really
like you're pushing them.
Something new and experiment a little bit, and that is what we've known PRX to do, to be creative, to be innovative. It's lovely to see, but you just need them to keep themselves in the game, not really let that pressure get to them. That's why I really want to think that
I think PRX should have played more aggro on defense for sure. I would have been going aggro B every round.
You just want to keep on supporting them no matter what they do. And just hope that one day they truly come back in their true form. At the same time, though, as you mentioned, fundamentals, my oh my, DRX. How clean do they look, especially with the start of this first half? It's like 6 rounds straight in a row before dropping anything.
Yeah, and then you're going a little bit backwards and forwards, and no one's really finding consecutive rounds until the 2, kind of the later stage for DRX. But again, your job's kind of done for what you needed to find in your first half, right? Now you shift your mentality into playing a little bit more defensive DRX, and the difference that they have is an actual Sentinel, right? So I'm going to be keen to see what Flashback is going to do, what positions he's going to be playing around the map. I mean, more importantly,
do they need pistol? Oh, for sure.
In general.
That's exactly what they've got with their toolkit. So right now, just
okay, you got Flashback kind of showing off a little bit with the turret to spot middle and the alarm bot to spot if you like under.
Toxic screen up.
They're showing them that they can hold it all with one person
as well, and just obfuscate what Hyunmin can see. So if you're talking about some protocols, these are the things that are kind of bread and butter when it comes to Icebox.
Drone up as well. Hyunmin tucks himself into the corner. Whoa! Wait, Forsaken knew where he was, but he was still able to get the headshot nonetheless. In with the timing on the recoil. Still, PRX will continue to push on through with a bit of a contact play.
Sometimes I look at the like the PRX HP and I'm like, oh, okay, they're probably gonna go down here. And they push through a smoke and insta get headshots.
At the right time, but needs to spot everyone out. Toxic screen comes up though.
I mean, this is on. I'll be honest, this game is actually super on.
It's got quite a bit of work cut out for
Damn, something with the low HP going for the luck as well on Mako.
So you really want to try and not do that if you're in a
pure revenge.
3. Now position being spotted. I mean, this is going to be extremely difficult for Mako.
Okay. Well, he has been known to pull off insane clutches, but I don't think it's going to happen quite in this round.
All right, I think this is on, to be honest. I think this can get close.
Making the long trip all the way up mid towards his back, so PRX.
Because this is a nightmare comp to defend against.
Yeah, big strength in numbers as well when they start to find the kills around the site after Hyunmin was able to get the open up. So all of them barraging through the smokes, so the walls together and setting yourself up for a
He darted here, yeah, they kind of thought he was sticking it, so he wanted to just get him for
the narrative that if you're at a deficit in a map of Valorant, you need to find the pistol, especially if you're something like an 8-4, a 9-3, or albeit like a 10-2 and further on. So the 9-3 here, the fact that PRX
so they're allowed one. They're allowed one death.
Them will start to get them a little bit more confident in towards this.
Oh.
Confidence.
Whoa.
A very much needed resource. Forsaken though right now feeling a little bit of confidence as well.
Bro is everywhere.
Opponent Bane. Right
who can they get ult onto something? That's the main thing here. Like in an ideal world now, everyone relaxes from PRX you swap the
Pretty
guns, and then
I wouldn't mind
something kind of
getting
hunts
activated
within
in
like
these
the next
duels
10
as well to get closer
seconds.
to Hunter's Fury. He's 2 off.
Does have the Vandal. Still, though, he's playing into a very defensive position. It's going to be Jing holding.
But instead,
the
we got
offense.
3
Instead,
guns playing
Forsaken
close.
with
But I mean,
a bit of
they're the worst
well,
guns playing
thin
close at
angle
least.
towards Raptors. Spots out 1. Continues to push forward off of a bit of utility, and that's going to be Flashback taking him down now. Devi alongside
What
Jing.
a shot.
Okay, spotted out by Mako. Don't want to lose too much here, guys. It's going to be Mind Freak now off towards the back of mid, spotting out yet another player. No real exits quite yet. Simply found
something
for
will take
DRX.
that.
Just Flashback now stuck inside of mid. Yeah,
All right, goes into the
lose another play
bonus.
in that process,
They lost
Komodo.
2
Yeah, I was
guns.
gonna say, like, imagine
But one was a
world in which
Spectre,
everybody disconnected
so it's not
from
the
site and
worst.
you
They
somehow
pretty much
able to
lost a
look for
Bulldog
defuse out
and
there.
a Spectre,
Something's,
and they're 1
kinda
away
looking
from
after that one from the
something's
back of the
ult.
rafters, 1 away from the Hunter's Fury, and the way that they've just kind of
But I do
dealt
think they could have
respect
had the ult
towards
into
this
this
A
round.
side as well and commanded the respect rather.
They played
I
this a
wouldn't
little
be
bit
surprised
better.
if he's either getting a pick or an orb or plane or something, and then they can play a Hunter's Fury in the post lane in this bonus round, and that's what this is, right? It's a bonus round. We actually got some pretty good damage as DRX in the previous round, so setting up for this round now, you're looking towards all the Vandals. An Outlaw was seen though, so for Mind Freak, you got to consider that's in play. We've got to go for full shields. Are we playing off and losing any bits of utility because of that?
Teo damage
for now.
at the top to break the turret.
On defensive force, and now in with the
Oh my
ascendant
goodness.
position, Hyunmin will be able to pick 2
Guys,
off.
I'm not gonna lie, you got a silver draw on this, no?
Now, PRX
I get that you want it for your silver ult, but you got a silver draw on this.
I mean, take a look at the minimap.
Yeah.
Free is all the way up towards down mid.
And you've got no quick availability to get across in towards yellow either here, right? So you kind of need to combine a dart and a good shot. You need an overextension here, essentially, from DRX to kind of give you ways back into a round for PRX.
Yeah, you said it during the halftime break. Fundamentals is what DRX does so well, and they're doing that all across the map. Mako holding down around yellow. It allows Hyunmin to push into a further position as well, and at this point, something just has to peek, go for anything. Finds a double, which is pretty good for now. 40 seconds left on the clock.
Is this where it gets scary?
Maybe. He is continuing to play it safe, though. Gave a bit of a jump peek. The paranoia sent through, and not suspecting something will get caught out by Mako.
Well navigated round for DRX.
I have so many words, but I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. We'll move on to the next.
Tail utility as well to come out from B main, because that's one of the general things that you start to see in Icebox, right? If you're not blocking out the vision of somebody on top yellow, either through drone, through smoke, through flashes.
Is a red card? Yeah, we'll just do that. We'll just silently do a red card. We don't have to explain it, but it's a red card.
In the next couple of rounds as well.
For sure.
You know, at least good to see for DRX.
So we'll silently give them a red card. They know what they did.
Bonus round does.
The referee doesn't have to explain it. They know what they did.
Orchestrate
For who? The whole team, man.
with that Hunter
The whole
Here
team.
comes something looking to force DRX
Everyone that has
to swim
util,
on
they
the
should have used
side.
util.
Meanwhile, Forsaken straight in with a light speed. Stinger in hand. He closes in the distance. 2 headshots and Mind Freak
Like I
off
said
on
though,
another.
the overwhelm is going to be
Playing that
incredible.
weapon
If they use the
Stinger
util,
straight in,
it's going to be
on the back of
incredible.
that Hunter's Fury tagging him up as well, right? Recognizing that you can quickly go in towards that one and materialize an ace site control. That's really good from PRX.
Yeah, I would say that those headshots are as crisp as a Coke with max ice on a summer day. What else is crisp, Komodo?
His headshots.
Yeah, Mako's headshots as well. It's definitely something to work against DRX. You know, those fundamentals stay true.
Yeah, that's a quick one as well to come out from PRX, right? So when you think about previous rounds being a little bit slower, you catch DRX off guard, you don't have enough time to get any other members.
The casters,
the
the sponsors won't be happy with that one.
What
I'm saying.
Down A to do something, and I mean, addition of Waylay, right? Teams are trying to also figure out if they're going to play against him. How does this saturate actually play? If you get spotted out, right, and Forsaken throwing that saturate over towards you, you're not going to be able to do too much if you don't already have an established crossfire. So just a little bit of utility difference in that mark, working a treat towards PRX, and to set themselves up for this next round as well. I mean, you're starting to see, you know, attacking sided rounds, them figuring out momentum, them figuring out what layering of utility that they may need to do in a round that they can't rely on an ultimate in the beginning to open something up.
See, it works out because you've got these smokes, and it just
Still a nice
allows
early
for
timeout for
Forsaken to get
DRX though.
to
We'll
a
give them that.
safer entry, and that's the support that we were all looking for.
And then what are they gonna
That's it,
do?
though.
Like as soon as you see the Sova drone, you just rotate everyone. They can definitely start pushing if they wanted to. You could just insert one bottom of tube and then late push.
Assault being launched by Forsaken. You
Not saying you have to peek
as long
tube,
as
but
you have a secondary player to mark some of these possible dive spots, shall we call them, they can always gun down Forsaken, even though the stun might get sent through.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking towards anything like a recon from your Sova, from a drone from a Teo, if you 0-point them, or even if you just spot them, right? That's going to
really
allow
that bad,
a lot of
Lexi, yeah.
ability for yourselves to just send Forsaken in and hopefully find a kill. If your team's also looking at the other positions where you would expect to crossfire.
But is there like an emote only thing?
Bad idea, but coming in towards a new round, right? I'm talking about these ultimates to try and open something up, which is what we saw in the last round from something. It can be a very different look when you've got a waylay here.
Do a members only thing, Lexi? Is that a thing?
That can cut off pretty much half of this A site.
I'm fine for that, by the way.
That is factual.
It's pretty bad.
See how that might work out in the
I'm at like 50. Oh, dude, if you can do a members only thing on YouTube to do it, then I'm fine. Then everyone can at least come to Twitch if they wanna.
From the shadows onto the top of pipes.
They want a time.
Starting to get a little bit of your scaling.
You could just do it for certain games.
And you are just gonna waylay ult right on in, as I said.
Oh, whoa, wait.
Behind you.
Wait.
Well, that's Forsaken, but Bane, okay, he just leaves it to his teammates. Forsaken
Bane's just like, what the hell is going on? Oh boy, Team Stun comes in as well.
Bane does go down. Divine now continuing with the push.
Yeah, it's so hard to hold sight. There's so much util. Oh, wait, this is super doable.
Good kill to start things off, though.
Two players really low, Something and Divine. Those are the ones on the site at the moment with Mind Freak to get a bit of a flank.
That's exactly what he's looking for. Finds the timing on the peak as well.
It looks very hard to play sight. Very, very, very hard to play sight. I think DRX need to accept that they can't hold sight and start pushing once they hear sound.
It is a round that they are able to convert, opening it up with an ultimate.
Maybe it feels exaggerated because they had the waylay ult, but
anyone that is going to be stuck in that, well, they're essentially going to be dead to rights, and then you start to shift focus on towards the right side of the site, and you've got strength in numbers there. You've got everybody with guns up, no one picking out utility where they don't need to. There's a strong game plan for how to attack that round as PRX because they were afforded time to talk about how they wanted to do it.
What's this one?
That's exactly what those Coach Alex timeouts will do. Off of successful A rounds, now we're back into work.
But it's nice. It lands a little bit later back of yellow, so that you can have your gun up the whole time when going. 1 HP. Got the plant though. Distraction was enough to get this here. This is looking like one of DRX's better goes at it. I know they have no money, but in terms of positions, they used a lot of util, but they actually don't have too much. There goes their last flash.
Back into mid to try to set up something towards the back. Still though,
imagine he hit it.
And in with low HP, it's gonna be a couple of kills coming back in, back and forth, all around yellow. Frame tries to work around the position, but it's not gonna be enough as PRX
imagine he hit the knife there.
Completely surrounded.
I like this from PRX because I don't think B looks that comfy for them, but doing it on the eco just to prove or like make it seem like you are hitting the sights evenly is kind of nice. Saying that, does look like B again.
Like Icebox, you don't see Omen too much. There's not a lot of availability to you know, flash drive over or something like that towards yellow to set him up to go for a peek and really just reblade everybody over at B long. So you kind of need to set him up a different way. And in this position, it's kind of a little bit drier when you're just sending in the stealth drone to spot what you can, remove abilities. PRX have a good grasp on what they need to do to defend the site there. And now, importantly, we're getting into a new fresh gun
rinse and
round.
repeat,
No
the same strat.
in the beginning
Kind of rinse and
round.
repeat. This time we have way more pressure over towards middle.
Very fast flank available actually towards this B side here.
Yeah, very quickly.
Didn't spot the second KO lack. Whoa, that's nice though. I give you that. That one is nice. Oh, they stopped the plant as well. Here we go. Jesus, PRX up the mid around this.
Stalling for time at the moment to afford a bit of rotations and re-clearing in towards mid if there was anybody
I'm not
else
sure they
there.
can get away with this plant. Yeah, they feel like they got to fight.
Okay, a bit of a stun, but nothing quite found. Jing at least disperses the positioning, and on with that. A bit of an Armageddon set through as well. Forsaken now off of the initial ult. Will be able to find another player
Still no plant.
playing all around the bottom though.
Damn, this is getting crazy close. If Mako didn't have that jump bug at the end there, I don't know, man. I think that's a 1v1.
Really nice ultimate come through from Jing there, actually.
In the 3v4, I did like how they reacted, though. I think they probably had time to plant, but I did like that they at least came up with they came up with an idea and it was like fast.
Positioning or a good decisive call, and in this moment, it's a bit of utility combinations to come on out. When you see those salvos come from that position as well, you got a little bit of a disconnected play.
Oh, maybe it wasn't even a jump bug. I think he's just trying to jump around the corner. Yeah, I thought it was mouse bug, but
build some stability in towards this attacking side within one, and we've only seen one defense round, the bonus round so far, come through for DRX.
Yeah, when PRX are feeling themselves, it's definitely a really tough opponent to work against, and that's one thing that we've got to consider as well, is the fact that some of these DRX players haven't quite played against PRX like this before, perhaps in scrims, but not quite on the official stage. Still, though, Hyunmin aggressively in towards Garage. He is stuck.
What a flash that was.
As well, and it does buy a bit of attention away. PRX looking to reclaim space. And then the Poison Cloud comes up.
Going to be tempting to KO all this.
Kind of in mid for DRX at that moment too. So where do you scurry towards? Where do you think that PRX are actually going to lean? An ult orb to be gathered over at the B side and setting yourselves up for a bit of a hit here. Null command on in, remove any abilities of DRX and try to set up for a flank that is absolutely ready at the moment from Jing.
That is exactly what PRX needs.
I was going to say, just flashback there for a bit of a play. Oh my god.
Flashback! A couple of headshots through. Not quite, and it's going to be PRX.
Bro, something had 2 bullets left there, by the way, with that trade that came in at the end, 45 HP. That was incredibly close.
Close, doesn't it there? All of the trades starting to come in. A couple
when the little trade came in at the end there, maybe we get to see it in the replay. He has 2 bullets.
But, yep. At the end, PRX, as you mentioned, will tie things up 10 apiece, and they are definitely in this map on Icebox right now. They have brought the momentum in their favor, and they're transitioning into a round where you kind of feel like for DRX, they have to command something themselves.
Crazy. Okay, they got it back to 10-10.
And that's what they're going to try and do over to the A site nice and early.
Salvos definitely going to aid them in that cause, but at the same time, PRX not allowing for them to set up. It's the Hunter's Fury.
This is really weird. Did Forsaken go too early? There wasn't a recon, there wasn't a flash, there was only salvos and Sova. Oh, I think so. You can't really do that.
Number open up with Forsaken losing his life. And this is where the round would start to settle a little bit. Maybe let DRX think that you're going to go for a little bit of a rotation, but Hyunmin hasn't spotted Devi leave the belt at the moment. So you do
they still have so much util they can over
They are
one.
hanging around this A site for the moment.
Very much so, especially with that 0 point, but all of a sudden now PRX continues with the aggression. Mind Freak, Defy, they've managed to push up through. The Viper Spit gets deployed.
And dude, they got so close as well.
Tries, it's not going to be quite enough. And that's going to be the spike now planted. Mako just looking for the sprays. It's 3 targets ahead of him, Komodo, but you don't have vision, you don't have information.
Yeah, it's great patience from PRX when they do lose Forsaken and recognize how do they need to get back in towards this site, right? Let DRX potentially overcook it a little bit, use some utility on their own, or wait for your own signatures to come back online. And that's the latter is what
was the one round DRX one? Dude, are you trying to bait me? I feel like you're trying to bait me. It's still in my mind. I can't get it out of my mind.
As a unit, looking for the crossfires, very standard. Overwhelmed DRX.
I don't know if it's a genuine question or you're baiting me.
Flashback is losing his teammates.
I think it's bait. I'm not going to take it. I think it's bait.
PRX in this map now. Their own map pick. Well, they take the lead.
Yeah, by 1 round. We shall see if that continues to build up to even more. Hopefully it does. DRX have been looking for, a couple of solutions. They are still sitting on a timeout, so that hasn't quite been used yet. But as you mentioned from before, trying to get ahead of PRX still managed to get ahead of it, thanks to, I gotta imagine, just Forsaken on the waylay, right? He was able to dash in, to break some lines, the Hunter's Fury being pulled out as well, and that just forced DRX to kind of reset. And with that reset, PRX came back
Saza Zazari with the Prime. Thank you for the 2 months, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you.
As I mentioned, the timeout now gets deployed.
Yeah, from DRX as well. So you definitely want to see this one converted in the next. It didn't get to last time, right? So on the waylay point, right? You generally want to see the waylay go in, get a kill, you're refracked out, and you've provided enough space and info.
Honestly,
for your
I
team
feel like
you in and then
PRX will kind of take this time out as well. Because if you're like a relatively strict coach, Forsaken got a yellow card here, no doubt about it.
You pause for a
the
moment,
whole
you
com's
rethink,
based
and then you
around
re-clear
like
in towards the side.
enabling
It's
him with
another
util,
option
and he
that
went in
Melee
with just
isn't
a server
this
ult.
dive in and get out, job's done for your team.
They got a free lesson on this one.
More to the story that PRX can tell us right now with this agent composition.
What does DRX need to do? They need to
We shall see how it does
react better. They need to stop fighting the sites. They need to
pick up this win, and it's gonna be
hear wherever the sound is and
DRX, though,
just start
sitting on quite
pushing.
the number of ultimates.
Yeah, well, same can be said for
And then they can
Forsaken
get the
here, right?
info,
We
then they
saw
can maybe
good
fast
success
flood,
when
or they can at
conversion
least
pass
like
was used
go
over on the
fast
A
behind.
site last time. If
Because
you're
they
going
can't
in
sit
with
on
the same
site and
sort
get
of
overwhelmed
methodology,
again.
will it work here to get yourselves on map point?
Still at least starting things off a little bit slow. Look at Mindfreak all the way towards the back of spawn as well, in case anyone pushes out of mid. DRX hasn't done that quite yet, especially
Dude, they could do the perfect setup here. Like the old Xersha setup would have been a sick call here. Where you just play like heavy middle, you have a turret that spots here. Off the turret contact, you can Viper ult. But for them to plant, you would stall enough that you would be able to actually get over towards site.
Money move it is! Just straight in with the ultimate. Well, no.
I love that. Refract just popped over on pipes, and he's sending in a snake spite so that if he goes for a challenge, takes any damage, and refracts back, there's a time that he has where he's stuck in that
Xersha? Dude, Xersha had some nice
setups.
setups.
So that's a really good counter, quickly recognized for DRX.
There's some like good ult rounds that we stole.
At the very least, PRX has managed to kind of avoid that for now. Looking for that mid-round play down.
Weird, we got no pressure over towards B at the moment. Cameron could really own this. It's just the fact that his gun is the worst.
Oh,
he hit a shot.
These positions locked down, especially up by upper, especially up by kitchen now. Forsaken looking to push on through. Time is of the essence, but at the same time, DRX, they might not have best guns, but they're still holding a lot of these positions. PRX, Forsaken trying to break on through. There's the ult.
No way, they're gonna get the plan as well. Does Mako get here?
Where is the spike? Forsaken now gets in into safety. Finally getting the bomb now down, delivered through. Bane though,
They know he's stuck.
quick and through, and he's found Mindfreak. Mako trying to work along the position, plays
God,
around
Mako's incredible
the
to watch.
angle, strays back and forth, but Forsaken, he actually finds it. Down to just Bane, but where could he be?
What?
How's he won that?
How's he won that? 6 HP, fair play, bro. Fair play.
As well as a
You're a
clutch
beast.
brought to you
You're
by
confirmed
the
a
bull with the
beast, man.
horns.
Red Bull clutch to come out from Forsaken. I mean, what? He got 2 kills earlier on in the map with 5 HP. This
God,
time
that shot
it's
was
6,
nuts.
but it's the clutch to come from him at the end there. I was thinking to myself in this scenario, it's a 2 versus 2, right? You can't really get a good crossfire at the moment there.
Oh,
for
you big
DRX
crouch,
when
man.
You're going for that one, and then, I mean, you make it a more winnable scenario when you get it into a 1 versus 2.
Two chances to end it.
That is absolutely pivotal for PRX here.
7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and they
now
go for the
sitting at
same
that
hit
point,
again.
Still, though, that was an
Please
equal
use
round from
util.
DRX. Now they're trying back another cheeky position up on top of yellow. Hyunmin has done it before.
Knife,
but now spotted out.
recon,
Safer
drone.
play coming out from PRX.
You know he's behind yellow.
Just
Where's
dumped
my
onto
flash
towards
at?
him, and he hasn't been able to get out of
Poor-
yellow, but somehow
Hyunmin
he's able
tanked
to find
all
it
of the
whilst
util in the
mid.
world,
He
and he
needs
still got a
assistance
kill.
from his
Oh, he
teammate.
got double
He's
kill.
gonna do it all himself. Traded eventually.
dude, he
in
did
a 3 versus
incredible.
3.
He pulled out the blades, but yeah, unfortunately gunned down. Still, though, up around yellow. Can PRX find enough footing, enough space to get the spike down? Not quite, because they gotta imagine DRX already half rotated over.
Marco's been holding on to this Viper's pit for quite a while as well. So you might
I will say,
look to see him
Mindfreak's
use it
been
this
very
round if he
patient
do
on
need
this
to.
luck.
Yeah, PRX possibly trying to bait it out, but still off of the tab.
Yeah,
Up around
and they've
yellow,
seen them
does
both,
spot
right?
Out one of these
Or not?
players. That's gonna be Bane. At the
Maybe
same
they
time,
didn't see
given how the
Mako.
map is playing out, it's gonna be Mindfreak slowly creeping up all the way out tube. DRX has no earthly idea. Mako, though,
Hey,
trying
nice
to play
round-
the
nice
position,
round
but
from
it's not
Jing.
gonna be enough. Jing
Well,
still up around yellow.
They got
It's gonna be the kill. It's
one
gonna
hell of
be
an
the
attack
final
half on them.
score,
We said they would.
13-10.
Lots
We
of
said they
aggression
would.
on that
Honestly,
attacking
I
side
thought they
to come
needed
through
4.
from
All
PRX,
they
but
needed
I
was
think I was
2,
way
really.
more impressed in how they're managing the aggression with the stopping power as well from them, right? Both in terms of Forsaken getting active,
Definitely the
team
comp
getting
makes
active
a
there
lot of
as well,
sense on
but
attack.
being more
Makes no
passive. I think
sense on
this is a new look
defense.
to PRX at the
Dude, we
moment
kind of
where
had
they're
2 comps.
recognizing
The
in
DRX
map
comp
what
doesn't
is
make any
working
sense on
against
defense on
DRX
Haven,
currently, who are usually
and
the
this
more
comp doesn't make any
methodical team,
sense
right?
on
PRX are
defense
usually
on
more sporadic at the moment, and I think
Icebox,
that's coming
but
out in
as
terms
long
of
as
their
your attack's
agent changes,
good,
right? The role changes, the picks
doesn't
that they're
matter.
coming out with right now. But in the map itself here, that attacking side, they didn't actually do too much wrong in terms of beginning, middle, and end of the rounds, with even losing opening kills.
Yeah, it was mostly the defensive half where they kind of struggled a little bit, but like you mentioned, once they swapped over onto these attacking side,
No, the attack was nice, to be honest.
At the tip of the spear,
Even, I mean, there was a couple of hero plays, like the Forsaken 1v2 was like really important. And I do feel like they didn't need to mid-round. Like I feel like the comp's so good at overwhelming that even if there's like 4 on site, they can just overwhelm.
Yeah, well that means we get a 3-mapper
But
coming
Forsaken,
in towards this
Forsaken
series
was
too,
a
and I
beast,
know there is a
man.
lot of
And Mako played
RX
great.
fans in the world,
Like,
so
but
they get a little bit more
Mako
of a
played great,
delivery
but I do
service
think that
coming in towards
most
this one today.
Vipers
gonna be lovely. A very
who know how
exciting
to
match
lurk
for
would play
sure,
great
but
against this
that
comp.
remains to be found. You know,
I don't want to take
is
too much
DRX
away
gonna
from him,
move
but
upwards on this trajectory as they head
it's like one of the
season,
or
is PRX gonna
easiest things to
break
do, I
away
would say.
from the shadow of their former selves. I mean,
If you have
they're looking
knowledge.
a lot better now, especially on this Icebox. But what does the next map look like?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've already seen a lot
What
of
is the
changes
next
from
map?
these teams
Lotus?
steering away from what they used to play too, right? So Lotus.
Ah,
I don't
dude,
think we're gonna
Lotus
see
has
anything
always
better.
been a weird one for
Yeah,
Paper
maybe
X.
not quite. You know, DRX at the very least. We
But
can
they might
expect
just go
something a little bit more
Teo
comfortable.
Breach.
But for now, we will hand it back to the comfortable couch on the desk alongside Chubby Ninja and the rest of the boys.
Thank you, Komodo and Quack. Yes, these seats are comfortable,
Oh
but
my
I
God.
am not. Fans of Paper X, we are now re-experiencing the heart attack feeling.
That's
That's
devastating.
definitely happened a lot in this map with our, you know, one of the RXs now coming back on the second
But
map.
that just shows how
Now,
good
it's been
this
really
comp is on
interesting.
attack,
You
right?
guys got
You
what
get in the
wanted. You
fast
wanted
kill
the
and they can
Icebox.
still
You
use
wanted the
util to
Waylay, and
overwhelm.
You wanted something different, even from DRX with the Omen, with Bane. You got a lot of things changing up here.
Oh, for sure. There's almost too much to talk about. Is part of that heart attack due to being down a player in pretty much every round, Vic? Can I just
Yeah,
ask
it
you
is
that?
definitely one of many reasons to make your heart, you know.
I mean,
Okay, this
go
was a
up.
fun map,
incredible
though.
in mid-rounding. If you're down a player, you know, in so many of these rounds, and you're still winning 13-10, I mean, that's some great mid-rounding. I think Paper X, what impressed me on their attacking side,
Yeah,
they had
not
so
bad,
many
man.
set ideas. I mean, they've
14
got
assists
more
with
util
8
than
kills.
you could know what to do with most of the time with this comp, but the way they used it to be able to minimize risk
Yamin
and
did
just
pretty
methodically
good.
clear areas
Considering
of the
this-
map was
considering
super
this
interesting to
comp,
see. And then from
and you're the
there,
one
playing
entering,
the
not
mid-round
lurking,
really,
getting
really
like the
well,
easier
whether it be
kills.
with the
Yamin
Waylays,
did kind of
putting
incredible.
themselves after the double dash or being able to get some active lurks going in the mid-round.
Yeah, I think the PRX comp was so interesting because I think they really showed that when you
Okay,
go
I'll be back in a little bit.
off meta, you have big weaknesses, but you also get big strengths,
Yes.
and they really understood that. Yes, their weaknesses were kind of exposed in that first
Something?
half.
No,
but they
it-
could
dude.
lean so heavily onto their strengths.
If I
in the
ignore
second
every
half.
round,
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
if I
we'll talk
ignore,
about
sorry,
some
if
of
I
those
ignore the
weaknesses. I
third
think the
round,
first thing that I wanted to
his
highlight
attack
is
was really
something that
nice.
we talked about compositionally when we got the
Like the
agents,
third
which is
round
just,
on attack.
It's impossible to hold a lot of the map when you don't have a killjoy on defense. You can throw that
Like,
all
his
bar,
util was
but
really good.
At the end of the day,
His
it's
util was
gonna
really
be
good
very, very hard
apart from
to
that
hold yellow,
round.
unfortunately, and this is the perfect example of it. DRX, they started
Or
so
third
hot,
round.
and part of
Yeah,
that was just
did we
due to
just forget about
bullying
it?
this comp and
What happened on that
exposing
round?
its
It's okay.
weaknesses.
Yeah,
Don't worry
there's gonna
about
be
it.
so many
It's round
gaps in a
15 if you
competition
want to
like
watch
this.
it.
With
You'll
3
see.
initiators, you want to go
Okay, I'll be back in a
and,
little bit.
you know, dump your util in space and have the Waylay take it. But you can't really do that so much on the defense, so there's going to be gaps everywhere. Here we see Bane abusing it with a great double TP.
I mean, that was an insane Omen play. Like, Omen is kind of like an off-pick on this map, and I actually haven't really been that much of a fan of most double controller comps outside of maybe Harbor Viper, to be honest, but I was really convinced by the Omen, at least on attack. Did fall off a little bit more so on the defense, and his individual performance unfortunately did suffer that game.
Yeah, but great point about the Omen. We saw some really brilliant plays with Bane getting way back deep into sight, surprising Paper X and catching them off guard. And yeah, triple initiator, sort of like we saw in the first map with Haven with DRX. Like, what are you doing with this comp? You can't defend like this. And you could see why when, if you know, the coin flips, you're like, all right, this makes a lot more sense on attack.
Yeah, when you go into that second half, you're okay to leave gaps because, you know, PRX can group together, they can death ball, so leaving gaps isn't a problem when you have a lot of util to just kind of punch that side with.
Yeah, so I'm, at this point, now that we will be getting a map 3, after all, Lotus, things could be changing here too. You know, this map obviously isn't new, but it has evolved a lot, and I think is another one of those maps that have changed. But before any of that, of course, there's still so much to break down on Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about new things. I wanted to touch on the Waylay, and we look at a lot of the opening portions of this round. This is a full set play with all of the utility and the Waylay just gets donated.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's either you get a first kill or you lose a first kill, and unfortunately, in a lot of cases, you know, there was some very fancy, flashy plays going on, and then the Waylay would just die for free.
I think it highlights the difference between Waylay and Jet, right? Jet is a lot safer because you're kind of going forward into your smokes. Waylay doesn't quite have that. This was a time where it worked a lot better, where Waylay actually seemed a little bit better than Jet. You can take this deep angle, and instead of having to dash out, you just magically float your way backwards. So really great understanding from PRX.
Yeah, the refract. This was actually a set play that PRX loves to go aggressive down middle and down B long, you know, consecutively at the same time. And you see, in this case, unfortunately, something's caught a little bit out of position, and again, they lose a first pick doing those kind of very aggressive plays, but you see the potential of it, you know, the KO flash from Boiler up over the top, and you get a double dash from the Waylay straight down B long, and within 5 seconds of the round, you have a Waylay in a very, very deep position, and that is the aggressive potential of the Asian. MVP going over to Forsaken, who was, again, the player to play the duelist here, and I'm wondering if that's going to be something that they're kind of settling in structure-wise, because we've seen him, as we mentioned before, be very flexible in terms of his Asian pool, but so far he's been the player to play duelist, and I think you're a bit surprised, Vic, that he wasn't on the Waylay because he's been so good on Jet, right?
Oh, absolutely. Not Jet necessarily, but there are other players on PRX who are excellent Jet players, such as Something. So to have Forsaken on the Waylay instead of Sova and, you know, playing it the way they did, but you know what, it obviously worked out, and Jason is just the GOAT.
I think it poses a big question as we move towards Lotus as well, because Lotus is traditionally a Raze map, right? And we know how great Jing's Raze is. So is Jing gonna, you know, he's been flexing, he played Teo, he played Omen. Is he gonna go back to his Raze roots for Lotus?
I mean, PRX, this is the double duelist comp for the longest time. This is Forsaken on that Sky. They've gone into a little bit of new meta, mixing in the Vice. I mean, this is still the core of a very popular comp right now. And I think they're able to play the Sky just simply instead of the Fade single init that you see over on the side of, well, not on the side of DRX, but other teams that play single init do prefer the Fade. But you get a lot more of that fact finding, you get a lot more of that info finding with the Jet and just being aggressive and bullying your way onto those lines and getting aggressive around the map. But for DRX, you know, they love this Fade Teo, they love this double init. They can mix in whether they're playing the Viper, which didn't go so well for Flashback, then they played the Vice, which also he kind of struggled a little bit on. This hasn't been a fantastic map for him, so we'll see what we're going to get from DRX on this map in particular, because Lotus has been kind of a hit or miss one for them. But for PRX, they're going to have fond memories of Lotus. They smashed Zeta on this map, and that was the map where I was like, okay, PRX lost that close game, but we're all good, right? They just smashed Zeta Division. Surely they're going to make a run through the rest of the lower bracket. That's what everyone was thinking on that last Lotus game. That's not what ended up happening, unfortunately.
Even before kickoff, PRX has historically smashed on Lotus.
Yeah.
So they have figured out a formula that generally works, and usually it's a double duelist of some sort. So I do wonder if they are going to stick to that same formula, but it also just, you know, the Kings of Chaos, this is not their way. I expect something to be a little bit different here going to Lotus. Just, you know,
I mean,
new things.
Even for DRX, like we didn't see it there because we were looking at the kickoff data, but they played a different comp again on Lotus over in Champs. They were playing like Yoru, Cypher, Breach kind of comp, which we've seen from a couple of teams, and we've seen that combo be very, very popular, and something that even I remember I was talking to you before we even did kick off, and you were thinking Yoru was going to be very popular with Vice coming in, and this is a very popular Vice map, so maybe that was the thinking for DRX over at Masters.
Yeah, I think both these teams are spacing it a little bit more experimental.
Mad comps do we get?
Both, you know, the whole way through this series.
Do you reckon DRX changed their comp again on another map?
Here, so
Surely
into
not.
Lotus, I think we have a lot to look forward to.
Well, we do have the old
Lotus
Kings
was
of
rough for
Pacific
them last
facing the
year.
new Kings of Pacific to find out who
PRX,
could be
yeah.
the king to go against the T1 Kings of Pacific.
Little Kings.
Either way,
They never
this
really
is
sussed this
pretty-
map out.
Yeah.
They would
Well,
either
when it comes to
stomp
these
teams
two,
or
the
they would get
RXs,
stomped.
the balance, we are getting a full 3-mapper, a full series, and I have to say, we should expect nothing less. I know some of you were not expecting that. Some of you said 2-0.
They could have
Some
done
crazy
it. They
people.
could have closed it.
You know.
I'm still confident. DRX have got it. Relax.
Yeah,
They
it's
could have
2-1.
closed it. Who's
could
he
be 2-1
talking about? I feel like
DRX.
both teams
Absolutely.
could have 2-0'd
But
this.
definitely not a 2-0 situation when it comes to the RXs.
All right, well, let's see. I want to see what DRX is going for, whether they're going to stick to their guns of what they played over at Masters.
Waylay.
It's looking pretty similar.
No info. Oh,
instead
no,
of
not
Breach,
again.
Playing, we're
No
gonna go towards
info
the fade, and we're
sentinel.
gonna go double duelist again on
But they got
Flashback on the
double
Across the
double
PRX,
smokes,
they're sticking
so
with
they can do
Forsaken on
that. That's
Waylay,
fine.
and it looked great in Icebox. Jing staying on the Omen.
Breach,
with
Teo,
Breach,
Viper,
Teo as
Omen,
this
Waylay.
supportive pair. So it's going to be very active.
It's not
It's
too
gonna
bad.
Be dumping util with sending Waylay in a lot like that Icebox, and we saw it work for them there. So I think they're trying to carry that across stylistically.
Again, Freeing's on the Cypher. So this seems to be the new gear of DRX. Double duelist. Flashback goes onto the secondary
Rise is
duelist
Bewitched.
to
Thank
make
you for the
way
primate.
for
Appreciate the
Freeing to
4
play
months. Thank you
his
for doing that.
signature Cypher. Before Teo came out, he was a comfortable Senti player.
What do you got?
This is
You got
really
the
interesting
Teo.
for both sides. Jing is not on that raise. He's
Sal-
on the
Salvo,
Omen, just like you were
Stun,
talking
and
about. We're gonna send
Omen
this back to our
to
casters
set up
to
the
finish off
Waylay.
this series,
Sure.
Komodo and Quack.
That is right. We do love Jing now on the Omen. A little bit more supportive for his brother Forsaken, but at the same time, you know what? There's another king that we all love on Pacific, Seth King.
Oh, that is true. Friendship has ended with
Damn.
Raise Jing.
Yeah, this
Omen
is
Jing
getting a
my best
mention.
friend.
Yeah,
Nice.
we do start things off already quick into the game with DRX on the attack. A little bit of rebel,
Okay,
also a little bit of
Paper
Pillars
X.
as well.
Try and go
One
aggro over
thing
towards
right
A, wait
now
for a
is
reaction
just
towards
the
B,
jewels
and they
at
get
the
a
front of B
reaction.
site, and there's a lot of Paper X members here
Divide,
at the
you're a
moment,
lunatic.
and they are going to successfully win that one.
I know, big old flash as well,
Chill.
Komodo, and that's going to be now Freeing trying to hang back.
Yeah, but look at what Flashback's
He
able
nearly
to do.
gave him a
Finds some
trade
space
back.
Over at the side of Rubble. Meanwhile,
Oh,
Freeing's
boy.
going to dodge out that drone too. So does that give you a false sense of security? Repositions around the map currently for Paper X, more towards the C side
And
of
some
things.
nice
And with
damage
that
done.
damage done in towards the Breakable Door. That's gotta let you know that you gotta get away from this
Huge.
A side, or rather
Something,
get over
you don't need
towards
to
it.
do this. Guys, you don't need to do this.
All quick and heavy-handed as well, you know. Trade
Well, at least they're
protocol
adding their
right there
madness
outside
in.
of
I'll
the
tell you
dark
what,
cover on
this is
towards
a
C.
super
And
doable
that leaves
2v4. Look at
numbers
the HPs,
disadvantage for
13, 20,
DRX,
70,
even though
40.
Flashback has gotten in
Very,
towards the
very
back
doable.
of A side, especially towards drop. Actually, into a deep position like that, do you reckon that they might be able to do something against Paper X?
It's a 2 versus 4. You've got to get a little bit aggressive in this one to try and find some advantage or equalization, which is why Flashback goes up there to try and find the kills. Good for one, but spotting info on the rest means that for Marco, this has to be a big clutch.
Has done it before. Starts out with a bit of a paranoia to flush them into his own smoke. Look at that. Right click through. And now just 2 players on the other end. Ooh, a good little
man.
flick by Jing.
I felt
Hits his
like
own
they
as
both
well
hit really
on his
sick
new
shots.
role. You know, maybe not quite the utility, but the sharpshooting definitely
They
still
both really hit
true
nice
and
shots
sound on Jing.
Oh, one. in
Yeah,
the
I'm
end
so
for
lost
Paper X. They
pistol-wise.
started off well
I
with a
think
lot of those
it's-
duels as well,
I think it's
and
one
DRX
for
just
each
dodging a bit of
map,
that key
right? I'm pretty sure it's
utility.
3-2.
Maybe if they double down over towards the C
sure
side
it's
little
3-2 for the
endeavor that we do
pistols.
see there from Bane, it could have gone a little different way, but all the information spotted on out. Devi getting active nice and earlier on this Tejo roll as well.
Even the comps are like
We're talking about
one-time
these players,
gimmick
we're talking
comps
about new
that are being
roles
used at
coming
the
into
moment.
Stage 1. Are we going to see
I
these
don't
sort
think
of
DRX will
agents
get another
align
win
with
with
these
that
players?
Haven
Look,
comp,
maybe 3 different
personally.
agents today for Flashback. I mean, I'm looking towards him on the Yoro to really try and find some space.
Will Paper
on
X
this
win
map
again with the
to be a
Icebox
pivotal
comp? Probably.
member to
Looks hard to
propel
play
DRX
against.
in. But in a round such as this one, where Hyunmin has gone for a buy up on towards an Outlaw, you have to see him do something.
That's right. Oh, it's something that Forsaken has done before.
How many
though.
people can get one shot
Right,
here?
the
Wait, this
Outlaw,
is legit.
just to try to work against your
They go for the
opponent's
hero
light
Outlaw.
shields. But you're absolutely right.
Bane
right
drops
as
him the
well. You know,
Outlaw, he
Flashback
buys heavy
reduces
armor.
Cypher now
Every
onto
single
the
person
Yoru,
from
so
Paper X
DRX,
can get one shot.
Same composition, but some of the players onto different roles. We'll see how that all settles in as they kind of jiggle on towards Rubble.
There you go.
Yeah, and there's one.
Shut out from Hyunmin on towards Forsaken. So
Now there's a
Bane's
gun
money
down.
So far, working a treat. But you've got this time
Reaction
to,
to
be bought
losing
from the toxic
A.
screen, and that's just
They
going to
drone
block out
B.
operator shots as well, right? This is going to be one of the powerful things that Paper X
Flashback
can try
TP's
and play
over,
with. When that toxic
gets
screen
the,
is up, when it's
gets the
down, they can
Guardian.
sneak operators behind the line.
Fair and true enough, but at the same time, you know, even with that little bit of a fall, Paper X continues to drone
Well, they got
outwards.
ecoed.
I was thinking maybe something continues to push out through from pillars, but yes, C is completely open now.
Yeah, but they're going to still try and go towards A, and that is where majority of these members of Paper X are. 30 seconds to go.
Mako
That's a
just calls them
marathon to
back.
go over towards this C side, but they're going to start to do that. At least get enough time to try and get the plant and establish it. They've picked up the weapons that are on the floor.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Komodo. I mean, it might be a marathon, but even as you just trigger that door a little bit. It keeps PRX on the A site. PRX are thinking, we've got the guns.
Did they go to
work
try
around
retake
this.
with a judge?
So they are still trying to stack towards this A site, but unbeknownst to them, now it's a 3-on-4. Now it's weapons in the hands of DRX.
And this is one of those weird scenarios as well as PRX.
They're saving.
You just consider the save.
Yeah,
at the
they're
moment
actually
because
saving.
it's lesser, numbers to
Well,
go for this retake. Where 3 guns are now.
I guess you don't give them these guns. They still have to rebuy armor.
Really no big entryway
But
towards the
3K for everyone. They picked up 2 guns. It's really nice.
Yeah, he could try and set you up with a stun or a flash, and Jin can maybe try and get in, or Devaya can, but it just is really difficult.
It's
So
not the worst
really
call
well
ever.
done from
Like they're
DRX to
not
get
winning the
this
retake.
ladder. Eco round could come out from them, and on the flip side for PRX in this scenario, the anti-eco, yeah, a little bit lopsided.
Not the way you want to start.
It's a rough start. It's a really rough start.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Nothing else that I could say. It sucks for PRX, but just a masterclass at how DRX was able to work this around, right? Using Forsaken don't play against him. The
Yeah,
Outlaw,
I mean,
sudden angle,
it's weird because
takes player
PRX,
down,
they were fine to give up A and
also
not fight for the
was it
gun,
Mako
which
around
is
C now,
okay.
like,
Yeah,
slow
yeah.
creeped up
Then I
and
think
right
if they want to
click
get
that,
info on
race
C and they
smash.
just droned all of B, they have to go open the door and do
I
it.
say, Marco's lurks
with both.
on Icebox as well as Haven have been absolutely impeccable. So it's great to see that he's still carrying that around on this map where if you're playing towards the C site, right, you're not having a proper sentinel as for PRX. So you kind of do want to go for a little bit of these peaks
The
here.
Outlaw? No, the Outlaw buy was
Unfortunately, you're gonna have
incredible.
to maybe reel that in a little bit
Every
now,
single person from PRX had light armor.
Maybe just don't hug the wall
And
too
honestly,
much.
again,
All
every
these
single
things to
person
think
has
about,
light
but
armor.
At the same time, we've mentioned some of these plays. You do have the Waylay on the hands of Forsaken, and he's going to dive all the way through. Doesn't spot anything out. Does have the smoke to support him, but at the same time, DRX reads that, and it's a quick flood into the B site. That was a mouthful. Now, on the other side of the smoke, the Prowler sent through. Bane's completely
Bane is
reads it,
just
and he's able to spray
Bane
and
is just
gun
locking that down
every
as they
single
try
player
push
from
through a
PRX.
small
The
choke
only
point
one
through a
left.
smoke.
Mind Freak spotted up at the move, but it's gonna be the spray from him in this time. And
Okay,
DRX
very
only
nicely
quick
done
look
from
at the front.
DRX.
Yep, all good
All
from
people
them.
surviving.
I really like
The
little
money
cheeky
is
bait and switch over in
outrageous
that dark
already.
cover in the breakable room though,
Ray,
right?
thank you
When
so much for
the
the
Prowler
22
goes
months.
over
Appreciate the
towards it
prime.
and bites the player towards the right. Player towards the left is the one to swing at immediately to catch him off guard. Well done from Bane, however, though, to just get some individual.
Every single time he's tapping the spike in between.
So that's going to be available for round number 4 after a bit of a topsy-turvy start for these guys over on PRX. But now you're going to go into the standard 1-1-3 for them that they've got the weaponry. Jing's still down on towards a bit of a
Flashback.
pullback here, but
Still 3 people
more
he can one-shot.
importantly, this is the round of PRX trying to equalize.
Probably the most value an
And
Outlaw's
they finally
getting as he
opening
goes down,
Yeah,
of course.
quick
It's
in
my
with the
fault for even
Outlaw
thinking it,
and taken
apparently.
away from Flashback, so just a bit of information. The smoke's out to control A as well, but with that, DRX are keeping some of the PRX players closer towards the A site. Now they start to extend their legs closer towards C.
Information secured as well. There's still players lurking around rubble. And you kind of have to give this maybe a little bit of respect. Freeing using both of these cages too. You still have Jing playing on top of rubble. Generally it'll be cleared out from some utility from Bane, but they're looking to renegotiate the situation here at the moment. Spreading around towards front of pillars. Forsaken's just playing with fire at the moment. Willing his head to fall off.
Or at least just
Uh-oh,
helping
big flash.
to conceal Jing's positioning.
Big flash, big stun.
So in with that, forcing DRX to trade util for util. The Paranoia got sent through as well. Refrect recalled by Forsaken in towards a safer spot. But here we go, a Nightfall out from Bane. And at the same time, he'll just lurking, hovering around the B site. He does spot one player out, and that's going to be the Devaya that falls.
This is
and then
nice,
DRX to try to regress in towards
go
the
up
A
there.
position. But
They
that's
were
where
not
they get
expecting
gunned
that
down.
pass.
The PRX defensive setup is sound.
Yeah, the Nightfall as well actually hits
Okay, they're
Jing,
gonna have to
so
do
a little
that.
bit of a misread
What,
on the
2 more times in a
positions
row
of
to break the
PRX
money?
members there, I feel like, for DRX. Marco just stepping straight in towards his death at the moment. No one else was able to really get a great trade to find any sort of sense of a round opportunity
Omen
there.
TP.
So well done for PRX.
Yeah.
These are the sort of rounds that you
Because
want
the
to see
fade out
from
hit,
them on these
so they knew he was
defensive sides if
there,
you're,
and then I think
looking
he's
to
just
see
hoping
some
that
good
his
Valorant
I think he's
in
just
this
taking the
composition
bullet
at
for
the
his
moment,
teammates.
and how a Waylay will be incorporated as well. You see the early aggression towards rubble. Usually you'd see these breach Taeho combos currently in the meta, but for a Waylay, you can get the saturate out as well, or just individually go for the shots. This time, however, Quack,
Wait, what?
by himself, it's not going to work
They
out.
missed their fade eye.
Yeah,
Forsaken goes to shoot it through the wall.
Unfortunately, the timing on the
Loses the
refract's
duel
not
because of it.
quite in hand. PRX, though, with a bit of a, what is this, a 3-1-1 split? They're pushing all the way out C. Sure, that could work out, but they're relegating A over onto DRX.
Yeah, they're going to have a quick retake here towards the A side if they wanted, or rather a quick flank, and now the jig is up. They know, freeing down for the count. Something here, though.
Yeah, a lot of this is on how Mako wants to play it. It's so nice from Mako. But honestly, he should just go back Rubble here.
Try to keep himself.
They're going to think that there's pressure on Rubble so that he has to be focusing on behind, but doesn't even have to worry about it.
Cheeky. That actually allowed something to get in towards the dark cover and buy some more time for the rest of the team.
Mako should win the round.
Oh, okay. Flashback does get back in towards Tree. Hyunmin, though,
Nice
still holding
shots.
the position. Armageddon sent through by Divide, but it's not going to help out all too much. Not quite as DRX.
Hyunmin's playing really well, though.
Just the choke points out around Heaven. The shots out from
Gotta
DRX
start looking at the money for PRX. Win one, lose one.
PRX back where they come from.
Yeah, everybody knew what angle they needed to hold there when the plane was down for DRX too. You know, no one faltering at that moment too. So really heads up play from them. Not going too aggressive when they realize the priority is just going to be protecting that spike, right? They know
it's the
where
eye
the
for
retake's
pushing
gonna be
Rubble.
coming from, essentially stairs or from
Yeah,
and
I don't know if he needs to try shoot it though.
Really well done. On a round that actually could have been quite damaging for them. Had something found some right timing in towards a cutoff from the tree explosion. Now in towards the eco round to come out from PRX, and they're going to go for a potential dual fight up through C, up through mid.
Doing a thing.
Off with just the pistols. I mean, trying to surprise DRX at the very least. Something we'll be able to find something with the sheriff that he has. Still though, DRX instantly recognized that and
kind of nice. Forsaken double dashes, gets the gun.
This is where things could get problematic if we see
Break
some
the trip so they know they're coming
individual
behind.
come out from Forsaken.
Don't know if that's gonna come in hand though. He does have the Vandal. One away from the convergent paths.
Oh, that's another gun to pick up here. They're gonna have to react right and push something.
Tree being trapped open and goes in with a paranoia as well. But oh, look at that counter paranoia coming out from Mako, as well as Bane to hold the position. Mako swings back around on the other end as well, and that's 2 kills. DRX will not go down without a fight.
Yeah, Bane's been pretty good in how he's navigating a couple of these multi-frags here as well, and just helping out with this.
Bane, yeah, he's doing well.
Beginning of the round, it's exactly what you want from a fade on this map, where you've opted for
he
that.
Was a little bit lucky, I feel like. Like honestly, probably should have gone down here.
Common of a pick as well. It was just again these eco rounds to come on through. Don't see too much from PRX apart from the opening kills there. Everyone a little bit, you know, untradeable. But this is the important thing. These are the rounds where you can play with. I mentioned the Viper's toxic screen a little bit earlier on over towards the B&A side of the map. Usually can play good operator plays behind it, but
wrecked by the TP is nice from DRX. It's good change of pace from them as well. Realize that they're getting the op-out money ways. Decide to go super fast on this one, TP. No way. That's devastating as well. Looking like DRX are going to put up good numbers on attack here.
Keep going. Flashback off to another kill up around Waterfall, and that's just Divide left. Alone and cold, the Prowler just seeking his position as well. I mean, this guy's got to hang back.
Yeah, that's just the cascading stumble on the back of that one, unfortunately. When you lose Forsaken and Mindful gets out,
probably.
You got some awkward shots from the rest of the team that need to dig deep to try and get you back in towards this round. It's just too quick to try and figure out there, unfortunately, for PRX.
Bit of a pleasure to watch Mako play, to be honest. He's playing great.
Quite the ways away from your own ultimate too. So the priority is going to be to hold the gun, see what damage you can do in towards the next round. And conversely, I mean, I'm looking at DRX here, Quack, and I'm seeing them swimming in cash at the moment. So they are really good for a couple of gun rounds, and that poses a bit of a problem for PRX if they're not able to figure out the beginning stages of these rounds to get themselves an opening frag and reset, like what they were doing over on Icebox, for example.
I am quite fond of Scrooge McDuck, so that's exactly what DRX are looking like right now.
Something should have, something just had to hit the shot.
Come out from some DRX members as well.
Honestly, the round was kind of lost before the Summing Chill came in anyway.
So a conversation to be had for PRX. What's been working for them so far, right? Having this Waylay, again, it plays very differently to the common meta that we're starting to see. And even then, DRX aren't playing the common meta, technically, that we're seeing, right? They do have options where they can go for, like, Cs and nade combos. But we're not really seeing that too much from them at the moment because there's been not enough pressure from PRX at the chokes to do that.
Yeah, they've been trying to work off some early Waylay plays, but so far just getting punished straight up by DRX, especially with how they've been spreading all across, whether it's C or A, just continuing to keep PRX at bay.
Well, let's see if this timeout is going to be
What
very
does PRX need to do?
impactful for the side.
Probably need to go aggro A, to be honest.
DRX
They're giving them too much
really
space.
good momentum
I would
on this
ignore the
attacking
round that just
side and
happened
exactly what they
and
need
go
to
aggro
do
A.
in their layering and their progressions around the map. Big old stack from PRX over towards this A side of things.
Bit of a 1-4.
But I'd also, I know it sounds mad. Honestly, I would go aggro A here and I would omen ult
1-4 on the other side as well, though, Komodo. So
towards C. Because as soon as they realize you're gonna go aggro, they're just gonna send it.
Side of C really quickly. Instead, he's just gonna
I think
use
I would probably try double up heaven here.
He heads on right back in. Flashback just clearing everything out, so it definitely is going to be heading towards a bit more of a retake setup from PRX.
Yep. And it should as well. You've got the convergent pass, but I'm really liking this from Flashback. Getting up and dirty with the
the
judge.
judge, dude, is a solid pause for a judge.
Forces you to just spend a bit of utility or something, anything possible, just to reclaim a bit more space.
Important duel coming up.
That's what they're looking for right now. Hence, a couple players
very nice from
hover
freeing.
around.
Just such an
DRX
off
knows
angle that something
though,
wasn't
and
really
Freeing
expecting
just
it.
marks their backs. DRX continues to hold them further off, and now it's going to be Mako blocking off Waterfall as well. Even with the ultimates, PRX can't quite get in position until Forsaken finds this one frag.
Oh,
off
it's a
the
big
other side
play.
of the doors.
Big play from
However,
Mako.
Flashback has snuck on through as well. A bit of a shot with the Sheriff. Showstopper in at the hands of Hyunmin, and now Jing comes back
Smoke.
in. Time
No
not
time.
on PRX's side, and
Already
Flashback just plays it safe, hangs
Ooh.
away from the
Honestly,
shadows just to hold on to that
kinda sick.
rifle. PRX kind of in dire straits, Komodo.
Yeah, quite late on that rotation through towards the A site and the flank as well, and unfortunately the fact that the kill goes over
he
towards
saves the gun.
freeing and he's able to just use the hat to get all the information, things go from bad to worse. A 5 versus 3, looking a little bit sticky towards the tailor end of that, but again, you got to just think that the spike is ticking away way too far at the end of it, and the investment of those ults at the end there kind of for naught, bar saving the gun as you mentioned for Jing, and you look at what they're going in towards this new round with. Lots of light shields, a Guardian in the mix as well. They need to cut a couple of corners to be able to get in towards a round such as this.
Oh
And
boy,
that is
they
a
changed up
great
the fade
port
eye.
to come on out to
Dude,
provide
that's
flashback
that's
the open.
nice from DRX, chat. We
Quick
gotta give them
sprays
that.
all the way.
They've been using the fade eye that's for rubble the whole time, and then after the timeout, knowing the PRX like from the round before went aggro A, right? So they're probably gonna go aggro A again. They do a different smoke, different pathing, different fade eye to actually get people deeper instead of the one that they've been doing. When the whole timeout was probably to break the eye and then try and go aggro rubble. It was awesome. It's just like them coming out on top from the timeout. It's
Straight
too
back
much from
into the
something.
door. That smoke, it just blocks off so much and allows for Hyunmin to walk away with the kill. If that pit falls, that's going to be trouble for the C side as well. So Mind Freak just still trying to hover around it. But as
Does he
soon
end up getting a
as that
crossfire
kill
because
goes
of
off,
this? Kinda nice.
PRX starts to get a read that DRX is rotating off to the only other part of the map, and that's going to be the B site. As that happens, Mako into a bit of an off angle, does force a bit of a trade.
This was really nice to watch from DRX though.
Freeing finds the positioning right back.
This is very, very
against
cool.
PRX.
And another lone member forced to capitulate for PRX now. See if you can take another weapon in towards the next round. It really stumbles in the beginning, doesn't it? When Forsaken loses his life first, it's just really quick to come out for the rest of DRX in how they get the rest of that round. A couple of trades to come on through, overwhelming force in towards A, you have freeing, sleuth in towards the B site, recognize no one's there, and that's a quick call to just say, hey guys, come over here, we got a free site, let's just play the round to the numbers, and well now they'll be winning out this half no matter what.
And that's just been the pattern for like the past 3 or 4 rounds. We constantly see Forsaken trying to initiate something, possibly, you know, alongside ARC, but he keeps getting gunned down.
And by himself as well is a really interesting thing too, because a lot of the successes when you look towards a map like Lotus is combining a lot of your utility for challenges, right? If you're going to the bread and butter, you're looking for utils over towards rubble, right? Where you're getting stuns, you're getting mollies, you're looking for the contest, you're generally getting a Shrouded Step Omen or even a raise to get towards top of rubble. And we've seen that toyed with like once.
Okay.
DRX are kind of given a little bit of free reign over towards his A site. And
How many
actually
do
say
they
that, this
need on
actually looks like
defense?
PRX are going to do what we're hoping
I mean, I
for.
kind of think they need the rest.
Stack back in, still 1-4 splits on both ends, but once again, DRX
Dude, the change of
find
the
opening
fade eye
pick.
is wrecking them
And
as
even
well.
a little how do you do on towards another member.
You reckon they need
Gone
4?
out, position revealed.
Okay, Mind Freak just hovering up towards Mound. You do have something ready with, well, maybe the Rolling Thunder on the other end of B, but not too much at work for information on the ends of PRX. The clone instantly sent out, and that throws something off. Forsaken though, trying to work around Baby Door.
I feel like Yaman is playing incredible though.
2 players remaining. That's Mind Freak and Jing trying to work along opposite ends of the map.
Yeah. Individually, I mean, if they're able to find another kill or two apiece, that would give them the shift to the rounds.
Gunman. And that will be extra information for DRX as well. I mean, this is what they get to do. I think the spike this early on. Mind Freak though, snuck in towards the back. Instantly alerts 2 players from DRX. A bit of a high-low, and it's too much.
He doesn't lose jewels at the moment.
Yeah.
All that's left is just Jing.
Again, not enough time. He's got to seal the deal on this one, unfortunately, and head for the hills to take the gun in towards the next round.
Okay, another round where
really
PRX doesn't have money. Everyone's sitting around with 3,000.
Yeah, the second time that he's done this so far in the map. Walking towards Marco's crosshairs as well, though. He's not even going to be able to hold that gun for the next round.
Jing's fine to die there. He has 4,000.
No, not at all. And now you're finally going to be forced into a little bit of an eco round too, right? Or you force and try and hope for a win here, and you're 8-4 in the half is best effort. I'm looking towards the util again over at this A rubble, and it just feels like they're trying to do the util to command respect, and they're not doing anything on the back of it. You're caught in no man's land trying to
PRX can't fight A.
And
they're just losing A fight.
He's been really sensational for a couple of these opening frags.
They want to just do
as
something
well
super
by
aggro.
utility, for example, or you're getting freeings util.
Double timeout.
The camera and the cages to provide a little bit of forward momentum too.
Yeah, I wonder if they want to like see. Problem is if they wanted to call like a C
seeing what
pinch
weaknesses
here
mid
from like B and C.
and early round in the map
I
itself
just
right now.
think it's too obvious after the timeout, so they might have to do it next round.
It really is kind of that show of force to try to keep
Immortal
DRX away,
Fish
but
with the
DRX,
Prime. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you,
recognizing what
appreciate
PRX are
that.
trying to do. They are able to just walk in and disrespect whatever PRX is trying to set up, and with that, you know, it's often DRX finding that opening pick. So that's a problem that needs to be solved, hence the timeout now being called. Both timeouts being used, being spent in this first half. What do you reckon PRX are going to try to fix this time?
Well, they have to do it on the back of whatever has just been discussed here, and then what they can find in a switch-up, really, because you're taking the timeout here. You really are playing on the back of, we're winning these next 2 rounds, we're getting the pistol round and maybe a bonus, and then we're back in towards the map. We've done it before, technically,
yeah,
already in the series,
want to go
right?
aggro over
this
towards...
feels a little bit different now to the last few maps.
Different in terms of the rounds as well.
Aggro over towards A, but this time we're starting from double door.
Safer positions being held
Yeah, teams have been doing this as a lot safer than being like in this area.
Something into
okay, they got aggro A, and the pressure of the timeout meant the DRX weren't ready to just actually like push and hit C, because even we thought that they might just go for like a crunch.
An early drone as well, though, and that allows for Forsaken to push out. They're looking to try to find Flashback, possibly, but even with the aftershock, Flashback
did insanely good to just tuck in the whole time, and I just saw his teammates just beeline to go help him. Yeah, DRX are just playing together.
Yep, there's a gap that he can just play around in that pillar position as well, and then he's even got teammates close by to bail him out or trade him out, right? So
they need to do the B push when they have A control.
These contingency plans at the moment, and when you do shift into something, he gets 1, you trade him out, it's 9-2, so timeout. You wish
DRX just played it well, really. Flashback just played it perfect.
You really are forced to wonder, right? You start things off on a map like Lotus, you need to get that early space, but when everything that you're trying, everything that you're attempting
DRX?
thrown away
No,
by
DRX are grinders, dude. DRX put a lot of time in.
You know, even with a timeout, I just imagine maybe just use the halftime pause to get your heads back screwed on.
Yeah, I mean, you just really need to get 1 foot in front of the other at the moment, because you're not even treading water. You're really drowning, essentially, as PRX here. You do fashion yourself something of a buy-in towards this last round.
Dude, it's freeing.
Finds Jing
just disrespected Smoke, popped the cage open, and then as the TP came in, just popped the Omen.
Plant to their heart's content and set themselves up for
Freeing's doing a really good job of listening to what is happening on A and feeding back the information to DRX.
Things off with
earlier, he told them they went aggro A, what util they used, and that they could change up and go aggro A, change their fade I, and then this round before, he listens to their pathing, realizes they go heavy door, and then just walks out with a cage.
That pillar as well. A second kill, another one from Freak.
So very impressive from DRX. They did good here.
Just a sheriff. DRX will close this first half with a 10 and 2.
I swear,
10?
sometimes Quack stuns
mean,
in this
10
game
2
are
is
very
not enough,
cosmetic because Hyunmin is rolling thundered and he's just finding a waylay, dashing on in and taking off their head. So yeah, really heads up from beginning to the end of this round as well. Even from Freeing, right? Opening up with the kill and
dude,
then
just
a
as he lands,
from a lurk in through towards
that's
the B
nuts.
side here. It feels like Lotus's game plan of PRX is just on the back of DRX's hand here. They just look at that and they know what's going on.
It's just incredible how Hyunmin is still able to land that shot against Forsaken, no matter. So there it is now, halftime. I really have to wonder, even on round 11, PRX, you know, that was the one off of Alex's timeout. They had a bit of a set plan. They were trying to pinch on the flashback. But even with all of those utilities being sent through, maybe it's a bit of execution, maybe it's a bit of marksmanship, but they weren't able to execute that strat
they need an info sentinel.
Well, that's just not, you know, a good mental spot to be in.
It's also all of the
problem was the
consecutive rounds
DRX
that
did so much
have,
good stuff that it looked worse than it actually was for PRX, for sure.
Well. So they're figuring out in these rounds what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses, and just adjusting things
Like
within the midst
I'm impressed
of the
with
round.
how
Even when they lose an opening
much
kill,
DRX adjusted.
They're just adjusting quite nicely. And again, you got to remember, pistol round is the round that PRX found. So it wasn't even that they got
I'm never
going to
say that.
rounds, right? They were in a
I would
sort of
like I would always be using an info
That's
sentinel.
just really tough.
But there's teams that use comps very similar to this.
PRX to a T, you know, like you mentioned, with the strengths and the weaknesses, they know how to work against this composition.
Like, don't G2 pretty much
That's
just use
a tough
this
spot, but you
this
really
comp and
gotta
it's a
pull
Yorin,
yourself back
I
into
think.
this game,
Yeah.
especially after this little halftime break. Can PRX bring us to an even scoreline, or will DRX
So
close
the
it out
Yorin
quick?
add a lot for sure.
Yeah, well, you got to remember, it all starts in a pistol round, and it can certainly steam from there.
Okay, 3. Oh, dude, it's worse when you remember that they won a pistol. 3-2 for PRX pistol wins.
DRX playing somewhat default. The smokes outside of A, and PRX instantly
No
into
way.
Z.
Dashed
Forsaken trying
in,
to throw off some crosshairs,
hit him on the
with
head,
that refract and the
and then
dash
got
as well.
out of there.
It allows for Divide to actually sneak on through. Forsaken double backing in off of that little smoke, and that's 3 kills already
That
for
was so
PRX.
crazy.
Yeah, nicely done to open up this seaside as well, and I feel a little bit hard done by for the DRX members there, because they're just on the ledges.
Double
and
pistol.
It moves them up just ever so slightly, and they have to readjust their aim, and they're not able to in the middle of the fight. But this is looking to be a sensational pistol to come out from PRX. It's going to be flawless at the end of it for them as well. So, I mean, you're talking about, you know, as mundane as it is, how to get back into a map. The pistol round is what you need.
It really is.
Yeah,
I mean,
and they
mundane
end-
or not,
they
that
end with a
is the very
4-2
situation
pistol
we
and a
have in our
2-0 on
hands,
this map.
especially for all the PRX fans out there. And we know for sure that there are quite the number of PRX fans as well. You know, 60 to 40 were the predicted odds earlier on, as mentioned on the desk. But still, DRX, they are very close to map and series point. Starting things off now, paint shells.
Yeah, they're allowed a death.
And this is what I'm talking about. Util combos to come on through as well, but what affords you a difference is
But
Waylay
is
being
that
able to get
actually
in front
good
of
with
it,
the
and then
wall?
when you do
Can
get a
you're
little
not
bit
just getting
overwhelmed,
seen
you
from
can
here.
refract out. Meanwhile, the rest of your team, they get in front of this utility because it expires as well, and they can just start to scale up and play to the better weaponry here, Quack.
Yeah, a bit of
No way,
position
it can't be.
spotted out as well,
I
thanks to
cannot
the
believe
early
that
ball.
Hyunmin gets a kill.
But what? Oh my goodness, the
Okay.
classics!
Okay.
They're still finding the shots. PRX at least getting to stabilize with rifles
Okay.
of their own, marking
Mind
the back
freak.
as well. That
Be good
almost
to,
got out of hand, Komodo.
Take
Yeah,
control
sometimes
of
you
the
gotta wonder
chaos.
a PRX giving DRX a bit of a way in, a bit of an option here, but no, it was, you know, one of those times where you go for a
Dude,
little
when
bit
it
of
looks
the
like that
stack,
with classic
and you
as
just
well,
have to contend with the
doesn't
utility.
give you
and the shenanigans
it doesn't
that
give you
they
much
do.
hope for
Yeah, so well
PRX
done
there.
for PRX. They do not drop.
They get a
the
bucky
secondary
out. Looks like
round
we're going
unlike
over
the
towards
first
B.
half, despite
I will
the
say,
fact
is
that
it
it's getting the,
is it some
damage in this
sorry,
one,
is
and
it
now you're
Forsaken
shifting
getting the
towards a
bucky
round
out?
where
Like, the
bonus
Waylay
fighting,
stuff you can
right?
do on
But
attack with
again,
bucky is
you
kind of
kinda gotta win
legit.
this one as PRX. So what differences are you actually
So they
looking
might
to
actually
do?
have a good
What
strat
are you
here.
looking to play on towards the strengths of? And it's got to be Forsaken to get dirty in towards
Go
these fights
close
again,
and then-
playing on towards
yeah,
a
yeah.
shotgun
It's a
here,
nice
missing the
idea,
first
though.
shot, though. Can't refract out, unfortunately.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
honestly, it's a
PRX,
nice idea.
With the way, the style in which they're playing, a lot of
Just
it
out
relies
over
on the
towards here, you
entries.
have
When
smoke
it
to
looks a
cover
little
it.
shaky like
You're
that,
pretty much going to
just gotta
one-shot
imagine
everyone
something
here.
psychological.
There's the fact
Nonetheless,
that he
though,
tanked a
with
flash,
that
I'm pretty
chaos
sure, and then we
being,
went to him.
ensued, they do get the B site, they do get the spike down, and with that, Mindfreak watching the back as well.
Can be a little bit claustrophobic staying in the B site though. So
the stun, yeah, the stun is like the strat could be a bit better, but the idea is the overall idea isn't bad.
Mind Freak, as I mentioned, has control over pillars, and with that as well, a possible angle into the spike.
Okay, honestly might just get half here. Salvo's coming late, they do get it half, this is going to get a little bit wild.
Good
fade eyes owning them.
Whoa,
what HP is that, 7? 1 bullet? No? Yeah, he only had 1 bullet left. Nuts, man.
Job done. That's gonna be the defuse DRX.
And shout out to Hyemin as well, because he was the person that managed to get this half right before the chaos happened.
Halfway when you see that
was it Hyemin? I can't even remember. It might have been someone else.
A little bit. I start to get a little bit worried, but Device sending in the salvos brings a little bit of time. Unfortunate at the end there for
yeah,
PRX,
salvos were late. Molly missed.
Losing the first kill, it goes nicely, right? They got the space in towards the B. They get the plant. They take a little bit more forward space. The Haunt, though, again, Bane. I keep saying his utility has been so impactful with that Haunt and with the Prowlers as well in this map so far. There have been some really great for openings and for closings here.
Just utterly effective.
DRX win the round, only one person surviving, and they're 11-4 up, so they decide, honestly, we don't need to take any risks here. Full confidence in their buy v buys, and they just eco this for next.
They do retrieve the information that they need against PRX.
Even though DRX as well here, Quack, win the previous rounds, not afforded enough to go in with a full buy, so it's the Hyunmin show potentially.
It does give PRX a little bit of hope. They can then get their ults, they can then get some money. Wait, if you're gonna eco, why are you? If you're gonna eco and accept you've lost the round, why do you pop Razor?
Out from Hyunmin, so it's not gonna be able to fire that off into anything effective, possibly.
I'm not sure Hyunmin got the memo that they eco in this one.
Does it open a door up for PRX into a site?
Information on the little shoulder spot. Got to call for your teammates to start to get some rotations over, because these pistols, I mean, you need to be in close proximity with crossfires to do damage.
Oh, and with that, the flash and the execute now falling through. Forsaken, though.
Oh my god, his frag's so heavy.
He's able to find 3, but Hyunmin finds his own as well. The Phantom picked up.
Hyunmin nearly did everything on his own. I mean, I guess he's like he's half the way to getting another ult, so can't be too mad at it, but he shouldn't be ulting there. I feel like PRX will take that.
Stage 1 here as well. So if you can continue to go in with that, you're kind of ripe and ready for some good damage.
They did enough damage that if they win this,
right?
it's over.
Get it online. You've got the convergent pass as well. These are going to be good laneable items to get in towards the site or to hold off a potential retake. But it really does begin at the very beginning of a round as well.
I mean, the rounds just don't look.
That we're starting to see attempted.
The rounds just don't look convincing enough for me to have faith that PRX are going to do this.
Do the exact same thing. So for some pressure now over towards flashback, it's a bit too much too. Recognizing the drone would leave him isolated. Unfortunately for freeing first.
That's lovely though. That's an open site.
PRX getting him towards this C site.
He didn't want to tank his. Didn't want to tank his teammates.
So possibly
salvos.
Now. Meanwhile, for DRX to reclaim a bit more space, they do have to watch out for B though, because something is lurking in the shadows.
Now you might say these ultimates used.
Didn't DRX have to save again?
To look a bit successful for DRX. A kill quickly might have been good for them, but just denied for now.
Maybe like fake that you're going in so they use a tail.
You can't get back in towards this one, unfortunately, with the time and recognizing all of the bodies here. If you're able to bait out an Armageddon or a convergent pass, I think
couple of wins for PRX, right? Round before, Razor out. This round here, like round before they got the Razor out, but they were low on money, right? 3 of them. But now, 5 people surviving, like they got their money good.
It's little with a capital L though, Komodo.
Correct, yeah. Just a little slightly.
I know. Even then, you know, as long as DRX gets
they're in the right spot to do it.
Be looking at a very effective.
But with how the rounds have gone, I'm not confident.
There could definitely just be one explosive round to come out from DRX, and if you're a PRX where you're losing a couple of members in the next couple of rounds,
maybe this is DRX just being like, guys.
Nicely, it could get the 12th and then the 13th map is done. So you're going to try
let's
and
not give them
call
free
this
picks.
a little bit early as DRX here.
Let's make sure we don't waste our ults.
4 weapons as well, right? You lose one member, you call it. All right, we're going for a timeout. We're going to stop any momentum to start to be built up by PRX.
As well as to keep the guys locked in. DRX needing to stay focused all the way towards the end of the map. It is one away from that series point. But at the same time, Now, if they start to lose focus, that's where PRX gets to build it back up. And as we have seen, that previous round was instantly done when Fring fell outside of C. So tiny things like that.
Yeah, it's quite the important one here as well. So it's good to see that there's you know, a lot of engagement in these cameras at the moment too. As I say that, it switches to what's looking like a little bit of silence.
Well, that's not true. You know,
yeah.
The camera's a little bit clipped. We can't see Termi, you know, wagging his tongue a little bit. So a little bit unfortunate, but nonetheless, can definitely bet there is quite a bit of coach intervention. And we're just wondering what the change-up is going to be. Still very much
Two good ults for this round, though. You know if you win it, you force them down to an eco. Kinda. Money's a little bit better than I thought.
A and B, though.
Yeah, maybe you're looking to go back towards some Viper fundamentals for PRX in a round such as this as well, and up and down in that wall over towards A. You're not seeing anything too forward from DRX there, but speaking of forward, PRX straight up through
Kinda nice, BC default.
So they've got some options
Aggro B at the same time you do a drone over towards C.
They can always pivot back
The
towards
problem
A
is
if
they use their...
because of the lurk that'll come in from
Whoa.
Mindfreak, but you're ulting in towards this C side at the moment, spotting some information if you can. Oh, Refract's timing is actually out, so Forsaken is stuck. He has to hold it through as Hyunmin falls.
Yeah, he did throw out the stun.
What the hell?
Does
It's a
find
nuts
Fring, and
round.
there it is.
Fake
Into
over
the
towards
B-side
C,
as
get the
well,
rotate
and
going
as
out.
The ult does its job of throwing a wrench in the plans of how DRX wanted to operate across the
nice.
round. It's just Mako now. Spots out towards the back.
There's like
though.
quite a
That's
lot of layers
Forsaken
to it as
gone.
well. They had the luck.
Smoke back in. Goes onto a
Gets
bit
scary
of
when the
tap.
smoke goes out.
Plays around the
Time
edge.
the molly
Snakebite
hits.
not quite burning at his feet.
Yeah.
Goes for the reload though, and that's
Yeah, they're really
second
like
ult
hold
being
up.
baited out from PRX.
The
Mako,
ult is worth
I
because
think
it
he's
means
done
that the
his
smoke
job.
goes
Whether or
down.
not he wins the round, he's gotten effective utility away from PRX.
Oh, you'd
Now
have to
just looking for a possible kill or two. And there it is, the first one. Salvo off.
Yeah, he had
and
to
he
get
walks
on that
right
early.
into it.
Again, cool round from
Unfortunately,
PRX to be honest though. BC default, 3 people going over towards A. You had 1 luck over towards A. You had drone that cleared all of C. Then you have the waylay all with the fake, and I think we had 1 smoke in as well. And maybe even double smoke in, 1 smoke deep. And then when the rotate goes over towards C, as in these people were saying here, you just push over towards B with the 3 that faked B pressure. And you open the door to make it look like the 3 have gone over towards C. That's nice. And then, extra layer on top, you have Mindfreak just lurking out towards A.
The score, as well as something back onto the Rolling Thunder. But as I say that, DRX has some ultimates of their own as well. Granted, not the most effective ones.
4 members, though, to take this rubble control at the moment. And Mindfreak, if he does lose his life, that's a Vandal that's going to be pilferable
It's a
at
great
the moment.
flash.
So, yeah, they're going to steal
Great
that one
flash,
away,
great
but
peek.
maybe not, actually, because there's an immediate presence back for PRX. So, now they have to try and win a round out of 4 versus 5 conversion. And if we look towards the previous maps in this series, how many times have they actually managed to do this over on Icebox, Quack?
Yeah, quite a bit, especially with DRX up on 16 first kills.
Yeah.
That said, though, it is a very different map. Similar composition possibly, but DRX pretty much have a lot of it under control now. Forsaken looks to pull the attention away.
Looks so
Unfortunately,
stupid.
instantly tapped
There's
down
been a
by
couple of
Mako.
times,
3
it's
players
only
remaining
2 at the
Komodo,
moment,
and they
where
look to flood into the B
you have the
site.
dash
They might
in
get
with
the
no
spike down,
util.
they'll get
Well,
flashback in
sometimes
with
there
a
was util,
dimensional
there's a
drift,
breach ult. The
holding
other time I'm
on
thinking
to
about.
possibly
It takes so
the
long
clone.
to get the
Doesn't
gun
have any
out
more
that
flashes.
just getting
He got
1 tap.
all the information on the positions.
And that's exactly what he was looking for with his team.
Oh, dude, they
Rolling
used the
Thunder
ult
from
into it.
something, though, just kind of luring them into the site, but unfortunately, they don't
Yeah, it's a big
quite
win
get
for
stunned
DRX.
up by it. And with that, now Defy has to pull something out of the hat. He doesn't have utility anymore as well.
Yeah, I thought they
Just
killed the
sprays on
diffuser
through,
as
but
well.
Reloads to be damned. It's going to be freeing, sticking the defuse all the way in.
Alright, 5
DRX
chances.
have found series point.
And that's
5
the problem
chances.
for PRX now, that they don't have any more breathing room to make mistakes, and that's on the back of such a sensational first half.
And
that
DRX
comes
got
out
the,
from DRX. All it takes is these opening
they got
kills
the breach
and
out
then
of
an
them.
idea of how to remain, you know, present in this B side at the tail end of this round. That's why I got to give so much credit and recognition to Flashback. Dimensional drift, but not with the intention of popping out and getting a kill. You're spotting all of the information on where your opponents are repositioning to let your teammates fine-tune how they need to get on the defuse, get the remaining kills, and that's exactly what worked wonders for DRX. Now, 5
Straight up
rounds
C hit.
difference. You do have a bit of a build-up for PRX to go at another round here, of course, and they are looking to set themselves up for quite the quick C play. Ooh, that's a missed Poison Cloud high in the sky.
Okay, quick and fast into the site at least, but look at this site. I mean, Forsaken couldn't see a single thing on his screen. Everything all blocked off. Now something on a bit of lurch, spotted out by Hyunmin as well. The site being reclaimed by DRX as Mako picks up the double. Looks to hold position outside the door.
Into the Omenor.
As well.
Yeah, they absolutely wrecked him.
Not suspecting Devi gets
Absolutely wrecked him. I mean, honestly, probably PRX from what we saw had to win Haven. DRX, Lotus is looking nice.
The Pacific Princes from
and the Icebox doesn't look that bad. They just got just struggled against the newcom.
Overseas in Masters, of course, Quack. But yeah, well, you want an opening start in stage 1 in
PRX, yeah, they just
not bad. It takes you 3 maps. We see some interesting
they go wrecked on
consoles,
defense every single map, right?
Here, and we see some resilience to come through from PRX. I really got to give credit and respect to them trying to rebuild through this.
PRX, no, their attack's good, but their comps are normally based around attack. I think that's one of the issues as well.
Work your way through, but there's definitely some promise.
Very much so. Working alongside meta compositions. None of these scores, by the way, were 13-0s or 13-1s. They were rather contested, so that's lovely to see.
Was EMEA starting so much later? I'm not too sure.
And more support. But right now, still very much so DRX being able to work alongside their fundamentals, work alongside their coaching staff to bring home the
next
big
match is Team Secret against Talon, and it's new Talon.
With, the likes of G,
who did I go for? I went for Team Secret, man.
In your endeavor to
I'm not
be
feeling
top
super
4
confident
in your group,
about it,
also taking
but
away a championship
I'm
point is going to be quite important for a team that already gained quite the number over
Team Secret can't look
very much so.
as bad as they look.
That is going to help them challenge the likes of possibly T1.
That's my theory.
And at the very same time, new roles
they can't
being
look that
swapped on
bad
over. I mean,
again.
how about that? Like freeing on towards things like the Cypher. So great little support coming
no
up
trust
from
in
DRX.
Frost. I actually think the Talon team is like a
stage.
huge upgrade. I just think they probably need like a couple of weeks more.
헤이븐 조합 그 한마디로 뭐 어떻게?
헤이븐 조합이요?
네.
글쎄요, 저희가 공격적인 조합을 하고 싶어서 생각을 했고 잘 된 것 같습니다.
네, 맞습니다. 그럼 바로 오늘 인터뷰는 현민 선수 만나보겠습니다. 여기 서주시면 됩니다. 또 뵙네요. Hi guys, it's Bella on the stage for the post-match interview. I'm joined by DRX's Hyunmin on their win against PRX. Wow, you turned that Haven 8-win streak around, and then you closed out the deal. And today we met at a pre-show interview, and you said you're gonna have some fun. How does having that fun feel?
I think, more than fun. I think it's even more fun that I won today. And yeah, it was a fun game to play.
오늘
guy was a beast today as well, to be fair.
역전까지 이렇게 문을
Gash was
열면서
fragging
오늘
so
프리쇼
heavy.
인터뷰에서 제가 뭐 PRX 상대로 경기 어떻게 보시냐고 현민 선수한테 물어봤었어요.
Rookie of the year? Dude, Rookie of the year is hard
오늘
this year.
재밌을 것 같아요
But
라고
Hyunmin's up there.
했었는데
I agree.
오늘 이기니까 더 재밌었고 아주 만족스러운 결과였다고 얘기를 했습니다. 방금 터미 감독님한테도 이제 헤이븐 조합에 대해서 여쭤봤었는데 좀 저희가 보기에도 되게 많이 바뀐 부분들이 있었거든요. 현민 선수가 보셨을 때는 좀 어떤 점들이 이렇게 느껴지셨나요? 좀 부담감이 좀 덜 했을까요?
뭐 일단 제가 원타격에서 투타격이 되니까 부담이 덜 됐던 것 같고 조합이 아무래도 약간 싸움에서 많이 걸어지니까 엄청 재밌게 했던 것 같아요. 네.
Before we started the interview, actually right after we started the interview, I asked Termi, can we get a word on your Haven comp? And he said, well, it was a very aggressive comp, and I'm very glad that it actually worked in our favor. I asked Hyunmin what his thoughts were on that, and he said he's satisfied. Yeah, less pressure on him since it's the double entry as well. And although
Talon, thank you so much. Okay. Gotta spam the ads before you go. Mad respect on that one.
A little longer for you to close out today. What went wrong, do you think?
I'm not sure. I think we have to watch it back, but I think we just lost our fights. Yeah, that's it.
That's it? Plain and simple?
Yeah.
네. 한국어로도 한번 대답을 해주실 수 있을까요?
일단 아박에서 졌던 거는 잘 다시 한번 봐야 될
He's
것
doing his own
같고
translation.
일단 그냥 싸움에서 진 것 같아서 그렇게 그냥 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
간단하게 다시 한번 보고 이제 이기면 되죠 뭐.
네.
And well, it's so nice to have someone who's bilingual. This is perfect.
He doesn't have to do a job. It's sick.
Few changes, new approaches that DRX has been trying out. Can we get some little spoilers on your waylay incoming?
일단 할 수도 있고 안 할 수도 있다. 그 정도까지만 말할게요.
아니 제가 질문을 영어로 여쭤봤는데 대답은 한국어로 하시면
저도 어떻게 답할지 헷갈려서.
웨이레이 스포를 이제 여쭤봤었는데 말할지 말지 일단 할 수도 말 수도.
네? 그 정도까지.
I asked him about the Waylay spoilers and he said maybe, maybe not. So no spoilers from Hyunmin. Alright, 다음 상대 DFM입니다. Are you gonna have fun again?
That was it? I thought he said
Let's
loads.
have fun. I love having fun.
It's crazy. 현민 선수 다음에 이제 DFM 경기와
Talon,
또
thank you so
재미있는
much with the
본다고
10K viewers.
얘기해줬습니다.
Appreciate you, dude.
일진에서
Thank you so much. Hope your stream was good.
진행될
Thank you,
예정이니까
thank you.
많이들 찾아주시고요. That's
Good
all
luck in
from
your
us
next
on the
games as
stage.
well.
Make sure to
Thank you,
stop
thank
by
you,
in
Valen.
the lobby for the DRX meet and greet. And thank you for joining me, Hyunmin.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, bro.
Let's go.
You're playing good as well, man. The king of the 3Ks recently. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. And you know what? It's in the perfect time for me to spam 3 minutes of ads as well. It's incredible.
What an exciting start to the day. 2-1 scoreline.
Okay, chat, I'll be back in a little bit, alright? We got Team Secret
on
against
now this was really interesting.
And Talon got the two new
we can see
players.
why DRX were the champions of kickoff
And I've gone for
here
Team
in
Secret.
Pacific.
And honestly,
not only are
I'm
they,
gonna
they've brought in
be
new
confident, man. I
ideas.
think Team
It's a
Secret have got this.
Yeah, look, such a short
I think
time
Talon,
frame.
it
Like,
should
both
take
of these
them
teams have
longer.
definitely changed a lot
Dude,
since
no
we
joke,
saw
if
them in kickoff, but DRX
Team
in
Secret
particular,
lose to a new
I mean, they
team
must have been really under the
that have
pump
been
coming
together
off
for like what,
Masters.
three
They really
weeks
showed how they can hit another gear.
with a
They've,
new map pool.
put
Then I'm actually
Flashback
kind of worried
into
for
a
them.
secondary duelist role. I mean, at least on the Yoru,
They
that's
might
something
have
he's had a
honeymoon
couple of
period.
officials
Might be
on, whereas
feeling
the
good.
Neon, that was his first official on it. And then putting freeing
Maybe
more
they've been
into
practicing
a
longer for
Senti
3
role, which
weeks,
is something
but
that I've said has
who
been a
knows?
comfort role for him in the past, but actually he didn't have as good of a day today on some of the Sentis and things like that. Statistically, he's usually their most consistent player, but some of the other guys on DRX
Unless
today
Talon
did
look
more
amazing.
than
No, they
anyone.
could look amazing.
Yeah, I mean,
They
he's
got an
got big
upgrade in
shoes
their
to
team.
fill and no shoes
There's no
for
doubt
his
about
own
it.
shoes when he's on Teo.
The
So
changes is
it's hard to
upgrades.
live up to that, but
Right.
you know, he did his job. He
Whoa.
was solid, and they
Dude,
got the
if
job
you actually
done
look at the
today.
head-to-head
That's
of
what matters.
first
As
kills,
you said, very impressive that
let's
they've
do it.
managed to change so much, but so
Let's feel it.
dominant in the opening kills.
Again, even in the map they lost, the DRX has just been absolutely dominating in opening
Just look at the
kills, and I
actual
saw for the
first kills,
series,
first deaths. Is it
despite
not just
having a
cra-
negative
Oh
KD or
my
anything,
goodness.
Forsaken overall was 8 and 18 in opening duels, -10. So
Wait, is my head blocking
you
it?
can talk all you
My
want
head's blocking
about the
it.
Waylay and things, but there, I mean, we've even seen plenty of clips of it where the Waylay is just double dashing in and
That's,
donating a free kill. So, you know, it's a very fine line between
lot.
creating a massive opening and creating a massive opening against your own team.
And
Xiaomin
there
was
are a
plus
lot of
10.
these double dashes from Forsaken where he's doing it alone. It's just like you said, maybe a faster way to die.
Let's not look at it.
Unless you can manage
Forsaken
to get that
minus
kill.
10.
Maybe it needs to
Yeah,
just be coordinated a little bit
the
better with
Waylay
the util,
is. I
especially
think if
when
the
you're
comp
playing Breach
isn't
Teo
great for
around it, which
Waylay,
actually is
I
the
think that's
first
just gonna
time
happen.
I saw,
Especially when the Waylay's
played
like
over
so
in
low.
VCT, which was on Fracture with 2 Breach Teo comps.
Like
and
the
I think
Icebox
that's
one
really
makes
something where
sense.
I saw like, oh, okay, you can really
There's a good
coordinate
amount of
the
util to
ranged
set
utility
Forsaken
of a
up.
Breach and a Teo. If it's coordinated
Lotus,
well with the Waylay,
minus
then it
6.
can be interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's rough.
I do think that there was definitely some good Waylay ideas here. We don't want to write off Waylay after just one series. I think there's a lot more to the agent than
Okay,
that.
I'll be back
but
in a
it
little
does get very interesting when we compare it to the other duelists.
How'd
on
you
the
fix
other side.
PRX's
DRX
defense?
playing
I mean,
double duelist, and this
the
is the
easy answer
strength
is you
of that
play an Info
composition, and we
Sentinel,
see how
man.
they're able to just
Like,
get
that's
a
the
free
easy
win
answer.
almost
Yeah.
every time
The-
with this Yoru. It's
The
so
hard
strong,
answer
gets the
is
site
they
for free, and
the
we
hard
see how
answer is they
Gilman
probably need
uses
to
the
go
raise
aggro.
ball here as well to close
Or
out
they
that
need to like
round
late go
later
aggro.
down the line. The Yoru
It's
and
map
the Raze just
dependent
present such
is
powerful
the issue.
options
Their comps
compared
just
to Waylay,
aren't built for
especially
defense.
when we're looking at their ultimate.
Is the
So
honest
you
answer.
don't really farm up on the Waylay in the same way, so it makes every kill on these Yoru or Raze seem more valuable than it necessarily does onto the Waylay.
I mean, the dimensional drift is
Can I
just
see
such
my
an annoying ult to
fantasy
deal with. It
team
can,
real quick?
exactly like
How
you
many
said,
points
give
I
you
have?
some freebies of rounds, and at the end of the day, Yoru is a pseudo init.
Yeah, and
I
then
have 30
we have
points
the, we have
apparently.
the counter here, of course, which is the ideas that Waylay is able to bring. So we see the double dash into the insta-refract and that kind of thing. So I do think there's a lot more scope for Waylay to end up working.
I have 30 points, but I still have Wild
that's so
Oreo to
nice.
pop
There's
off
no other
here.
agent that can do that.
Karen,
I mean, the double dash into a refract,
Textured,
you clear
Derek,
the whole
and
site,
Icy.
you get so much info. If
Like,
you
it should be a
spot
good day.
someone, then you basically get that info for free, and you see the rest of PRX going in. In terms of something that we always talk about on this map, I mean, that wasn't
Show it, show it.
actually the clip I was thinking of. I didn't want them to include that one.
At the moment I have
my boy
this.
Forsaken dirty with the double
I've only
dash
got
and
3
just
players at the
dominating his
moment,
life. That's an
and I don't know if
example
this is a
of
good
that. The clip
score.
that I was thinking of
Dude, I
was
thought
when
I
he
was going to get
double
like
dashed
100
up
points
on
for
top of
Meteor.
Rebel
Turns
and
out you can't
avoided
get
a
that
lot
many
of util,
points.
and we see that actually, you know,
But I
a
still
lot
got
of the
Icy as
movement
my
mechanics,
IGL,
whether
man.
it's
This guy's
double
going pop.
satchel, Omen TP across something like that to get out on attack. Waylay is another agent that can do exactly
I really should have read
that.
the rules, to be
But
honest.
this time with the get out of jail free card, you double dash and you're into, you know, double salvos or maybe a raise nade or something, then you just refract and give. And another
Icy's going to farm
deserving
2G?
MVP for
Exactly,
Youngmin there.
dude.
He's just
I've got him in for
insane
this
as a
week, and then
rookie.
I'll sub
He
him
had a
out.
couple of rougher individual maps over at Masters, especially when they got eliminated, but for the most part,
Okay,
this
I'll be
guy's
back
rock
in a little
solid.
bit.
Yeah, he had a really wonderful
Promise you
map
3
there.
minutes of ads.
If we move across to our match MVP, he's going to take it as well, which is very well deserved. I feel like he played a great series the
No
whole
belief
way
in
through.
EG? No, I think they're going to beat
I think he
2G.
has a lot to look forward to. Even
some
though,
belief there.
You know, there's this double duelist idea. No one's coming for his job quite yet. I think he really cemented himself as a fantastic young player in this duelist role. It's great to see him carry that through into stage 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, well deserved. I think this was without a doubt had to be Hyunmin for the match MVP. But Mako there just standing strong. I mean, we've seen, you guys mentioned already, you know, somehow some of the other players on DRX not in their full form, but together as a team, absolutely solid. And Mako, of course, still being King Mako, and just being the solid rock for that team, cleaning up the mess if there are any mistakes making. So yeah, our champions continue forth. They will be facing DFM next, and PRX are going to face Gen G next week. So that's also going to be another exciting weekend. But right after this, because we have one more match today, we have another very exciting one. It's going to be Talon with their brand new roster and going against Team Secret to see what they've cooked up. So guys, don't go too far away.
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Jenny.
Oh, baby. Ooh, there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect?
It even has my name on the side.
마우스 누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고. Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me.
It's by me.
It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Ain't no off season. Summer, winter, fall, ball, all season. First one in, last one leaving. Ain't no off season. It's all season. All season. All season. Summer, winter, fall, ball, all season. First one in, last one leaving. Ain't no off season. It's all season.
Ain't no off season, why would I go take a season off? This my boss season, eyes to clock in and clock out a lot though. Couldn't just come out on top when I wanted to, eyes to sit in the heat like a pyros. Produce a beat and made a couple knots, they taking a shortcut, I'm taking shots. Can't go pull on no slot, I'm trying to pull off a miracle. DJ scratching for me, he could have been scratching the cereal. I can't just listen to everybody, some of that stuff be ethereal. Never was the man of the hour, I don't do this for show. Arsenio fiending, all my partners, they been fiending. Where I'm going, I can't leave overachieving. What is that? Got them projects on my back, I can't go back to who I was. Got a score on 4th and 1, as long as I look back and see the folk I love, I can't be done. Mama told me everybody ain't my homie. I grew up in harsh conditions, I can't let it slow me. I need get back, pay back and back in, I really owe me. Never was in the show and tell, you gotta show me.
Ain't no off season. Summer, winter, fall, ball, all season. First one in, last one leaving. Ain't no off season, it's all season. All season, all season. Summer, winter, fall, ball, all season. First one in, last one leaving. Ain't no off season, it's all season.
Ain't no days off, I'm going all in. All season, they like Lowry's, they salty. I've been in the gym putting in work, that's why they trust me. Every verse clean, so they reaction like it's musty. Cause every ball stank face, you gon' wanna press rewind. Hold your breath when Derek snap. You don't wanna miss a line, I'm on fine. I got bread, that's burnt toast. Butane and I burn slow. Bossed up my money straight like a that's too easy. Don't compare me unless it's Yeezy or Wheezy. My neck look like Fiji, my people out on TV. I can't stop the wave until they pockets look like seaweed. Hold up, wait. Hustle people hate, just like plastic surgery. My G, it ain't no saving face. Thought that I was falling off, that shot is just a fadeaway. G.O.D. my saving grace. You don't like my attitude, that's bad for you. We on top like all season.
Ain't no all season. Summer, winter, fall, ball, all season. First one in, last one leaving. Ain't no off season, it's all season. All season, all season. Summer, winter, fall, ball, all season. First one in, last one leaving. Ain't no off season, it's all season. Ain't no off season. Summer, winter, fall, ball, all season. First one in, last one leaving. Ain't no off season, it's all season. All season, all season. Summer, winter, fall, ball, all season.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 1. This is Victoria, joined by Pilski and Big Time. Just finished a very exciting first match of today, but now we have a very exciting match 2. The very first time we are going to be seeing Talon finally, after a long time, a full Thai roster. And they are redefining the power of friendship, as all of these guys have been friends for a really long time. And of course, we have Cruz here guiding them as their big brother. Yeah, he's got so much veteran experience at this point. He's been part of so many different Thai lineups. And I think, you know, we've got some younger players being picked up. I think Thai in particular coming off of the academy team is going to be a player to keep your eye on. Kilua coming off of both Full Sense and Made in Thailand. You know, one of these up-and-coming players in the Thai scene. And even Primi, like, where he was picked up from out of relative obscurity, it's very clear the direction that Talon is going. They are not going for the known entity Thai players, but really kind of betting on some of the young talent in the Thai scene instead. Yeah, I really like it. You know, they're trying to build moving forward, and it's great how much synergy all these players have between each other. Friendship is something that is a sort of underrated part of team performance. You know? Yeah, you're saying that's true. For long-term success, you gotta love the people around you. He doesn't have friends. Yeah, not at all. No, not really. That's why our chemistry is so bad on the desk. I just hate it, really. But it's really great to see. I really like that the organization are trusting kind of the players in this to let them lead it. Of course, Primi is at that helm. We can see they're #1 in terms of KD, a real superstar in the making. And it's clear now he has a supporting cast around him that he can trust and he knows very, very well. Now they will be facing off Team Secret. Team Secret, full Filipino squad. We know all of them at this point. This full squad, Wild Oreo was the latest to join. The end of last year. Fantastic addition to this team, along with Coach Meow, of course, from our Ascension team, Boom, also last year. So this has been a very interesting change in terms of the coaching and how things might have changed, perhaps internally instead. Yeah. That's the thing, we're not seeing big outside changes. We saw a lot of teams make moves after kickoff, and Secret was kind of a team where we could have expected that, but they decided not to. But after a loss, you're not going to change nothing, you know? There's going to be some differences here. It might be roles, it might be play style, different, you know, coaching from last year will have a sort of impact, even if it is slightly delayed and it's going to kick in more after kickoff. So we need to see some reinvention here to get them out of that middle of the table stagnation that they've been in for a little bit now.
now.
Yeah, 9th to 12th is not the result that they would have wanted, but now we're back into kind of this more round-robin format where they're going to get a chance to play everyone. I think, you know, Coach Meow in the content that Chobra was doing alluded to the fact that he felt like he tried to change too much too fast going into kickoff and change a couple of roles, and they've had a little bit more, maybe more time to practice and find what works for them and find how the coach can maybe assist the team here for Team Secret. But it goes without saying, it's an underwhelming start to the year over in kickoff, especially being one of the teams that didn't change coming in from last year.
Thank you so much for the 30
really
months.
good lead-in time.
Thank you for that,
they
mate.
didn't participate in as many off-season events. They did very well winning the first map in both of their series in kickoff, but then just got dominated in reverse sweep fashion. So I'm hoping for better things here in stage 1.
Definitely. They've just, like you said, stagnating in that middle of the pack for so long, and they
Yeah, why are you guys so mean to Team Secret? What's going on?
Was also in that position for a while and have finally broken through, and it looks like they're going to hopefully upgrade even more. I don't want to say anything about ban or governor, but obviously they made these changes for a reason. A large part were the comms on the team.
Yeah.
Cruz had to do the craziest thing and had to translate in the middle of games whenever there's a timeout. That just eats into precious time when you're playing attack FPS. That's so critical. So with the addition here,
am I biased? I'm not biased. I'm just
coming from Myth, absolute
I'm believing in Team
there.
Secret for this one
joining
game.
full sense, very consistent
And if
across
they
the
prove
board.
me wrong, then I probably won't be believing in them for a while.
During interviews, so I think this might be the complete set.
They are for sure the underdogs
I mean, I was even talking to Frost
but
about it just before this game, and he said he was picked up from the academy team because he did very well in scrims, you know, inter-scrims between the academy team and the main team, as well as a lot of simulations.
Do I have 100 Thieves or Sentinels today? I went for 100 Thieves.
Someone has to hold down the site. He's able to defend against the Talon main team.
They just have more time.
That gives the coaching staff a lot of confidence that he's going to do well. His last 3 games as well in VCL
will go
SCA,
duelist
he was
or
the top
deadlock. I
performer
think he'll
for
go
Talon
duelist.
Academy. So he's in some good form. He's on a bit of a purple patch. For Kalua, a very flexible player coming in from Made in Thailand. He's played a lot of Jet in his career and was kind of a player that came up playing the duelist, but since joining some of the bigger Thai squads in Tier 2, he was actually known to be quite flexible. In fact, I was even looking at some best of 5 series where he's playing 5 different agents across 5 maps and multiple different roles.
Yeah, that's great to see. I mean, I think that is a real success story of the academy team, you know. It gives Talon a real edge being able to practice against their own academy. You can try different things. It also adds another great
You only got 6 points for having freeing in the VFL. Dude, this is what I mean, man. Give me some more points.
It's really great to be able to see that transition from Tier 2 to Tier 1.
Have Micho puts in one of the best performances
Bash.
we've seen. I get
We
14 points
so
only.
Well
I should have like
point.
300
And I have
points.
to say, they've been through the highs and lows of their team. They've been given a lot of crap, frankly speaking, as you know, been inconsistent with their fragging. But there have been so many reasons why. But they have so much experience under their belt, and it's so important how they are going to lead their teams.
These are the defining players of the team in terms of intangible factors. For Cruz, he's still going to have to translate. He's still going to have to be the point of contact between the coaching staff and the rest of the team when it comes to timeouts, when it comes to the overall direction and identity of the team. So
I want a fantasy league where like you can stomp people or you can get stomped. I don't want this whole like full team points is good.
I was thinking like
I want like it's 100 points every time.
He seems to have still
I want to look at
time, and I think
I want to look at Minis.
Player for Team Secret.
What's this thing called?
Yeah.
VFL.
The oldest and the best
I want to look at Mini's thing and be
and,
like, yeah, I'm 300 points above him.
Posted on his Twitter
I don't want to be like, yeah, I'm 2
that,
points
it's not
above
even
Mini.
about age, it's about consistent practice, and that's the thing that kind of drops off with age over time is that practice. And as a map ban comes through, Secret is going to be starting with Pearl. I think that is where Jesse Bash had that ace. Maybe going to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, they were really backing themselves with Pearl going into kickoff as well, so not much has changed there. Fracture for Talon is an interesting one. I mean, Ascent getting taken out as well as Lotus. I think for Pearl and Fracture, both of these teams are picking maps that the other team hasn't really shown or hasn't really played very much, so they're trying to push the other team into uncomfortable
Multiply it by 10 and there you go. Yeah, but I shouldn't have to do that.
There.
Yeah, for me, I'm quite interested in seeing Team Secret ban Ascent. I remember back in my day when I'm playing against Team Secret, way back when,
I was thinking the same.
They were notorious on Ascent. You know, it was really a map that they really excelled, and you know, the core is still kind of the same. So I was kind of hoping they would pick Ascent. I thought we'd finally get to see it, but no, they ban it out. So I wonder what's different.
And even their Pearl comp is Ascent-esque. It's like almost the same comp that you would like. Look at that. That's an Ascent comp. You just got Omen instead of Astra. They play, and their Abyss comp was the same as like the Ascent comp as well. Like stylistically, that is a map that should fit their team, and that is a map that I remember them being known for. I mean,
Defense
I
side,
tried to dive back
21.
into the stats
Wait, they
going
played
back
it
through the
twice and they have a
majority of last year, and
21%
I don't
win
really think
percentage
that
on
I saw the
defense.
numbers that convinced
Oh,
me of
God.
that, but I remember them having that reputation as well.
Now, what I'm also really interested in is because I have to say, when it comes to Southeast Asia, Filipinos, Indonesians, and Thais have the most insane raw firepower. So now that we have a full Filipino squad facing a full Thai squad, it's gonna be
hey, everyone needs
just
to
so
relax a
much fun.
little
If you
bit.
just like really
Oh my
crisp shooting,
goodness.
this is what I'm really looking forward to. Predictions. I can see that we've mostly all gone for Talon. Mika, of course, doing the Filipino pick.
No bias. No bias.
No bias at all. But I mean,
Guys.
largely, at least for me, they came into fourth
Guys,
place, and that
come on,
says
it's
a
not
lot, whereas Secret have
16%.
made a lot of changes.
Yeah, we have to go on what we know here.
At
Talon
least
had
give
a
them
good kickoff,
fight.
and it seems like they've upgraded from their core. Secret, things are staying the same, and it was a poor finish in kickoff. So it's hard to predict Secret, but they've had a lot of time, so I want to see how they're going to change and make it work.
I think this is all what we want to see from both of these teams, and I'm very excited to see the first appearance of Talon and Team Secret for Stage 1.
Guys, chat. You guys are saying some outrageous stuff right now. Go 525 with the Prime. Thank you for the 2 months. Thank you for that. You think Talon is going to be top 3 in the region? Is that mad? I don't think that's mad. But I think it's going to take a little bit of time for this team to look good. Well, I say that. Maybe not look good, but like be at their kind of peak. The problem with my theory is Killua is unreal. But if Team Secret can't beat Talon now, they're not beating them this year.
Talon.
Tai? No, I don't know about Tai.
Team, Talon Esports has
It's like
been
a mini
steadily
Primi. Oh
climbing.
boy.
Each change
Wait,
bringing
is this
them
just a stacked
closer
roster
to
now?
victory, qualifying for Champions 2024 and securing a top 4 finish twice in Pacific. But meanwhile, on the other side, Team Secret has always had that potential, yet they have yet to take that same leap to break out of the middle of the pack. Is today gonna be the day? It's really hard to say. Talon looks more confident than ever.
They do, and I'm really excited about their new changes. I think a lot of people have been waiting for Talon to have this full Thai identity. I'm really interested to see what the roles are going to be. I mean, they picked up a controller player. That, to me, signals that you're going to see a lot more of Jit Boys in a hard Sentinel role. For Primi, he was playing a little bit of everything.
I don't think that changes
I think you're probably
anything.
going to see him more on
It might do,
duelist
I'm
in
not
this
sure.
current roster, unless Killua's going to play a little bit more duelist like he did when he was on the come-up. So the roles are very interesting to keep an eye on me for Talon, for me.
Yeah, we've got to wait and see. Team Secret, the roles are not going to be a mystery here. I wonder what Jesse Vash is going to play on this map, guys.
Duelist!
Duelist, I hope so.
I think the key thing with both of these teams is they want more out of their time in Pacific. 4th is good for Talon, but it's not on the podium. 9th to 12th, terrible for Secret, for a team and an organization that's been to champions. So their resurgence starts here, map 1 of stage 1.
And
Let's have
despite
a-
the predictions, it is
let's
not
have a look at these
unwinnable for
comps.
Secret.
Absolutely
Talon
not.
have changed a lot. Secret have changed very little. They're going to go onto a map that they've been backing themselves on even going back to kickoff, this is a very winnable series for Secret.
Absolutely. While we are really excited for a full tie squad right now, two of those guys are rookies when it comes to this specific stage. Yes, Killua played on this, you know, during SVL, but it's a little bit different when you are playing with the big boys, you know, pretty permanently here in Pacific. So I think this can be the time.
Do the Talon coaches speak Thai? I don't think so.
Mark to take advantage of. Wow, we got someone all the way from Colombia. That's so crazy.
That's a long way.
That's crazy.
How long is that flight?
Yeah, that's a long way.
You know there's an America's League?
Then she came to the better one. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, why would you bother going to that one at the end of the day? I agree with you, not only like being fresh to the stage though, but now you're going on to a fresh map as well. There's going to be a lot for Talon to look into. You know, Pearl is not a map that we've seen too much from them, so Secret may be forcing them into a little bit of uncomfortable territory. For Secret, this is not a map that has gone particularly well for them. A couple of times that they played it, a couple of times that they backed themselves in series.
Secret
but
changed
they
their comp.
really feel like
They've
can
changed
make
their
it
comp
work
on this map.
time. So
There's no
we'll
way
see
that they
as
pick
well
this
if the
map
composition is going to
without
change up at all.
changing
They
it
really
when they
used
had
to, like
a
I said, that
21
kind of
win
a set S
percentage
comp, and here it
on
is.
defense.
There you go. For Talon though, I'm more so focusing on them. Double init, and once again we're going to see, like I
Vice,
said, Jip
Faye,
Boys
Teo,
on more of a
Yoru,
safety role,
Astra.
and
Sure.
Primi is on
It's nice.
Duelist.
Chamber. Okay, they go for the Chamber Vice.
This is something people have asked for a long time, but Team Secret bringing out that Chamber. We've seen it before on Pearl. Paired up
Honestly,
with Vice, a double Sentinel, as well as
this should
farm
farm
to around with. This is a very
this comp a little bit.
tricky comp, I would say.
Well, Jesse Bash still remaining solid on
Can
that
any of the
Sova. We're
util
gonna go
push you
to
off
the
long
very
B?
first map of Pearl, and to take it away, we've got Komodo
Fade Eye would have to go
and Quack.
deep. Yeah, I guess the Fade Eye and the
Thank you very much, Dusk, once again.
Teo
I mean, this
Drone.
is going to be an interesting one, isn't it? We have the full Thai squad versus the full Filipino squad, but also slight change-ups in the compositions. Any thoughts you might have?
I really like it because you've got the installments where on the side of Talon, we've had a couple of these players play together quite so many years ago. So I think you've already got a little bit of chemistry in these little duos that we can play on towards as well, and some similar roles. I think we're going to highlight Primi on Yoru coming back onto this is going to be really
It's
good
cracking me
for
up, man.
I'm interested
Looks like
to see
they've been
how
fighting
Cruz
some
is technically
wolves
gonna be
out here,
shifting
dudes.
from the breach fade in towards the
Like
Taker.
everyone's out here
That's
just
something to keep our eyes on.
fought
I mean,
some
just
rabid
having that
wolves, bro.
information
Some
to work along
got
the
attacked on
team,
the
but
way
at the
here.
same time, you know, just
It's funny how
I think it's
both
a
of them
little
are going
more
for
comfortable
it.
him now. You know, being able to lead the whole, you know, full Thai squad, calming in Thai as well, might be a little bit tricky given the timeouts, but
Well, a couple of
course, he's
Sky
gonna be able to
Dogs, yeah.
translate things very effectively. Meanwhile, for Team Secret, you know, the Des touched on it. We are all thinking about
I'm
it.
wrong for that one.
Different
Dude, I was
hosts,
looking
they
at it, I
had
was like,
some
I
time
can't
to retool
not
things,
say
at least
anything.
Internally, how's that all gonna play out today? We're seeing the changes in the composition, but
All right,
sound?
Team Secret
Well, I
on
think more
attack,
importantly as well,
Talon
what we
on
saw
defense.
yesterday in the games as well was a little bit of weaknesses for a composition that Team Secret are going to be running the G2S
This Team
style,
Secret
right?
comp,
So
honestly,
you're gonna have
is
to
pretty
have
good
some
at
strengths in
spamming
the- in
Bs
the
from
mid
what
to
I've
late
seen.
rounds, and you know that was a weakness
the
yesterday.
forms
so
that go
if you're
deep,
looking at Team Secret, I think
recon
you're
into
gonna go
TP.
this game with a little bit of that plan because Pearl, I don't think this is a map that they would have expected Talon to be picking.
At least for now, they'll be looking heads on, heads up.
Oh,
in
whoa,
towards
whoa,
B Lake. Nothing
Riot.
Too much found
Hello?
just yet, though. And also,
My man's stuck in a
Sherlock
wall.
being instantly tripped. Just for information, at least for now. Meanwhile, on the other end, Cruz continuing to jiggle back and forth. Not found just yet either. It's a lot of control out from Talon out towards this B-long area.
Good reaction from Talon. Double push on
Excuse
A.
me, as well as Team Secret that actually picked this one. So there is the game plan for them. So that would further induce what they kind of expect to do, which right now is waltz in towards the A site, see that no one's home, and your wall isn't
Funny
tripped.
because
So do you
I
have
pretty
an
much
idea
say
that
no
they've
team
actually gone
ever
in towards
5-person
main?
hits from Art, but
Maybe
just
not.
5-person hit from
They
Art.
will be taking the initiative, Komodo, to push all the way into spawn.
A little bit too much though. Look how far they're going. They
And
really
they're going
wanna
to trigger
clear
the
this one
wolves, so
out.
now
The
they're going to
wall
know that they're over
eventually
towards
tripped
A
and it'll
main.
bring 'em
I
back,
have
but
no
no
idea
one
that
on Talon has
4
actually
people
got
at A
towards the
main.
site yet.
I wouldn't mind this too much, though. If they are able to find Cruz with that many players, that's, you know, you're taking those salvos away. But Cruz
Where do
now
the salvos
tucks
go?
himself neatly into a corner, so he keeps those salvos online. Meanwhile, the rest of the team from Talon has to march back in from main. They managed to do just that, but but still in towards Secret and Dugout. There is a bit of contention. Jesse Bash still pretty much alive, at least until Jeremy comes back in to
I think
support him.
Honestly, the first time I've ever seen a 5-person hit from...
Not gonna lie, no duels really into all the way the A site. You get a full plant, you kind of waltz in towards your opponent's spawn, and then eventually you focus on back. And you got to admit
good. How you
the
doing?
plant is a nice idea.
I haven't eaten yet, Yumpy.
Right? You've got a lot of exposure towards that one.
I know you've eaten something today.
For main and then pushing in towards Dugout, in towards Secret, in towards Flowers. So it was a nice little pistol round idea to come out, but it gets a little bit awkward at the end there when Jesse
1-0. Keep an eye on the pistols. We get the Outlaw out. And dude, every single person buys a gun.
Any eco round. So you play towards the depths.
Why does that worry me so much?
Play towards just numbers towards this B site.
Sure, range as well, given the weaponry.
Normal bowl,
so
berries, peanut butter, seeds. Nice. Coffee. Wait, Yumpy, did you always drink coffee?
Safety as well.
I feel like that's new for me.
That's a lot of space now that Team Secret can work with, but at the same time, maybe some slight footsteps in towards A main. Still, at the very least, nothing too much from either side.
Yeah, and just in this eco round as well, Killua still holding both prowlers. Generally, you would see them, you know, thrown in towards A main if you are going to challenge over towards that area, or haunts and.
Started drinking coffee. You actually started drinking coffee when I left, Yumpy. That's crazy.
Quack to find a little bit of damage.
Yeah, at least working together. Team Secret at the same time. I mean, they're the ones, you know, not fully committing to either side. Despite the information that they've gained. So just kind of challenging the pistols, trying to take as much as away as possible.
Yeah, and it's just utilizing the time quite nicely as well to see if there's going to be any shenanigans, let Talon overthink things a little bit potentially, which for right now, I mean, a 3 versus 3 when
coffee for life.
Classics,
dude, everyone loves caffeine, man.
Okay in terms of damage.
Yeah, I went to China recently. I went with a lot of Americans. Man, they live for caffeine. I'm not sure I've ever consumed as much caffeine as they have in a day.
At the end, but you still have to wonder how this, you know, echoes throughout the other rounds on this map.
Yeah, when you're going in towards your gun round now as Talon and your bonus is looking
they didn't
like
lose
a Vandal and an Outlaw to be carried on over.
So they didn't lose too much.
How
Just
much
3
are you
guns.
putting behind that, right? Are you getting another rifle? Are you just saying, okay, we lost a little bit too much in that previous round. We'll just play with some pistols and maybe go for a little bit more of a mundane push together as a unit of 5.
That's something to definitely wonder about for the upcoming round, but at least right now, he can celebrate with that little round win. Outlaw, okay, still in the hands of Envy. Potential light shields on the other side.
Yeah, they were waiting for a deep fade.
Are indeed reinforcing everything with heavy shields. A quick default setup all across
they set up the
map.
Astra.
Has to be really careful.
Dude, they might. I was gonna say you might lose your Astra here, nice and early. Keep an eye on the B, Joel.
Strategy, really.
Quick shoulder peek though, so he's okay for now, and instantly puts up that smoke, the Nebula to block things off. At the same time, look at this.
At the same time, pretty rough timing.
All the way up B.
Yeah, getting information across both sides of the
and
map.
Primmy's here and just looks at the fake smoke and goes, well, you guys can kind of just heavy stack over towards A. Any B pressure is fake at the moment.
Prowler coming out from Killua. Bit of an arc row setup as well, but it's going to be Jeremy in with the round 3 dimensional drift to gather further information. Bit of a flash coming out, and he's trying to catch Jit Boys. Clone kind of ignored,
it's a
but
great
still,
trade though.
found.
I'm not sure 2G needs to do that.
Just to try to hold around connector.
Yeah, it's nicely done, but what do you look to do now? You've got 2 players still coming up from the
Killer
sewers
should get the most insane timing though.
You do also have Die playing in the back of Dugout. Some smokes towards the site start to happen though.
Okay, at least the salvos will get sent through. Ooh, and as soon as the salvo gets sent out, 2G thinks that that's where the tail might be positioned. Lo and behold, it's just going to be Killua watching.
Who has to go off here?
Being picked up.
I mean, it kind of just has to be Jesse.
Just to check closer back towards Art. Talon trying to do their due diligence, but at the same time, Envy has his sights straight
he found the gap.
To the site. Still though, okay, Thigh kind of sneaking past, but Jesse Bash has snuck up right behind him as well.
He actually found the gap there, my
out,
bonus.
And that's going to be another pick. Team Secret working alongside the numbers now. Talon might have the sight, but a bit of a tap is not going to be enough. Swans on over, but look at Killua! Swings along a swivel, just goes full turret mode for the ace.
What is that? That is a point blank headhunter missing every single shot, and he's not even looking at you. Killua, welcome to VCT Pacific. Welcome to your first round win and an ace.
In on round 3 too, Komodo.
Yeah, where there was a dimensional drift to come on through for all of the information that you would expect in the beginning from the side of Team Secret. Jeremy trying to do what he can. I mean, a great reposition to come through from Jesse Vash as well. I thought Lightning would strike in this round for Team Secret, but no.
Not quite. I was wondering
it's a
where
close
the chamber
bonus.
was, or
Close
if
bonus.
Balor was going to find it towards the end,
Let's-
but still
let's
not quite.
keep-
And that
let's
is
keep it
just
going.
the talented Thai players that we have in this region. You know, all the way throughout FW Esports, maybe Full Sense, made in Thailand, even at times, they're just all so familiar with each other, and they are comfortable on this stage. Still, though, the next round coming up, and that's Team Secret trying to fight their way back in. They have the buys. Right now, at least, not quite the space.
Yeah. Bit of a contest, though, towards B Long at the moment, and Talon really wanted to win this one, and they'll do so successfully. Immediately sending a bit of a rotate mid, quite open at the moment, though. So you are falling back a little bit as Talon.
I can't
Wouldn't
stop
mind
thinking
them
about
just
it.
Seeing, holding on to a lot of their utility, and even if they want to, they
It was
could
a
just switch in
fast. It
towards
was a fast.
early.
And honestly, I'm not going to talk
You know,
about
at
it.
least for Talon still,
Run a
the
new
fact
round.
that they've all been teammates at one point or another, perhaps except for Cruz, there is quite a bit of comfort, a bit of morale boost on the side as well. Meanwhile, you can see how they're all flowing together, commsing together on the team. They're already reading this push coming out from Team Secret. So even with the spike
It's a hard
getting tapped
retake.
in, the Knight will instantly sent out. Prowler, just a check. We're looking at a potential peek pretty soon. Bit of a flash, blindside out. The clone, just a check. Throw off a crosshair placement. Wild Ario at least will redeem himself from the previous
that's a
round with a
late
double kill, but
forms.
Permy fires back with an outlaw as well. Off towards Art, and that's Chit Boys taking further position away from Team Secret. Forces 2GE to try to march up. Envy, though, pulls off a bit of a spin on his own and goes into a Beyblade.
My goodness,
being able to
what is going
down
on in
his
this
opponents
game?
in a moment of glory.
3-1, Talon
definitely
have
need to
the
see a couple of
eco.
those
They
Talon
win
members
one
out
with
there
one
head on a
person
swivel, though, and spin
surviving,
around.
and
Unfortunately,
they
wasn't
lose
able
the
to
next.
really come on out, and you're looking at them give up a lot of space in through towards mid, give up the territory of A to play towards a retake because you have the Nightfall, right? But when you've got the Steel
Yeah.
Garden going on
We'll
through
just move
as
on
well,
to the next
that
round,
just
I
buys
think.
a lot more time for Team Secret to establish themselves in the site, and then they're layering some more of their own utility to stave off any sort of retake. So nicely done from Team Secret. They'll be met with the eco of Talon right now. And for Wild Oreo, it's very wise to get out the Outlaw as well, specifically on a chamber. You want to see good proficiency from him with the snipers too.
That's what he has in his hands. The Outlaw, at least, just to mark down mid. Sound strategy from Team Secret all throughout, with the way that they're carefully, tactically working across the map. Talon, though, on towards the pistols, trying to get a little bit cheeky outside of A main, but instantly deterred, shall we say, back in towards mid.
Dude, both ecos
Yeah,
that go
just all
aggro door.
kind of grouping together at the moment through double doors. See if these
Bypass and
pistols
push
can
on
just
middle.
tap away.
Ooh, it's going to be the
Absolute
Outlaw that taps
freebie.
away instead, Komodo.
Not bad. Not bad. Still going
Yeah.
for a bit of a challenge though.
Keep feeding them.
You know, whenever we get multi-kills like this, I just feel like I turn into the Count from Sesame Street. Nonetheless, it still is going to be Talon backing in towards the A site, looking for further positioning. But with that many kills, or deaths at least, going down towards mid, Team Secret makes the read in towards the B site.
What I see when you're in a round against an eco
Yeah,
like this,
and they
and
can
you've
get
got 3
the
kills,
your ult a
is
little
an
bit
ace hunt.
closer.
Ooh. Oh,
They've got the orb on someone else to
Possibly
get an
hunting
ult
for
into
some
next
weapons.
round. Probably.
we'll see if Talon gives them the chase
Like
or
an
not.
Astra picking up the orb
At
here.
the very least, possibly
Unless they're
someone
going to let
for
Jeremy
some
just absolutely
exits,
send it.
Maybe.
I wouldn't have thought that you'd like duck hunting season, Quack.
Do I?
Oh, no, he's sending it. Okay, they get a Yoro ult.
Cannibalism, hunting my own brethren? I don't know.
Well, just the tail end of this round. No ace going to be achievable for Wild Oreo, but there is some damage at least at the end of this one for Talon. They're going to get some dollar-y dues. There's going to be an ult
That was a
available
nice
in
shot.
the next round. More importantly, though,
This
I
is
think you'll take away
devastating
the
for
Team Secret
Talon,
is
though,
starting to
really.
find a, good little
They've
numbers
had
on that
like,
tally board for the
I
attacking
guess
side.
3 buy rounds if we include this as well.
Much so. Ultimates online.
And
kills
this one
being
coming
found.
up.
It
And
all
2 of them
starts to
have been
flow.
against the
And you can
Yoro
see
ult.
that they're not just working alongside the composition, but also trying to work alongside the map and the strats, where they're just trying to stay, I guess, disciplined. You know, not really fully committing too early on.
Yeah, well, one of the strengths from this comp that Team Secret are going to be running is just making sure that utility is right to try and set up Yoru, set up Jeremy for a lot of success, and then having the initiative to make sure
Yoro ult
there's a
for
bit of a
Yoro
backup
ult.
plan if that
Talon's
goes a
super
little bit
aggro over
haywire.
towards A. I do like this from Team Secret though. They shot the recon this time instead of trying to avoid it.
So that's Premi on the op. Instantly gate crashes.
Speaking of recons, one kid plays close over towards B
on towards A main as well. Then Talon continues to spread their wings across the map, covering a lot of it with their wingspan.
Yeah, new recruits getting the job
Prowler
done
behind it as well
A.
to see if there's anyone following it up.
Put in a bit of
And at the moment from Talon, there's been a lot of heavy priority on A main.
Prowler gets its job
They like
done.
a A main.
Player advantage, and now you really need to see Team Secret dig deep.
Stop ignoring Yampy. What did he do? He asked his question about food though.
One of these positions where
He
you
has
kinda
another
need to
one.
give your opponents in Team Secret the jewels to win, and that's exactly what happens. Dai gives them the jewel, he loses it.
Yampy, there's an incredible one.
For Team Secret.
Possibly, you know.
I think I told you about it last time though.
Greatness, you would gamble that it's down to these two players, Jeremy as well as Jesse Vash, the Unk who got almost
I think it's the same one I told you about last time that you hadn't tried.
Still in the same spot, he does find that kill. But off of that, thinking that that one kill might have pulled some rotations over, Team Secret head back into the B site where Primi has his crosshairs zeroed in.
Yeah.
Headshot through, but then a crouch peek out from Jeremy to find the headshot right back.
Wait, they could actually still win
Down
this.
to Jit Boys, Cruz arriving on scene as well. Can they do it? And it's all down to Jeremy.
Wait.
He has to find the frags, and he does find the opener.
He gets plant and he gets out. He can sidestep it. Oh god.
Gets the spike down just in the nick of time. Dimensional drift away to find Killua. Does figure out where he is. Continues to toy with his position, and Killua having the ace from before, feeling confident, but now feeling the pressure into
Swing
its
off his
halls.
contact.
Where
Lovely.
can they be?
Swing off his
Find the
contact.
first, and then
Oh no.
away from the next. He
Oh
knows
no.
exactly where Jesse Vash
This
is.
Killer guy's a beast as
Forces
well,
on,
man. I
and
can't. This
Rookie
guy's
wins
sick.
this time.
This guy's so
Talon
sick.
Killua just greets
Well,
everyone on the
Team
server
Secret
once
did the
again.
hard part, and
Had to
then
win that one, didn't he? From the starting of the round, when you
Dude,
start to lose your teammates as well in a 5 versus 3
there's a world
situation
where
where
Secret
Dai
should
loses his
maybe
life.
be like
I'm looking at what's
6-0
happening
up.
with the creep up from Wild Oreo. There's 30 seconds left
But
on
we'll
the
say
round.
what we
He
said
goes
here.
for a
This
dry
is good
peek.
damage as well.
A little bit ill-advised, you know. I'm
Good
also
damage.
seeing
One
that there
person
is
survives,
technically a
armor
dimensional
rebuy.
drift available earlier on. If they
I
wanted
will
to
say
quickly use
Killua
that
is
one
looking
in, you've got, you know, sub
really
30
good.
seconds, yeah, but is that enough time to throw in, to try and establish plans and everything? There's a lot of shoulda, coulda, wouldas in around
Like
such
his
as
movement
this, but I
here
think
to
more
isolate.
importantly,
Like he worked out it was
everybody's
this
trying
setup,
to
right?
to bring forward around,
And so as soon as he swings, committed swing by the way, on this guy, he knows as soon as he gets that kill, so then go ahead here. So this person has to like keep on swinging out to the side. It was awesome.
Oh yeah, just holding up around the doors, but at the same time, straight into Art. Okay, Primi instantly
Yeah,
deletes
I
2
feel like
GE.
Talon are
That's the
about
go signal
to
from
come
Team
online
Secret.
here.
and now
It's
it's
looking
going
nice.
to be the pause from Talon.
Start looking
They've
at the
got
money a
advantage.
little
They
bit.
don't
One person
actually
come
need
by,
to push
2,
forward and
and
give
then
the
we
fight
got
over to Team Secret.
4 people that
Hence,
come by.
Dai just kind of holding
So
out
really important
towards
rounds.
Dugout for
Great
now.
shot.
Repositions into its Secret and spots Jeremy out with a tap. A second tap onto its Envy skull. And that's going to be Jesse Vash trying to regress back in from main, from stairs. Is it going to be enough though? Not quite. The spike's down
Nice shot as well.
in the dirt. Wild Oreo with an op at this range. It's just a little bit too tough. Primi, who already has his
Okay,
crosshairs,
2 people from
scoped
Team
in,
Secret that
will
can't
be the
buy,
one to
so
find
you'd
the round
imagine
for
they
Talon.
have to
Quite
do an eco
readable
on this one.
as far as Talon are concerned as well. When the first pick is found and the Prowler goes out through Art, they start
And I
to get
think
overwhelmed, and it's
pretty
just
sure they're
falling
going
on
to
back,
stabilize now.
knowing that
It
Team
looks nice. They
Secret
got
are
a
going
good
to
amount of
go
money.
towards
They
the
can
A
get the
side,
op
and
all
then
the
it's just
time. Op's
very
looking
sharp
good on
gunplay
Primi.
to come out from Dai, getting those 2 kills, everything falling in order for the rest of the team where they are just standing and delivering.
Just happened so much, and it really, you know, brings to question how Team Secret might be feeling in their heads right now, because it's some of these rounds
Another
where
high priority on
playing
A-main.
reserve, they
3
actually
person
find
send
success.
it.
Then playing aggressive, they kind of start to
Team
falter a
Secret
bit.
go
But as soon as they
quiet.
play even more reserve, that's where Primi gets away with
Flash
daylight
bomb.
robbery like this. Primi gets the kill, Cruz for the next. Wild
I mean,
Oreo
still, they win
for
the trades.
trade. A lot
They win
of
the trades,
space
and they
afforded
took
around
down the
A side,
Astra.
and great reads being pulled out by Talon. Look at the mini-map. Vies, the Jit Boys, he's circling all the way around from behind, and the longer that Team Secret takes, the more space that he gets to cover.
Wait.
Primi back in with the op, and that's the second kill for the guy.
Well, dimensional drift, a minute left on the clock, and he's going to throw
The
a
Primi
little bit
op's
of
looking
worry
really nice.
towards the side of
No
Team
matter what
Secret.
here, they
Wow,
should
both
just
of
be
them.
delaying.
This is just
Like,
buying
Jit
time
Boys
for
is
that
so
flank that you
fast on
mentioned.
A-main.
You're getting
Wait, he heard
your
him.
teammate onto the line.
Did he
Dai's
hear
going
him?
to come out from Flowers as well. Actually, oh,
Wait.
wow, this is not what you would expect in this situation. Just down to Jit Boys, guns removed, and they know where he's coming from.
Being able to turn an unwinnable scenario right back, but okay, his own Steel Garden right back against his opponents. They just kind of get out of dodge, though.
Yeah.
And that's where you got to wonder, it's not going to be enough. JitBoys needs to kind of triangulate where they might be and look for the isolated duels. Unexposed duels as well. Look at how quick and fleet-feeted he's able to find that shot to bring a round out for Team Secret.
Yeah, it's a 3 versus 2 that Team Secret are able to convert when the plant, is the kind of priority at that position when you're in towards the A site. Really well done from them, not able to, or rather not fussed by the dimensional drift that is coming on out.
And
he's
then
expecting those positions, right? Primi dancing around the site, calling for his team, where they are, what you need to do, what line you need to
I feel like the replay
those
guy
are the things that you'll instinctively know when those comms come over
missed
to
the
you,
main.
right? But yeah, really well done from Team Secret to be able to win that one
I saw like if it was a burger, I saw the bread, the lettuce, missed all of the meat, and then another bit of bread.
You kind of like it.
I got a bread sandwich with lettuce.
Not too aggressive and back in towards mid.
I missed the main part.
It is the mid to late round that this composition really needs to kind of find its footing in and showcase its strengths towards.
Whoa. Okay, well, mid to late round or not, at least the opening pick, oh wow, goes the way of Wild Oreo at that range as well. Good little right click, scoped in. Take flight. And it forces Talon to rethink, refill that space around Art as well as mid doors. As that happens, Team Secret back into A. Thai has always been playing that position, and they're looking to challenge him. Expecting to peek out from mid doors as well. Envy finds another.
Great patience from Team Secret, just against the eco, playing in towards the deeper lines.
They're gonna have enough money for AWP, yeah they are.
The pistols now as well, so you kind of start to shift towards the A site, get all the information as 2G. It's not too difficult of a rounds to kind of play towards for Team Secret on the beginning. Or after the beginning.
30 seconds left.
Fairly simple and clean. Talon, though, still just trying to look for any potential pickup. Would be an off point or two for Primi at least, but ooh, a little bit quiet from the fella just for now.
My goodness.
From Thai,
just,
least, but still,
just added in a stray, incredible shot.
You want to kind of see Talon fall back onto what was working in the previous roster before Killer and Thai joined, right? There's still a core 3 that you can kind of, you take a couple of plans out. You know, with the timing between kickoff and adding these players as well, that you're not going to have too much to kind of reinvent the whole team, right? So you see a couple of roles change for sure, but you're still going to have a lot of these fundamental game plan plays that you have on this defensive side. Right, some mid takes, some A takes, some B long takes, and everything. Feels like right now we want to get a little bit of involvement and maybe rest back on something a little bit more tried and tested, right? Because a lot of these rounds at the moment, they're not getting an opening,
stuff's been working well.
And then it's
they're
Team
just somehow losing rounds when they have
a lot better at adjusting in these rounds and slowing it down, letting Talon kind of overcook a little bit.
Certainly. We are seeing how Primi's playing around mid doors a lot, or maybe even a player inside of Art. But at times, they start to get picked off, and as soon as that first player falls, the rest of them start to scramble, and Thai even sometimes getting picked off as well. So I do wonder if it's going to be some of these early
Am I surprised with how low the deadlock pick rate is so far?
With a quick intervention back in just to keep their heads on their shoulders.
Yeah.
See if that's going to be enough.
And for me as well, like when I saw this veto, I was a little bit concerned for Talon because we haven't seen too much Pearl from them, and what we have, a 13-1 loss, right, in previous rosters. So I think you do start to have a little bit of
still early though.
Rep concern of them. Have they been really practicing this, or have they been more going towards the other maps in the pool?
Honestly, ISO as well.
They did leave it open though, so you gotta imagine maybe they do have something. And this comp at least alludes you to thinking that this is a very deliberate setup right now, especially with the coach timeout being called, the adjustments being sent over onto extreme ends of the map, especially with the outlaw as well. Okay, just to try to deter Team Secret
insert one over towards B.
Any further.
Yeah, I kind of want to see what 2G is going to be able to do.
Late mid-control to 2G's.
Now actually spotted on out, so maybe you look to get overwhelmed a little bit, but you definitely have to get out of there. I was trying to say I want to see what timing you can try and find to get on.
Does also create like a little bit of pressure there, so they're going to hold here for a while.
Something tailing towards the B side.
Especially with that smoke, I was thinking he might recall the star, but actually just
and when this smoke goes though, we're going to have another job peak come in. They're going to see that it's empty, and then We might even see a pivot across if this wall stays up.
Mid, but they do want to watch out for some of the Vi's utility, for example. They've encountered it before. But wow.
Yeah,
30 seconds to go.
got a 3-person on site. We can have 1 person watching here. Fatal goes in, only hits 1. Big play from Tai.
And it's just everything dumped into this A site. The Hunter's Fury, though, does
25 seconds. Everyone, okay, the call goes to get behind the ult and just let him plant. Even though they had 2 people in front of it.
Set themselves up. The spike will get planted. But can Team Secret stabilize? That is the question.
If Cruz gets a kill, he gets his ult. They got to deal with Astrasuck. Wait, maybe not even. No Astrastars.
Just trying to get ahead, but instantly gunned down. Gotta imagine where some of the Team Secret players could be playing as well. So
oi, nice little double.
Oh
my god, chat, Envy's playing so well.
Picked up alongside Jesse Vash with a sudden peek out.
It would have been the ace, but it was the clone that he ended up shooting in that one. And I actually thought that there was an immediate counter ult to come on through, but there was only 3 in towards the mix. Yeah, more importantly, the Nightfall I thought would have been a little bit more valuable towards the site instead of towards Art. Didn't really feel like that worried Team Secret too much.
I mean, dude, Envy's always been incredible. Honestly, he just had a quiet kickoff.
Well, but importantly, it wasn't a lot of those ults and abilities.
He's always been like one of the best.
Envy, a lot of the kills to come on through. He's kind of tearing things up at the moment.
Right. They also just got them into sight, but Envy is the one who has been finding the frags.
The OG Envy Glazer? Yeah, I've been an Envy fan for like ever since I watched him, to be honest.
He's always one of the best players that we have here in Pacific. Nonetheless, though, as the next round heads on up, we are nearing this end of the first half, and still Talon continue to swap their positions around, you know, trying to control mid a little bit further. But Team Secret,
money's in the bin if they lose this for the last round.
I mean, if you want to talk about some space
honestly, this is kind of Team Secret's chance to get 9 here. They got Vice ult. They're up against
head on a swivel to make sure that there's no just
they're up against Astra ult, so they might realize that they're playing like heavier on one side to retake. We'll see.
Position, gather an ability. You know, if Talon are spotted in towards
look at it, man. It can't be any better than
that. Going to be my second one as Primi just does that.
Bit of pressure over towards door.
For Talon
so
to
he
gets a good read at the moment.
It's interested to take a peek.
So. Read or no read.
Now creates a little bit of pressure over towards middle, so they got to go exploring, jump peek. Prowler went over towards A. Prowler didn't spot any over towards A, so rotate goes in. Tail ult is pretty incredible. Tail ult was incredible. Dude, like this, and then you had the salvos for the corner. Wait, that was awesome.
Bully your way into this as Team Secret.
That's exactly what they're looking to do.
There's no way they lose this round too, right?
Throw their heads in for bits of swirlies or just to hurl some verbal attacks down in towards Team Secret's way. Still though, you got no utility. Trying to play around it. And that's exactly it. Without the utility, it's definitely going to be a little bit tough, but still Wild Oreo looking to shoot his way out of this range. Swaps over onto the Headhunter and does find the pick.
Have confidence in your op, man. Have confidence in your op.
Right underneath, just to get some information. Killa goes to stick it halfway and gets up just in time to find the headshot against Wild Oreo.
Dude, this is a lovely tail.
That's a twist and lick for you right there.
No utility, but does not matter for Talon. They'll just have every gun ripe and ready for the kills. Maybe for Wild Oreo, that was actually going to be doable.
There's a couple of individuals that are responsible for so many rounds.
1 versus 2, but dancing in and out of the Cosmic Divide, not able to find Killua at the end.
That ult was incredible.
One of these rounds, again, where you are
Killua,
seeing time played with a lot.
Honestly, Killua is like Killua against Envy at the moment. They've each got like 3 rounds, 4 rounds.
Around the map, getting the A orb, looking for a challenge in mid, pivoting towards the B side, but no space left in time.
Yeah, I have to imagine that a lot of that comes down to Cruz and his IGLing. Very
Killua, I mean, he had, let's think, he had the 1v.
That's why you have
what can we even call this on site? 1v2?
On his Taeho, but still.
He had 1v2, he had 1v2,
Team Secret
he had 1v1.
Bully their way through, and that's
3 clutches so far.
Unless Primi
maybe the one on A you could say was a 1v3, I think.
Yeah,
it was chaos, whatever it was.
The force back of B and the tapping of the sheer wall.
Talon's still going for the aggro A.
So trying to bait it out. I really
it's
like
a lot of pressure. Prowler to see if anyone's taking any space over towards mid. We got a decoy going over to, or clone, whatever you want to call it, going over towards B to find if the wall's here. They see that there's no wall here, so probably thinking it's one of these right now. Fade I just cleared over towards A, so they might. It's looking like they want to fake over towards A with the Euro ult Visal and then hit B. No?
So at this point, just forces for Team Secret to go in for a bit of a a trick play.
But dude, look how many people is over towards middle. And does 2G hear them running? Great shot. Incredible shot.
Again, time.
Bro,
Sub 30 seconds.
2G could own this round.
Pressure in the backs of Talon's minds. 2G gets to strike while the Iron is hot
enough,
from
mate.
behind. A huge flank, and that just pulls the attention away.
And he can just survive late because he has Astra Suck as well.
Continue to make quick work on the map, and it forces Primi to send his crosshair
And Primi's
back
hitting
and
some
forth,
shots.
looking for the next flick. Takes down Jesse Vash now, and does soften the side up for the rest of his team.
Whoa.
Jeremy tries to keep
No
them
way,
away with the
Primi's doing a
flash, but it's
madness.
not going to be enough. Primi with his own blindside, his own dimensional drift now, and he pushes all of Team Secret further back and away.
Oh my god,
2G,
what a
try
round
as he
from
might,
Primi.
It's not going to be enough. Jit Boys will find him down, and that brings us to a 5-7 at the end of the first half.
The individuals kind of bailed out Talon a little bit to get them 5 here. Killer for 3. That was Primi.
Swing round abilities to take control of this map, but at the tail end there, those last 2 rounds to come out from the side of Talon, well navigated. I'm thinking to myself, you've got a lot of information in that scenario up through street. You don't need to go for a lot of these peaks. You know that you've got Talon locked in there, but they somehow managed to get back out of there, taking the full challenge.
Right.
And Primi, operator shots, shorty shots, turning in towards then the human drone to get all the rest of the
How are 2 of you
He's
talking
taken,
about
like,
picking
all
up the
of
gun?
roles essentially.
It's half
there.
time.
It's crazy with how much Primi can provide to this team. You know, whichever role he's playing on, of course we love to see him back on the Duelist, but with the op, with different ranges, he's
You
able to do
lost.
so
It's so
much.
good, man.
And
So
then
good.
again, with the Euro, it just gives him a little bit more flexibility with how he's able to hang back with the gate crash.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day when him and Dai were playing together, right? Dai
Is this
primarily
map 1
going
yet?
towards the jet,
Map
and
1 for
Primi's,
this
like,
game.
flexing between smokes and sentis, and even, you know, getting out of
How's
double
Killer
duelist
playing?
there.
Incredible.
So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we even do get something like that towards this roster a
3
little bit
clutches
later
so
on.
far.
Really change it on up. But the fact that, you know, now they're finding, you know, some teething issues. This is, you know, it's a new idea. It's a new identity for Talon here. So you're going to have to try and figure out what is going to work with this roster. And so far, so good.
Is Killer new? Yeah, he played on
It is a very small sample size,
Myth,
don't get me
right?
wrong. Like 5
You might have
successful
watched him
rounds
at the
and 7
Soup
not so successful
Invitational.
rounds. But if they're able to now convert the success that they did have on their defensive side over to this attacking side, and they're able to really shut down Team Secret, well, you know, I mean, it'll be map 1. But it's too early to tell.
Yes, it definitely is early. I do wonder how this chamber is going to play out on the defensive side, but you know, we do have a lovely little Team Secret plant in the audience there. Just encouraging people to buy the bundles. But yes, back into it, and that's going to be Team Secret now on the defense, the sort of double sentinel at play.
Oh my
Just a
goodness.
single cruise
On your head.
with a drone that gets denied and his health looking a little bit bleeding. Good shock dart to come on out from Jesse
An
Bash.
incredible shock dart.
Quite a bit. That's just possibly one shot away from dying. Cruz has to keep himself tucked away for now at the very least. So even if he is looking to cross mid, he's going to have to rethink his decisions. His guided salvos are something that's going to be very needed, especially if his team goes to post plant.
Well, the traps are here, and you're going to have to try and respect them at
Whoa,
the
that
moment.
fade
But
eye
a
is
great
awesome.
haunt. You're going to try and extend and overwhelm him. That gets
Ow.
squandered.
Okay. Quick work, Envy. One of the, well, the primary sentinel right now for Team Secret, being able to deny any opportunities from Talon. Still keeps the team kind of tucked
They
in
might
towards
find the
safe
gap here
side.
though.
A quiet repush in towards A. How far is he actually going to get in towards it before he is spotted out?
Well, they
Marcos
bailed
for
on it.
nothing.
Smokes and Recon.
Okay, Recon gives them all the info they need to keep force strong. Chamber started to move a little bit.
Talon look for an opportunity. Team Secret with our positioning though so
These
far
fade
back.
eyes are.
At the same time, a bit of a flank coming through from Wild Aura, but it's not necessarily needed with how Jesse Bash is able to play. But look at Killua, a bit of a skewer as he finds two. Straight on in with a straight line. Envy now trying to get himself out of dugout. Still spotted
So
by Killua.
2G needs to
You've not
just
seen
make
the
sound for
chamber.
Wild Aura.
You've got to expect a flank.
Yeah, at least thinking about it. They're
Wait for your
sitting comfortably
teammate.
with that spike down, Komodo.
Wait for your teammate.
Continues to play around the positions, and there it is. Flank instantly spotted and found, but a bit of a swing
nicely
too
done.
wild from Cruz, and Wild Oreo with the
Double
headhunter
pistol.
will find the damage that is needed.
And that's better fashion because the damage that Jesse Vash found earlier on with the shock dart as well.
Wow.
Only one shot to finish off Cruz.
You're telling me we've come full circle?
We've come full circle. The man has started off the round that he didn't know he found, and then they finished off.
That is just kind of poetic, and what a way to start off the pistol round on the second half.
An attempt, though. A good attempt from Talon, getting in the plant. Killua getting a lot of kills in towards the end there. Not able to finalize 2G either, even with the dink through the corner of the wall, though. A little bit unfortunate. For Team Secret, however, they're going to be able to find both pistols in this map, which is just going to further extend a good lead for them.
Wow, but as you say that, a bit of a force coming out from Talon, still instantly disrespected
Very
by
nice.
Jeremy.
And they found out that they
Shot
managed to
found
force it,
through,
so
and he gate crashes back into
they get the
safety.
first kill and they know that they forced.
Still though, Talon.
They have done the hard part though, which is get over
at least to force
towards
some
the site through the
reactions out.
choke.
They send that little fake out clone all the way through in towards stairs, where Envy will be met with a lot of contact. Jit Boys in with the stinger, will be able to find it instead.
But they're going to call away. They're going to peel and see if they can find anybody in through towards connector first, as Jesse Vash is on the drone. He's got nothing
This
out towards the
drone
A
kind
side,
of
and there's
cleared a good amount of A
her
pretty early
extension
on.
from Wild Oreo here that you
Yeah,
do
which
actually
means that
have to
Wild Oreo
consider,
might
but
actually get
they
into
can
an alright
pass
position to
very
hold this.
quietly up through towards street, go
A 1,
towards the
2,
B
3
side
that he can
quickly,
one-shot if he does get
and
to
he's
the
gonna be
angle.
there,
The problem
but
for him
if
is he
you are
doesn't know
playing two off
about
the numbers here as Team
long
Secret,
B.
you are gonna be playing
Right, and idea what he's
in
swinging
retake
this,
here.
but no idea about B at the
Wild Oreo
moment.
with the outlaw too though, so retake definitely sound, but we'll see if Wild
No
Oreo
vision
can
block, but honestly, if
soften up
he
some
just holds this
blows.
line and knows that no one went elbow, he's done his job.
Too much, so just playing for the numbers.
Yeah, you'll eventually get a dart back online for Jesse Vash. That's going to come in about 30 seconds actually, so never mind.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
one
definitely got to
right
keep an
there.
eye on
You
2G,
do need to try and see
because
what these stingers and what
I
this
don't think he's
Spectre
going to
can
think
do,
that
because
Primy's this
They
close.
actually can make this work.
Especially when Primi is watching in the back positions, crouches underneath, and that's 2G deleted
Very
away
nice
from the
flash.
roster. Jit Boys now with the Spectre, finding another shot through.
I mean, he can
Going
just
in
stick
for the
this.
full tap though. Jesse Vash gets it down halfway, gets off just in time. Spectre,
Damn, very
Bulldog,
nice from
the
these
shots
two.
all
Jeremy
found
going pretty
by
huge on
Team
that.
Secret to still stabilize
Talon
and
are
find the
done, aren't
subsequent
they?
round win.
2
Yeah,
full
the
loss
plant
bonus,
not
they at
going
least got
down
the
where you can
plan.
actually
Everyone's sitting at
protect it from where you
3k.
came from in the street, right? You've got a bit of a play from
Gonna
Primi
go for
looking
another
for the
stinger
late
buy.
lurk out there, and I mean, at some point in that round there, when that plant goes down, it transitions into a really winnable scenario. But when you do disconnect yourselves a little bit too much, it makes it a little bit awkward. You know, you're just looking for damage then, which, to be honest, is not that bad considering that that was only the second round, right? Those are the rounds that you're never generally going to be winning when you drop a pistol.
Okay, straight up send onto the
Similar
A
to
site.
what
Probably
we
going to use Fado on
what
this
we
one.
saw from the start of the map. But as I say that, we are definitely slowly running out of
Yeah,
chances
and
for Talon
Jesse
to find a way
solo
back
hold
into
of
the
the
game.
site.
We'll see if this one can support them, if anything. But
Wait, they
given
hit the
force
Teo
buffer
running.
Before, yeah,
But give me the
it's
Yori.
still going to be stingers
Whoa.
for the entire high squad.
Devastating, man.
Jeremy, once
Okay,
again,
now do they still
really good
Fado?
positioning and knowledge from Jeremy to know that if there's going to be an A
No.
play, they're going to have to play respectful for the sheer, and you just tuck yourself in towards the mid window.
Ooh, and in with that as well. So Primi able to execute into the side, especially with the blind side, takes down Jesse Vash, but here comes Wild Oreo. And with that,
You can at least give him a lot of info that they need to speed up on
the
site.
Need to do, trying to hold stairs and force Team Secret to get into exposed positions for the retake. Wild Oreo having to hang back now, but
Dude,
Jeremy
and they
perched
put
up on
the
top,
and they put the
that's just gonna
Fado
be
into
enough.
it as well, so they now have no Fado.
Bonus
Dude,
round
this
while
whole
somewhat being
map's gone
found
really
for
bad
Team
for
Secret,
Talon.
even against the stingers of Talon.
I mean, you throw an asterisk on towards this quote
Like, the
bonus
only
round,
rounds
right?
they've won
Because
are
there's
hero plays.
over-investments in the previous. You don't come in towards this round with your full rifles. Though, what you do show
Team
as
Secret and
Talon at the
Team
moment
Team
is
Secret
that you're
look good.
proficient enough to
If you
get
take
a
out
plant on down,
if you take
but you're
out a
just
couple
not
of
able
rounds,
to keep it
it's been a
contained
really
and win out
good
the rest
map
of the
from
round.
them.
The retakes so far have been quite
And I
flawless
do mean
come
a
through
couple of
from
rounds. It's
Team
only been like
Secret, and
2.
Jeremy has had a really big helping hand in a lot of those.
Absolutely. Starting off with the opening pick, even down to the last few kills that he picks up on the Bulldog. Finding the right positioning, working alongside his team, and right now the kill leader for Team Secret, Envy, finding his value as well on the sheer walls and that. Stealth throw
Yeah,
now for Talon,
TP's
though,
just
to get a
before it
little bit
actually
of information outside B-Long.
leaves him on an
It's going to be
island.
respected at the moment as well. One away from a dimensional drift for Primi. You're only saying a bit of spotting out from 2G over towards the A
So
side. You
question
are
mark created
covering
over
your aces
towards
as
here,
well.
and as
Pretty
we can
standard
see, the
defaults
person
coming
that
out
needs to
from
clear
Team
this
Secret
question
here
mark.
and act accordingly.
It's miles
Again,
away.
highlighting that their retakes have been pretty good. So if they need to,
It looks like he's
concede any
lagging out with that
positions around the
movement.
map, they can rely on that. Time of the round for the drone, clearing some information, and a bit of a re-clear towards B long as well if Wild Oreo wants to keep going for the spot.
But not
Still no question mark clear over towards B, by the way.
trademark being tripped
No
around
one wants
B
to go
lane,
for the
so
jump spot.
Still keeping some investments into the B site. Talon deliberately trying to sneak on through, but they do have to make it over this little sheer wall obstacle.
Yeah, Thorns immediately popped as well.
Yeah, and they
so
got to
Team
respect
Members
this.
Just gonna sit pretty in
30
towards that one at
seconds.
the moment, and 2GE is
Jesse
in a bit
has
of
a judge.
spot up. He can get
And
crunched
we
upon.
do have a 1v1 on A main.
Okay, still though, keeps himself tucked away inside of that smoke and stays alive. The second one coming up. Peeks at the right time. And,
No way.
taking
He
down
might
the
even get
spike
another.
Planter. Envy out from the back as well. Flowers being secured. Back into Envy with the classic. Support from
What's
Jeremy.
going
There it is.
on, bro?
Down to just die. 4 HP. Spike on the ground and no
2G
time
played
at
so
hand.
well.
He's gonna have to go in for the
And
full
honestly, the
save.
Yoru ult kind of
As
distracted,
Team
so they
Secret
sped up
looks to
through the smoke. The
double
Yoru
up on
ult
double
was
digits. It's down to 11 and 5.
lovely.
Yeah, really well played out from Team Secret as well. The tricky position from 2GE navigated quite nicely for some assistance as well. I think it was Envy that got the Arc Rose flash out there, providing all the goods for him to collect the kills in towards the
Timeout?
side. This time a difference
Yeah.
that there is no plant to come
I mean,
on
it's
down,
needed
so
at the
seeing it in the
moment.
replays there,
It's
really
for sure
well done
needed.
from 2GE. Just
This was
very
always going to happen with
proficient in
Talon.
how to
They were
close
going to
out
have a
rounds
couple of
currently
maps
when they
where
know what
they
where
weren't
the
going to be
round
super
is
prepped.
kind of tailoring towards when the spike
They
is
haven't
planted,
had enough time with the
what
new
positions
guys.
they need to expose to their opponents.
And it definitely looked
Yeah,
like
this
Team
time
Secret
out is,
picked right with the map
It's going to
pick.
be sorely needed. I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't have it earlier on, but you know, you're kind of playing on the back of for Talon. You get the pistol, you get the second round where you're not going to need a timeout. You're playing towards your delayed bonus round. That's
You
what
looked at the
that
mini
round
map,
just
2G
You
was
lose
done
that,
for.
right,
No,
now you need a timeout.
I thought maybe he was going to win his one-on-one on A main,
I mean,
and that would be it.
it is Jovi,
He
the
did
assistant
the
coach,
play close onto
really
the
making
smoke, and then the
calls now
Yoru
for
ult
Talon.
distracted, so they sped up.
And at the same time, we could
Like
see
from
the
A main
effects
to help
of
the guys
how
over towards,
the internal restructuring of Team
A.
Secret has worked out for them. At least for this map, you know, they bank themselves on it, they follow through on it off kickoffs, and they make it just work to a treat. At the same time, you do have to kind of imagine, you know, a little bit of rivalries between these two teams. I do remember from the previous year where there were some little scuffles, and Talon found that win from back then. And now it's Team Secret leading the charge.
Yeah, back towards an opening round, and we have to verse these guys again.
Yeah, always trying to break away from the middle of the pack. Talon managed to get a little bit further, but now Team Secret showing a bit more dominance. Wild Oreo back in with the Outlaw, reading the shields on the other end.
Yeah, if you can get away with one hit and you can rendezvous, you have to do that before the drone. So just standard Tejo protocol to come out there from Cruz. This time, not going to be met with the shock dart either.
At least a little bit more information. Also, good job with 2GE controlling the opposite end of the map.
He has been seen shoulder peeking like this time and time again. So there's going to be a bit of an element potentially
for a
if they
shoulder
can
peek.
spot him and find him as Jit Boys, but not going to be afforded it.
Yeah, I think he's
Yeah,
found
40
what he
seconds, but
wants.
40
So
seconds, Talon have taken an alright
he's
map
reading for a
control.
potential ace split
I
coming
don't know
up
if
from
Killua
Talon.
can have the
Team
worst
Secret will
gun.
look to control
When they're
these
playing,
spots.
when he's playing this
Okay,
good, I
fake out,
think someone
does
else
bait
has
out
got to
some
give him the gun
utility.
here.
And that's Talon, possibly with the intervention of Coach Jovi, trying to work along the map now.
Yeah. Our drone, by the way, just used by Jesse Vash over at the B side, seeing nothing towards long. So Premi's just going to start to clear all of the information for Talon. See what he can do here by himself, because he has only spotted out Wild Oreo.
That's nice though. Got a leg shot, got out of there.
He's still trying to
Speaking of Killua,
delete him away, but Wild
no.
Oreo just rendezvous into
Speaking of
safety.
Jit Boys,
And look at this now.
first time we
Team
mentioned him, of
Secret
course,
pretty much
he's actually
arrived
going
on
for
the
a
site.
huge luck.
The only thing that is going for
Huge
Talon
luck.
is Jit Boys with the long flank.
Oh, that's going to be so long away, though. If he gets one kill, he could technically ult, but at that point in time, you'd
Dude, he
expect
might
Team
have
Secret
4
to already
kills.
start that retake, right?
Yeah, there it is. I think Cruz buying a little bit of time for Jit Boys in with a guided salvo, and here it comes now, trying to bail himself out of the position.
Still delays so much
He has
that
found his value, though.
they
So impact frag, there it is.
probably want to
Wild
save,
Oreo
but
needs
I
to
do think they should do
gun
damage.
his way into the site to reaggress. 2GE will provide that assistance. Meanwhile, the rest of Talon just trying to hold back.
Yeah, it's still
True
going to Astra
from
suck for
around the
this.
pillars.
I mean, no matter
Swing
what,
a
it's
little bit
damage.
too wide from Cruz, and that's the punish.
Body block? Body block got half.
Body block
Wait, body
is
block got
definitely gonna
half.
help out. Guardian shots fired through, but no kills found. And the team
God, how did they win it?
To match point for Team Secret.
How is Team Secret winning some of these rounds?
That body block worked the way that it needed to, at least to get the defuse on
Huge
towards
body
half by the
block.
time that
Oh
it
my
does fade away
goodness.
at the end there. Because you think about what stalling capacity that the side of Talon did have, right? You've got the salvos to go in, and you've got the gravity well. They don't really have anything else that they can utilize in that scenario. You know, no C's to pull them off. You know, that's not going to work out at the end there with the only soldier remaining as Killua. So
Wild.
really well done from Team Secret. Flawless run on
Seven-
this defensive side so far.
Seven chances.
Has always slipped away from
This
Talon's
is a
grasp
rough
with
start.
that rendezvous.
Rough start for
And he even
Talon.
uses it for information. Now, in the final, possible final round, Team Secret have swapped out their defensive
PRX.
positions again.
Yeah,
Up 3.
it really
oh,
makes Talon utilize a lot of this early utility to try and just figure something like this out. And
Did I just straight up forget
Cosmic Divide
something?
early before you've actually sniffed out that wall as well.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Cosmic Divide kind of gone into the wind. Jit Boy's down into the dust as well.
Yeah.
And
But
that
it's
can't
done.
feel good. Not at all.
Yeah, you really can't utilize this ultimate at the moment anymore because it's just going
It's
to fail
actually
and
done.
you're going to be stalled out. Yeah, you put in an Armageddon at the back, but you're immediately getting just bodies of Team Secret thrown in towards the site.
And I think I just caught a glimpse of furrowed brows on Primmy's face. First time I've seen that.
The
Team Secret
overreactions
on
have
the
started.
cusp of
I mean,
victory.
it's only
Steel
one map.
Garden,
But again, this was always
barking
going to
away at
happen.
the
This
heels
was
of
like the main
Talon.
reason why I picked Team
They try
Secret.
to regress. They try
Like
to
Talon
make
have
do with
to
what they've got up around
have
pillars.
bad
But you gotta
maps
imagine it's just not going to be
because they haven't had
as
enough
the
time with
entire
the two
site has
new
been
guys.
set up into a huge choke point.
Yeah.
Jeremy in for
Did
a
I think they would
kill,
get
2G for
wrecked
the
this
spray
heavy?
alongside the Nebula.
No.
And Thai is just trying to dance around it. But look at this. Every single
Okay,
player
very
converging
nice.
into his one position.
Very,
And that
very
will
nice
be
from
that
Team Secret.
Final score on the map of Pearl.
strong
13-5
map.
in favor of Team Secret.
Yeah, not changing their
Killua,
roster
3
whatsoever. Coming in
clutches.
towards stage 1
Still
here.
can't get them
They
too much.
are
They did win double
believing that
pistol
this
though.
5 stack
Team
of
Secret,
players
but-
is going to still be able to continue a good run to make it towards playoffs that we generally associate with a team like Team
let's
Secret,
see how
right?
many
But
volts on
changing
top of
things
us.
up a little bit on the role department, coming out with a little bit of a new look. The G2 comp here, you know, DFM were questioning how they were looking on towards it, but for Team Secret, they were able to run away with things on that defensive side because I feel like Talon, they had an idea of how to get the spike plant down, but Team Secret had such a brilliant plan for their retakes, for stalling in the last round, for example, there as well. It feels like that the depth of play that Team Secret actually had on this defensive side, I truly think we didn't see it all.
Yeah, we didn't see enough. It always looked so good. It was a little bit shaky, to be honest, at the start. But once we saw, you know, players like Envy, Wild
Bit of an
Oreo,
off-topic,
even
but did you see that
2GE starting to
Verno's
wake
been
up,
mid-round for
the whole
MIBR?
team just seemed to link themselves
I'm
together.
pretty
of course,
high
with
up on
the information
MIBR,
gathered
to
from
be honest,
Jesse
after
Veg,
watching
as well,
them.
as always, on the Sova.
I think they have a very
you
good
gotta
chance to
imagine
go
just
into
how good they look on a map where they are
bronze,
so prepared on. How's it going to look for the upcoming ones?
Yeah, Fracture to come around the bend as well. Talon, I'll get the picks right this time. Talon going for that one. So whether or not we're going to see a big change up again from the side of Talon with Killua and Thai being added, we'll have to wait and see for that one. But yeah, if they do lose that second map, I mean, it'll be a 2-0 towards
okay,
Team Secret. You
Sonia,
know that
I
they're gonna be
uploaded
happy
the
with that.
third map
Yeah,
now.
very much so. At least right now, the
And
Macro
then
Gaming won on
I'll
the side
upload
of
this
Team
as well.
Secret. We shall see how the prediction game goes for the desk as we toss it back over onto Victoria, Big Time, and Pilsky.
All right. All smiles for the side of Team Secret. Well deserved.
0-4
Secret is looking
post-bombs.
composed, in control. I'm liking what I'm seeing. They've taken this G2 comp, yes, but they've made it work seamlessly.
For sure, yeah. It seems like it's gone very well for them. I mean, we saw DFM attempt, you know, adopting the same comp to their team. Did not work for them, did not fit them very well role-wise. For Team Secret, though, comparing them directly with their games on
Okay,
early
chat, are we back on the
kickoff,
boat, right?
I mean, Jeremy, I remember missing a
hope for
couple of op
NRG?
shots
Yeah,
for
there's
them when
hope for
he was
NRG.
on the Jet. They've got Wild Oreo to be that op presence, and he's able to play the Yoru
the-
instead.
what was it?
Maybe
What's the map that they got
role-wise,
exposed
this is
on? Was it
something that fits
Fracture?
their team a little bit more, and it's something that
Yeah, it
Coach
was
Meow
Fracture. The
discussed in
Fracture got
content
exposed
piece
a
as
little
well. well
but
that they're
that'll
trying to
take
find
like
the
a
right
day
roles
to
for their
fix
team.
if
So
they
look, after two Pearls not going so well for them in kickoff, they've picked it
they
into
know where to
Talon
find
here,
the
and they've
answers, I
done
guess.
very, very well for themselves.
And then they
Envy,
need to
I mean,
just
another stellar
respect
game
the
from
Outlaw
him.
a little bit
He's
more, in my
always the
opinion.
standout when I watch
I didn't think they
Secret.
played that bad,
He
to be
had
honest.
a really fantastic game on
I
that
think it was
fight.
just a couple of
Really love to
mistakes
see it.
and
We
one
even saw
bad
Wild
map.
Oreo getting value out of the chamber, which is not always something that's
Okay, I'll be
happened on
back
this
in a
map in the past, not just for Team Secret, but across the board. So I really liked it. For me, I would describe it as comfortable, quite a stable map from Team Secret, but Talon did not rise to the challenge.
No. Definitely not. Very, very messy game from Talon. A lot of rounds where it seems like there was miscommunication, where the mid to late round really didn't come together for them, you know, or one or two kind of set plays that they pulled off nicely. But outside of that, you know, Primi hit some nice op shots, had a couple of, you know, decent rounds here and there. I was pretty impressed by Kalua's debut, which we'll see some clips from, and Ty did okay for himself, but Jit Boys and Cruz just didn't really have any impact in this game, and they're the ones that are used to this stage.
Yeah, I think, like, we can see this is a really great set play that Talon had. You know, this is worked out in the server with the Teo stuff, triggered off the Vice Wall. This is a lovely trap, but they go on to lose this round.
Yeah, I mean, they do, and also worth mentioning, I mean, Kalua, you're going to see his highlights. This is his debut game here. He clutches a number of rounds for Talon, and they still only come together with 5 rounds overall, Vic.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is not the best showing for Talon to start off with this roster, but a lot of it looked a little bit messy, a little bit disoriented, and I think a large part of just being new on the stage.
Yeah, potentially. So, I mean, I don't really feel like the new players did so poorly. What I will say is we mentioned it as well before they even played Pearl. MVP goes to Envy. Jeremy, I will say, did pretty well. I also agree with you. I think Wild Oreo did decently on the op, and maybe that did free up Jeremy to play a bit more of a rifle-centric role and play the Yoru, for example. So I think Team Secret looking like a very well-rounded, very well-prepared team, a comp that seems to fit them very well. But worth mentioning that they won both of their games convincingly in kickoff on the first map. Even that Abyss game, their first map of kickoff, I was like, oh my god, Team Secret has come to play here in kickoff. And the same thing, this first stage 1 game is insane. They dominated Talon, but they need to win the series, guys, okay? Yeah. And there's a reason why most of us have more faith in Talon than Secret.
Yeah, show me some composure now, Secret. We've seen you in map 1 before, but get a map 2, get a map 3. That was their map pick as well. Now moving ahead to Fracture, it's Talon's map pick. So what can we expect from this?
Okay, look, I think, yes, all of us here present today have predicted for Talon for obvious reasons. But I do think at this point, looking how Team Secret is feeling, yes, there was a thing that happened in kickoff, but I think they've surely been working on this and making sure that momentum is correct, making sure that things can carry forward. And Jesse Bash always hitting with his Hunter Fury, and I think things are just on the right road for Team Secret. Now, I do like that Jit Boys is, you know, he did not frag. He normally does. Like you said, he's very familiar with the stage. He's about, you know, a dozen kills away from his 1,000 kill. So I think we got a lot of things happening here, a lot of experience on the side of Talon. Hopefully they can help, you know, rear the newer guys into control and not just rely on Primi.
Yeah, for me, they have to settle down into this next game, you know. They didn't look comfortable, they didn't look confident at all in that first game. It felt scrappy, it felt back and forth, and the only time they got rounds really were from big individual plays. So they need to settle in as a team, they need to get the communication clearer, and this screams a lot of nerves and change in a way. When you change so many things, it's hard to be as consistent going across, so they have to settle down into map 2.
So for Talon, I mean, we've seen them play Fracture. They're going to pick it into Team Secret, who have not played it, and that's why I was saying in the previous kickoff data that we have to look at, these are both of these map picks from Talon and Team Secret respectively, picking a map that the other team has not really shown too much from. So once again, we're going to force Team Secret to show us something that hasn't been showcased yet. For Talon, we have seen them play this against T1, and they did not win, but they are playing this, you know, pretty much like the meta comp at the moment with a bit of a different twist in the Senti role. A lot of people play Cypher. Some people have tried a little bit of Vice. Traditionally, you'll get Killjoy on this map, but it's Deadlock. And I think it was Primi who was on the Deadlock before, but I expect in this iteration of Talon, at least, that we're probably going to see more Primi on Duelists, I would assume. So I'd imagine there's going to be some kind of role shuffle, or might see a different comp this time from Talon.
Yeah, I think there'll definitely be a change. You know, I'd like... I mean, I don't know if I want to say it or not, but I want Waylay. That's what I've got.
Okay.
I think it could work. I think there's some good stuff. You pair it up with Breach Teo, like you said they were doing over in CN, and I definitely think there's scope for it. You don't want to see a Primy Waylay? Because I do.
Yeah.
Well, we kind of did in the show match. He was
want
the
it
better
proper.
Waylay.
I want it
to be
proper,
clear.
official match. You know, real Waylay.
Okay, well, I don't know. Frost could have been trolling. He likes to do that in his interviews and just kind of throw us all off. But he did say it in the coach's interview during the timeout episode 2, where he was like, look, we're a Thai team. Of course we have to use Waylay. And he was like, look, we got the best ISO in the world on our team. I don't know. He could have been lying and just doing that. But I kind of believe it too. I think this is something that's totally doable for the squad, especially on a map like Fracture.
I think Frost says things with such conviction that you tend to believe him a lot of the time, even if you watch different things in the server. I think he's going to have a lot to say after that Pearl game, to be honest, because we've gone to a full Thai roster to get the communication, to get the chemistry, the power of friendship, like Morgan was saying before, but that looked very disjointed in the mid to late round. There were rounds where it did not even look like Talon was talking to each other some of the time, so I think there's going to be a lot for Frost to kind of whip them into shape on and, you know, try to align as we head into Fracture here.
Definitely, yes. And we did mention friendship. All these team members are longtime friends with each other. And you scoffed at that earlier, Pilsky, but but now I understand. But now
it's the power of competition. You know, you gotta get look at T1. They're screaming at each other.
Yeah,
you know, sometimes when things don't go well, they're ready to punch each other. But then they win Masters. So what's more important, the power of friendship or the power of, I'm not going to say hate, I'm going to say friendly competition and a little bit of flaming when it's necessary, when it's deserved.
It's easy to be friends when you win Masters. Not everyone can win Masters to repair their friendship. Sometimes you've got to actually be nice to each other.
As soon as the broadcast is over, I'm flaming Morgan straight away.
That's true, though. Only that's a real friendship. At least I know that's how you guys do it over in Australia, which is so interesting. But I do think we're going to see interesting comps today. I expect nothing less when it comes to two Southeast Asian teams on a map like Fracture.
Yes, I'm so excited to see it. And look, Team Secret, it's completely unknown. We'll go through them first. Neon is going to be coming out here for Jeremy, but for the most part, it is a pretty stock standard meta comp from Team Secret.
Yeah, Talon, I hit the nail on the head. We see Waylay with the Breach, with the Teo.
Yep.
I think this is a really, really nice idea in the common. We've seen this trying out in the other regions where you have a lot of space-taking util with the Waylay, who's really fast behind it. You can also run all the traps with the Cypher and Breach, as we would expect from before. A nice new take on the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. The Waylay can not only bait out a lot of the utility from the other team playing Breach Teo, but also take advantage of a lot of that longer range utility from your own squad.
And it is Primy staying on that duelist. It's Primy on the Waylay, so that's definitely exciting to watch. We've all been calling for him to go back on a duelist.
It's Christmas for you, Morgan.
Oh,
you get everything that you want here.
It's a good day.
Well, you know what's crazy? We still can't predict how this is going to end, if it's going to end here, or if it's going to be a full series. We're going to send it back to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Thank you very much, Victoria, big time, and Pilsky. Yeah, it's, I guess it is Christmas in March, but we shall see how this present actually gets unwrapped on the map.
What are they?
Yeah, I mean,
what are
I'll
they
agree with
comboing it
big
with?
time, right? Having Waylay come in towards this, because we've seen it in another region, all right, you look to get excited. Who did we see it from, Quack? We saw it from EDG. We saw Kang Kang on Waylay. We saw them lose in a 2-0 series using this to Nova the other day. It was not impactful in the slightest.
Talon on attack.
So maybe we'll see
Team Secret on defense.
I guess it depends. They are playing against a different opponent after all. But yes, you know, compositionally,
What are they meant to combo it with? I get that they're going to go damage, molly, and then fast dash into heaven.
Well, for Fracture,
but other than that,
Cyphers,
are we not just hoping that
always have to be
Primy's going to individually own everyone?
And when you set up for an explosion like this and you see that your opponent's Cypher in Envy is playing a little bit far back and not on the site, well, you can just explode generally in towards it. And that's exactly what Talon are looking to do right now. It's going to be an A-site explosion and even a potential 5 versus 5 retake.
Oh yeah, look at this, instantly on towards the top, being able to break the camera.
Yeah.
Spike already planted.
Let's see what the retake's like.
Cruz, on the other hand,
they do delay the plant though.
South side spawn, he's sitting comfortably.
Salvers go in and they delay the plant.
The trip is aiding him as well. Oh, but he does get a little bit too curious, and you know what happens to Cat when he gets curious? Unfortunately, gets slain, and that's going to be Jesse Vash now straight into Sands. A little bit more space afforded for Team Secret to launch this retake. Talon desperately trying to hold on towards A main, and they're actually doing it pretty darn well, especially with Primi on the corner right now. Killa
very nice to surviving.
The classics, finding the taps
Dude, I'm to the hard. It's a 2v2 at the end.
It's a lovely round for Talon, Komodo.
Yeah, starting off with a pistol as well. They weren't able to accumulate one over on Pearl, so you got to already be happy with that one as well. And it kind of is a little bit, you know, of a readable play. You break the trap wire, you get in towards the site. Yeah, you've got an overzealous peek from Cruz, but the rest of the team just make sure that the trades are all happening. The fact that Thai is able to get a couple in towards Sands as well, and then you do actually have Primi.
If Jeremy had waited there, I think it's a different round.
Shooting, by the way, not actually using any abilities.
Like if Jeremy had waited and they realized that Sands were clear,
he really is that good.
Definitely different. Oh boy, the HUD. They kind of need to get rid of the HUD. But it's 1-0, and it's 1-0 on pistols. Like that's all we need to do.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Probably, I'm a support player.
No.
I wonder how long this is going to take.
You love your KO, but that said, it still is the outline.
Yeah, it's an easy one to see how much Primi farms this.
Right now, as he slowly marches forward, just trying to gather info, is Team Secret, but they're getting denied it as well. While we fix our UI, Primi's just going to continue to slay every single player down, at least.
Okay, at least they might get a waylay or
another Marshall off towards the back, a drop, and it just baits them into the positions that Jit Boys is looking for.
Oops, this is small.
Last player tucked inside, 2GE, shoulder spotted.
But
as the Marshall reloads, bolt action, a second shot found.
Damn, it's fast, dude. I was out here doing a HUD. I thought they weren't going to fix it for ages.
Getting closer towards your ultimates as well is always going to be really well placed.
And the whole round drawing.
Fracture is there's going to be so many ideas that we can see come out for Talon on this attacking side as well. So many single position pushes, so many splits and crunches, and for waylay positions as well, right? The combinations that you're able to come out with, I want to see some really good flashes. I want to see some really good stuns.
Okay, Primi 2 away. Bonus is looking okay. Buy an extra gun into it. Money's looking really good as he goes for the stinger.
Use it,
and 2 kill trips. Let's see if they get anything for their 2 kill trips.
What they're looking to do,
and it's important here as well because this is actually where the Cypher is set up this time. So you've got kill trips potentially even to play off, but actually that's not going to be placed. This is a copy-paste round. This is getting the plant, refracting out, and you're playing post-plant utility
and Team Secret have got to go real fast because the after-plant util is through the roof.
Yeah, we'll see if it does go to the winner's interview with Talon, but for now, Cruz marking the back this time, takes down Jesse Vash, spots out Jeremy as well, just as the smoke was about to bloom.
And they're going to speed up more on site here.
The other end, though, Team Secret will still be able to break through in from Arcade, in from Canteen perhaps even. Well, no, actually Canteen is where Team Talon are looking to play around, up around the bottom.
Wow, the Oreo goes half. I don't think the molly lands in time.
But yeah, it's kind of gone, taking too long.
Oh boy.
All the way through it. Team
it was enough distraction that they couldn't actually get. Dude, the molly missed as well. There's enough distraction that they couldn't get anyone in the right positions for the afterplant. And then I will say that Wild Oreo did a lot here. He's the only person solo on site but managed to actually like clear it all and get half.
The fact that you've got Team Secret aware of the rotations, aware of actually how do we counter this? We'll get the kills on the players that are challenging us, get on the defuse and hold it, because that incendiary, yeah, it lasts for 8 seconds. It has travel time. It needs to get to the spike.
Flying down from the lineup. You know, I reckon Talon were trying to going through from tunnel, but they met a bit of competition from the other end by players like NP. So good job from Team Secret as well as they continue going for a bit of a pinch play.
They have no idea about the guy close.
Fire right back against the push out from A
really
main,
weird,
but
man.
here it
No
comes.
way, 2G lost that? Wait, did 2G get hit by the ult and that's why he didn't get that kill, or did he just straight up
The leader
whiff?
of Talon finds some under his belt as well.
Yeah, costing Primi his ult though in the grand scheme of things there. So coming in towards a round later on, he won't have access to that.
He did get ulted? Okay, that makes sense.
Have access to,
There's no way he should be losing
strike.
that.
Maybe Cruz is able to get his Armageddon as well. So this is a pretty good start for Talon, even though they do drop the bonus round. They managed to navigate the secondary one after that, right? And, well, they pushed Team Secret onto a bit of an eco.
Oh yeah, quite efficient.
Yeah, absolutely.
Team Secret after the eco, it's definitely going to be tough, especially with the Bucky on Jesse Vash. I would imagine it would be on Jeremy, but we'll see how they play this out.
No replays? I think production's mounting a little bit.
For yourselves,
And there's some PCs on fire
Talon,
or something.
right? Just that one rep that Pilsky was highlighting to previously, and we haven't seen this for Team Secret since 2020.
Draw the replay? Yeah, I don't really have that one.
You know, previous Team Secret roster, actually. Yeah, it is very unknowing on what Team Secret are actually going to be coming out with as well, right? So it's kind of questionable on
Team
both
Secret might get a
sides,
good
and it
time.
really
Okay.
does mean that
I was wondering if they were gonna go
it
like
really does mean that
quiet
there's a
here.
lot of a promise on.
I mean,
making
that's
sure
a
your
gun
mid
to pick
rounding
up. There's a
and your
Bucky
ideas
down
of
as
this
well,
map
and the
are
spike
in the
just
map.
went across.
True that.
Oh god.
And speaking of that, you know,
Oh
it's gonna
my,
be
that was
a bit of
nearly a
mid-round play.
disaster.
Just trying to greed for a little bit more, but unfortunately does get gunned down. His teammates now trying to go in and collapse even further through. Unfortunately, we'll get hit by
Yeah,
a
Wild
vault
Ori
line.
can at least
2G
pick up the Bucky.
gunned down. Now, Premi
Oh,
off
dude,
towards
they
the
were
other
going to go
end with
back
Yama
into the Bucky. That
taking
would have
down
been
He
insane
That's
if
gonna
Wild
be
Ori
side
didn't
open.
peek that.
Yeah. How's Envy going to play this?
Well, I wonder if they actually heard the camera pop open as well over there to know that he would be over towards that B site. But I mean,
Got a
with
bit
this layer
greedy.
of
There's a couple of
instability
people that got
that
greedy, to be
I'm
honest.
assuming they didn't 100% know.
There was like,
Again,
there's
aside
actually
from
multiple
actually being
opportunities
near their
for
utility, so they're just
someone to like
making sure
tuck
they've
in a
got nice
pause there to
crossing
win the
at the
round.
moment that Envy wouldn't be on
I
the
think the
side.
Jesse Vash stuff is
It's just a
fine.
classic, by the way. So there shouldn't
But I think that
be
2G
a
could have
world
tucked
in
in.
which Envy's
I
able
feel
to
like
do
Wild
this.
Ori
I
could have
was
tucked in.
gathering that maybe he would have gone through Southside spawn to pick up some weapons anyway, but and I guess, you know, Ty would be marking those positions as well, so it is tough for Envy nonetheless.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing for him to kind of jump on down and try to get a tail end kill on this round. Thai and Killua already both have their ultimates. If he does lose his life towards Primi, I mean, you're giving him one orb.
Okay, at least looking for the exits.
Yeah, now he's just going to go up with Spike.
Yeah. Not much else
Yeah,
to do.
it's the right thing to do.
Trying to
Got an
time it
armor
at
out of
least.
them at least.
But nonetheless, a very successful round from Talon.
Yeah, really well done. Besides, you know, losing Cruz and Jitboys to the Eco, to the Bucky, and the Vandal that gets pilfered over. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good start for them. Really want to start to see this defensive side from Team Secret work a treat. When you're playing on towards the Cypher on one of these sites, you know, you still need some sort of involvement from the rest of your team. Perhaps it's not a map that you can kind of just stand still on this defensive side. You generally want to see some contest around what are the 4 choke points around the map.
Very much so. But I do love that, you know, this is the discipline that we're seeing from Talon. You know, it's a bit of an eco round, but they're not just going to chaotically across. I mean, this is a map where things can get a little bit out of hand sometimes.
Yeah.
And Talon are doing.
What are we?
so
What are we
far, so good.
changing up? They go for a 4-1.
Well, there's respect that they can get out
Team
through
Secret
tree.
kind of keep everything
They wanna
exactly
try and
the
get in
same.
towards the B side though, and they do it normally. They're gonna have to try and break the tripwire.
Now talk to me about this. I see Jeremy closer towards A main and no util up around until the stealth drone goes out. It's Talon quick back in
Smoke, and they
towards B,
path
they've done
towards
this
spawn
before. Our
Yeah,
Team Secret
with the
are expecting
waylay.
this.
Waiting for a bit
Clear
of a
all
contract
of this
play
with the
over towards
info
A side
and
of
then
things, but they're not met
this
with
is
them
kind of
to
nice.
explode in towards it. Now they have to go in towards the B site where we're having counter rolling thunders come in and the
Oh my
Armageddon towards the tower location. So Primi
Dude,
and
imagine
Thai are
his
gonna be able
tail all
to
was in the right
dodge that
position.
one.
That's 2
There are
kills.
kills elsewhere.
Jesse Vash just kind of missed it. There's a gap in heaven to hide.
Able to fire back as well, maybe able to claim tower off of that, but now Shit Boys out from spawn will be able to find something as well. Down to it at the very end. It's just the spike not quite yet planted, but also Team Secret trying to stabilize themselves all towards defender spawn.
And Dai, he's got the orbital strike, so Jeremy
That timing's wild.
Years of experience and expect
Wait, that's wild as well. The gun blocked him. Dude, look at what's going on.
Double stun again.
Double stun.
Priority for time.
Can they get out and create a crossfire? They stick together. No crossfire. A couple of low HPs.
Go in for it and look at this high-low setup. Oh, almost an opportunity though
Close,
until
man.
Jeremy
Close.
goes in
Team
for
Secret
bit
should
of
have
a
won the
peek.
round anyway. There was
Cruz
just
a
a
little
missed
bit
ult on
unfortunate at
heaven.
the
The
end, but
combo was
still
actually really cool.
A close round
They
nonetheless.
just messed up the ult.
Yeah, had the spike been
And then,
planted before
damn,
the
they kind of
rolling
got saved by
thunder goes
Jeremy
in,
here.
Or rather,
So I
while
thought
the
that guy was
rolling
going to win the
thunder went on in
1v2.
and the Armageddon came on out as well, you know, in the little lull of play that was there. A different story could have been said at the end of that one, but really nicely done from Jeremy and Coda, just double up at the end of that one. Wild Oreo, yeah, loses his life, but you got to be happy, right? Your teammate got the trade. At the end of the day, there's a clutch to come on through from them. And Team Secret, they're not bowing down and really losing control of this map.
Okay, Neon.
Being able to keep themselves
Neon
reined
ult.
in. Now though, letting those reins loose.
Jitboy
It's gonna be
stays.
Jeremy in with the overdrive, going for a bit of a pitch play on towards north side spawn. Jitboys
Sure. I mean,
will
he'd
be
be
able
great.
to answer back. But still, Jeremy pretty much so far so good. Meanwhile, on the other end, reading that pinch play, it's going to be Talon.
Envy committed so hard, and then Cruz is making a play because he has low HP. And honestly, this play of clearing all the spawn wins in the round for sure.
Really afforded the ability when you've got an orbital strike and an Armageddon faced in this round.
The only way they lose is kind of if 2G manages to get a kill and get his ult, but...
He is smoked off though, 2GE.
The thing is, Dying Cruz, they can play really deep. They don't have to be anywhere near the site.
Hence, just playing these positions. Kill out from tower as well.
Talon looking
Actually,
good.
All the kills were
They're looking good for
picked up
sure.
all the way from this tower position.
Yeah, it's really
Win one,
difficult for
lose
Team
one,
Secret to
1-9
go
loss
for a
bonus
retake
bonus
like that,
coming
but
in.
you've got
Team
two
Secret
players
gonna have
that
to
don't
eco
need to play
Talon,
into the
looking for
action,
like what,
and then the
9
other two
maybe?
that are still alive can just play off
Looking good
each
for
other.
9,
They can
8 at
peek out through
least.
tower, they can peek out around the side, they can just deny time, right? They don't have to technically commit for a fight at the end of that one. So really well done for Talon to just quickly adjust in towards these rounds with these key abilities that they do have. They'll steal back the round when they lose one over towards Team Secret, and they'll push them back on towards an eco round.
That is where Talon does get to possibly feel a little bit more comfortable as well. I mean, look at their ultimates cycling through. They haven't needed to use them yet.
Just another scenario where Team Secret are going to try and gather some A main control, and Talon don't care.
It's always been this successful B take thus far, but still, now with the trips,
Pretty nice from
now
Talon.
with the smokes, they are starting to
They
delay
have a
things
lot of
just a bit
strats based around
Just get a
all
little
like
peek
that
on
they can go
Jetboys
into
as
from the
well,
4-1
making
default.
his way out through
And the 4-1
the
default is still
drop
super
position.
strong as well.
See if
With
there's
the
any
map control
idea
here,
that
they
could
call their
actually
team
be
over,
there.
and we go
Oh,
for the
wow.
4-1 that we saw earlier.
Did Cruz just avoid that stealth drone?
They have an idea that Jetboys was here. He's not going to be able to be answered with, rather, because it's just the pistols.
Oh, they don't know.
It's okay.
A little bit of positioning. Unless Cruz falls to the weapon, but no, okay, so far so good. Those are going to be the kills as well as the positions being
Okay,
secured.
Team Secret probably
And a very successful
needs a
take.
timeout.
Cruz even hanging on back
And then
for
it must
the
be so
rotation
tempting to
coming
go
through.
for a
Tap found, and all that's
south
left
side
is just
crunch.
Flawless round to come on through from
I
Talon.
don't know if they want a
Feels like
south side
there's
crunch or
a
if you
very
just...
big
'cause
confidence
if you know they're
difference from how
4-1-ing
they're
the whole
playing around this
time,
map as well
and the
compared to
fact
first one
the
fell.
Jitboy
I
stayed
reckon that they
earlier,
might have not known that
like
was
I would
actually
probably
gonna
be
picked
tempted
out
to
by
north
Team
side
Secret,
crunch, I'm
given
not sure.
relevant
They have a
history
lot
on
of
that map,
ults.
but hey,
A
when
lot
you're
of
dealt a
ults
hand
to
and
go
you've
up
got to try
against.
and act in towards the map, sometimes it does get away from you. We see it in all of those consecutive rounds at the tail end that Team Secret were able to find, right? A lack of reps for a new roster, but this map here feels
I
like
like
there was a
the
game
waylay
plan
or
that
the
they
neon
expected it
more
to
in
not
this.
be banned
I
out
like
with
the
new
neon
map
more,
rule
but
changing around from
I like what they're
Team
doing with the
Secret.
waylay.
And yeah, you know, they've got their own preparations to come in towards this, and so far it feels like
They
Team
put a
Secret
lot of
have
work into this. It's
not
like
seen
night
this
and day
competition before, because we've only
in
seen
comparison
EEG
to
play
their
this exact
fracture.
comp, and you know they're coming up against a waylay, right? They also haven't seen that, so there's a lot of these different variables that they really do have to consider in the map itself, and now rely upon new Tier 1 coach in Meow to kind of figure things out too here.
Yeah, lovely to see the timeout being called by Meow, and we'll see how effective it can truly be for Team Secret. But at the very least, right now, you know, we can say for sure it is still pretty lovely to see Primi play onto the waylay. You know, maybe not too much in terms of effective
The
utility
Magnum
just
transfer,
yet, but
it makes a
still,
lot of sense.
the way that he's able to dash in the
That's
sides
where
to get the spike
Magnum kind of
plants,
performs best in his
you
role.
have to imagine it does
You say about the
mentally
Kamek
condition Team
stuff?
Secret
I
to
don't really
try
know
to
the ins
defend
and
the
outs of
B-side
it,
a little
but you
bit
got to
further,
remember
and
that.
that's when, Talon does
Same
head
with
over onto the
Vitality as well.
B-side
Liquid and
well.
Vitality have been playing for like 5 months, even though we only see a team for like,
And as we head
what,
into
a
the next
month?
round, Ultimate's
So if they
still
feel like they
online
can
for
change a player and it's going to be better
another story
for
Team Secret, where they're really fixated
in-game,
on getting this
out-of-game,
main control at
just
moment,
the
and
team in
we've really
general,
not seen
then
anything from Talon.
it's a good time
the
to do
deja
it.
vu scenario. When are they going to be here? They're not here.
Well, not entirely here, but still watching the site. Team Secret at least. Convergent paths, though. Look at the.
They're doing
direction
this a
that it's
lot.
sent in.
Double smoke
Might
here.
have connected onto
They get
some player or
info.
two, but
They
at the very
clear
least,
this,
Team
and then
Secret
they
will
just
be
go
able
over
to
towards
stay
site.
safe for now.
Early orbital
Oh,
from 2G
stops
as
the
well.
plant.
Some time and a counter to actually come on through. Afford yourself some time
Yeah,
to
I'm
get
not
this
sure.
spike
I mean,
plant
sure.
down. Remember, they did have the
The Brim ult at
Armageddon
least stops
still
them from
available
flooding
as
in.
well earlier on to
And
combo
because
out
they
with
do this, they have
orbital
another
strike.
Brim
So now,
smoke,
Quack,
and
5
then they
versus 5.
Brim
Retake. Team
smoke.
Secret, hello, 2 quick ones.
As well as those shots in towards tower, the kill trip being broken.
Oh, dude,
might
the
have
3v5 they put
some
an ult into it.
information as to where some of the Talon players might be. Armageddon being sent through as well, just to buy a little bit more time and space for Talon. And Jitboy snuck through his own cage, right up from behind. He's infiltrated the base. He's looking for further shots, but there it is. A bit of a stun, a bit of a shot front from 2GE, and now it's just down to the post-plant utility from Talon. Incendiaries and shots being sent through from
Bro, the first two was really clean. We got a 5 HP, we got a 14 HP, and it's looking like a one-sided map into a one-sided map.
Orbital strike drops to buy a little bit of time.
The first two shots are really nice, and this time they're actually like in the right positions with not too much pressure, so they could do their lineups.
Repositions, absolutely unexpected, but just at the end here as well, that's 3 gun-equipped players that he's just able to dispatch of quite convincingly. So really well done from him.
Yeah, I like this. Okay, there's every single time Talon's doing a 4-1,
secret onto an eco,
and then now they're just gonna do the damage, and then he goes heaven, I guess. Also, I will say every single time they know that they eco, Primy's just getting the outlaw out.
Tucked away, but tying sneaky positions.
Yeah, it's a bait play at the moment. Get out the stun, double peek on out, but it's absolutely great by Talon. There's more members in the backline to swing, so they're even potentially reading the possibility of these little strats to come on out. Jeremy, yeah, good for one at the end of this one here, Quack, but that's pretty much all she wrote.
Couldn't agree more. Well said, Komodo.
Got the truth, Killua? Yeah, Killua looks incredible.
The insight. I mean, everything was just fully red, even down to the final kill. Just Envy. And we do have Jitboy somewhat marking his position. Footsteps heard, and that should be the headshot to the very end.
Very nice. And it's nice to see the Talon have like a mix-up. It's the first time really that we've seen the... Nope. First time we've seen like the 4-1 default from here.
They are providing a lot more in terms of assistance with their utility as well.
Yeah, in a map like this as well, you're really wanting them to make sure that their utility is the focal point of their assistance, right? You never want them to be the one finding all of these kills and shining for any sort of entry, right? If they're setting up their utility right, you're getting a spike plant down, you're getting the kills to open, and they're finding their main kill value at the end, right?
Absolutely, and it's just
first time they've actually started heavy
right now, especially with the 3, I should say, newer players at the top of the scoreboard. Right now, though, Jeremy looking to deny any entry opportunities with his own op.
Yeah, they spot the op though. Spot the op, cool is to go back over towards here.
Good camera,
it's a very nice camera.
Spot out some
Does get spotted though.
For Team Secret, but what can you do on the back of it at the moment? You've got a great rotation towards this A site, and all the utility starting to come on down. Does anyone jump into the trip at the moment? Can you try and find the kill on the back of it? The answer is going to be no, as Jitboys and Crews start off the party. Look at all the trades at the moment.
And at the same time, that's just going to be Talon looking to get the spike down, but it's been lost. Incendiary instantly deployed by 2GE.
It's still kind of doable. It's up to Primy.
Away. Smokes still at hand. Thigh trying to mark positions with crosshair placement, but ooh, good little flashpoint. Primy for the trade. And he comes back in, goes for the taps.
Very nice.
Just can't deny the
Team Secret can't even win the 1v2s.
Finds the 9th for Talon.
Gotta let him know.
Volta_Val with the prime. Thank you, the 18 months. Thank you.
The role of the duelist, and he's certainly having value here, which, I mean, for our Waylay lovers, sure, we'll give him that. But you got to hit your shots, right? When you're out of your abilities, you've got to hit your shots, and that's exactly what Primy is doing at the moment. It's not just, hey, new flashy agent, let's abilities and let's make it all chaotic. Waylay is definitely an agent that you got to be crispy with, and Primy
one
is
last round of the smoke,
pathing
into late smoke. Canteen. Looks like it.
Same thing right now, looking to
path.
Slightly different trap
Clear all of this, get out of there, and this time we're faking it. Rotate goes in. Wow, this is nice.
That's right.
They invested the 2 smokes, and they did clear this fast though. It might be overcooked here, just purely because they cleared this info very fast.
He's got the overdrive to play with. It would have been gorgeous, but all of the utility to start to stall. Rolling Thunder with Armageddon, not gonna find
it's a shame.
kill value.
They ended up like
but they are going to start to get in towards
They
the
ended
side.
up not comboing well at all.
This just quick enough, and
Like this was you could put 2 rounds together.
Overdrive denied.
What was the round? Was it? Okay, I think it's G2.
And it's all being read. Team Secret trying to
G2 did a maybe I should make a short about this. G2 did a combo of the breach ult into tail ult, and it's like all about direction of the breach ult, right? You want it to be pushing them into somewhere that's like the opposite of your tail ult. This one was like the same direction as the tail ult, so it just kind of sped them out of it.
I mean, you got no money going into the next round. You're not even afforded.
Okay, this is nice though from Talon. This was a very nice half.
10-2.
A lot of cool stuff. Very chill, methodical. Looks like if they don't get kills or certain things, they like if they take space over towards dish, they can group go dish heavy, and then they go for the 4-1.
It certainly feels like
It looks like they have a lot of protocols. Looks like they have a lot of protocols, and also they just play the map a little bit different. Like their default's the same as what most people used to do back in the day, but like this whole B hit thing they're doing is really cool. And also it's like you don't want to play Heaven because the pressure of how everyone else plays the Teo breach means that you don't play Heaven. They didn't really bombard Heaven with util that much, and they can do that next time they play
Very
this.
much so. I mean, how many times did
It's a
we
strong
see
map for them.
a bit of a hit into the B side and then a mid-round call over onto A? It was the bait setup in the previous one, but you know, some of the previous rounds as well, they did just that.
And not too many adjustments either from Team Secret that are working for them as well, right? You got a couple of bait setups over towards Arcade. The Operator, I don't even know if it got any value to come out from Jeremy. It felt like they were just dodging it every single time when he's on towards A main. I mean, we never saw an early A main take to come out from Talon. And I don't mind it. It's a very common position that you're going to get a duelist on.
Waylay's attack side.
Play with Breach,
I mean,
Taho, Neon utility.
You are right, but I think this map is like one of the maps where you get rewarded so much for going aggro on your defense that you can just kind of send it at the beginning.
For Team Secret,
but still, on defense.
The map's not yet over.
Like they could just be going for crunches
Well, speaking
on
about
defense the majority of this.
Boys nearly able to hit the
With, like,
prestigious ranks
trip.
of the 1,000 kills in Pacific. So
Almost.
if he gets 2 kills, he'll get there.
Come on,
you know, minimum 3 rounds left in this map.
He's going to hit it at one point or another, but for now, we're looking for some rounds for the side of Team Secret, straight into its A main, as well as Dish. A bit of a trade being found, but it does alert Talon as to what Team Secret's intentions are, and Team Secret will fall at the hands of Cruz, as well as Thigh, instantly marking it all down. Shots with the Ghost, haunting down Team Secret as we head on towards
Alright, it's going to be a fast one.
Map
It's going to be a fast one.
Potentially so. You generally expect that in towards the second round when you
2-2 overall for Pistols, 2-0.
This, right? No real credits coming your way as the hacking side of Team Secret.
Wow, that was fantastic.
Expecting them to force up in towards this one to have a shot at getting back in towards this map as well, because now you had the 6 rounds in a row from the tail end of the second half.
Uncompetitive maps, but this was always going to happen with Talon, right? But like, new team, you're probably going to heavy focus like 4 maps, have 2 bans, and just hope the other map doesn't get picked at the beginning. Because you want to at least heavy focus 2 maps and have like a set pick.
Judge play out for Jit Boys on the top of B tower, and he's marking everything.
You can tell the practice difference time-wise between Fracture and Pearl.
Jeremy off the other end, and there it is. 999 kills, and that's the 1,000th for Jit Boys. On the other hand, though, Cruz continuing to hold down True alongside Primi with that Outlaw, denying any potential entry for
the
Team
Force
Secret.
fight.
Even with the Force, Envy though, close range,
Very
looks to pick
dominant.
up the weapon, has to reload, and with that reload, Jit Boys might be able to circle closer in. Jump shot in with the Judge, has a couple more pellets through. Primi looking to lock down the angle as well. Kilo on towards the other end. Envy just trying to go in for that sneaky strafe shot, just to try to steal the kill away, if anything. You got 40 seconds, dude.
Yeah, but he's stuck. That's the problem right now. He's stuck and they're playing a double lineup, and he's not going to be able to do anything. Kilo up for the
10 chances. 10 chances, and they got 2,500,
like they
basically.
really haven't been able to find their footing on this map of Fracture here just yet, from offense to defense. Or the other way around, rather. And yeah, now map point in towards Fracture.
Very much so. 12-2. You gotta imagine you're just not gonna be able to go into the next round without with anything. Honestly, you can't really afford too many weapons. So it's definitely going to be tough against a Talon that's feeling this rejuvenated, especially with Jit Boys up to 1,000 kills all across Pacific.
Oh. Yeah, and Primi just taking that outlaw from the previous round as well. Envy, dead to rights, down for count. Little by little, things start to really feel dark at the moment for Team Secret.
He's actually out of there.
Yeah, quite so. Oh, Primi off with the outlaw as well.
Probably the most dominant map I've seen. The stage one.
That is quite the scoreline.
That was
final score on the map.
Very one-sided.
Yeah,
very drilled on this map. A lot of cool stuff, a lot of new stuff.
Fracture, a map that we didn't really see from them as a liked map whatsoever. Maybe 1-2 now consider banning against them if you are another team in their group, because if that's the sort of performance that they're
other
coming
teams
out,
get a good advantage now. They know that they should probably be getting rid of this if your Fracture's not good.
They are making this one look quite successful.
Very much so. And it has to be said, a lot of it happened out in this first half. You've talked about it before. You know, we start to see Team Secret trying to adjust around it, but to no avail.
Yeah, unfortunately so. But I guess in the grand scheme of things for Team Secret, if they weren't feeling comfortable going in towards Fracture whatsoever, and they're thinking to themselves we'll see if we can win it, we've got a bit of a game plan, we've got a bit of something that we can find, and they don't win it, they got map number 1. So it's not like
we're back in a bit. We have...
didn't really see anything in there.
What was the last map?
Right? They've got Haven around the bend.
Haven?
In what is essentially now the best of 1 to get the first up.
And what a map to
see if
play
people
out
go for bold
the
comps or not.
Series on. Both teams very much comfortable on that one. But we shall see what the agents will be as well. I mean, right now everything looks pretty comfortable for both sides. Team Secret, of course, having a lot more success on their first map. But for now, it's just Talon being able to fire right back. Very much so with the judges, the Outlaws, and the 1,000 kills for Jit Boys. I mean, I gotta imagine how Big Time must be feeling on that couch as well, especially with the Waylay pick coming out for Talon.
Well, I mean, Big Time is one thing. I'm pretty sure Talon as a team is really happy with their pick of Waylay and how Primi performed on Waylay. That was an absolute dominance, full control of the map. And when you got Primi, even without his utility, he's still Primi.
Yeah, he was amazing. I mean, the Waylay pick worked out very well for them. Look, honestly, this map was not the map that came to mind for me when I saw Waylay come out and thought about the map pool. I was thinking like Waylay could be a substitute for Jet, should be put on Jet maps for the most part. So I was thinking Ascent, I was thinking Icebox, which we saw PRX put it on. But really, the more that I watched the interaction with Teo, Breach, and Fracture in particular, after initially seeing it in VCT CN, and now seeing Talon do this with it, this really feels like where Waylay shines as an agent, especially fitting into this current meta.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. I think a big part of it is when you're dashing in on Jet, you have that cloud burst to keep you safe as cover, right?
But you're
Waylay, yeah, but on Waylay, you don't have anything like that. So we see how, you know, we have some replays that we're going to talk through, but Primi's able to dash into these slightly safer locations and then get out. So it's a very different type of entry, but I think it fits them up well. Clearly, Talon very comfortable with it. And it's so great to see teams pushing the meta, trying new things, and it being so successful. 13-2 is a dominant scoreline.
We're seeing a lot more cohesiveness come from Talon. Perhaps they shook off the first map nerves with their 2 rookies there, and you could see again the power of friendship finally shine through, Pilsky, and you can really see it there. You look super comfortable, and it's just a lot easier when you're winning.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Team Secret, that is the 3rd time in a row, Pacific 2025, that they have lost after initially destroying the other team on the first map. This is what we were talking about in terms of the power of Waylay. Let's see Talon on their bonus round just use the Waylay as a set play. We saw them run this 3 times on their attack. This time, it's actually a double dash into a plant. They used the Waylay as the planter multiple times to try to set themselves up in a post plant. Didn't work out that round, but they did a lot of damage in the bonus and then converted on the first gun round. This is a perfect example of a double dash to clear Canteen into a refract back. Talon knows all that space is clear and then is able to use their Rolling Thunder a little bit more accurately based on where they know the defense is set up.
Yeah, it's really nice use of Waylay. Like we say, going into Canteen as well, it's not an exposed angle. You're going to only have that one fight. So that kind of removes the need for that cloud burst. But you get so much information, stay alive, and you're able to use that breach ult more effectively. So really well played to Primi. He is going to be our map MVP. Very well deserved. Keep him on Julius. Keep him on Waylay. Let's go.
17 kills, 5 deaths.
Yeah.
That's
it's horrible, isn't it? It's just disgusting. What do you do when he's against you?
I mean, yeah, but the rest of the team played well as well. Like, honestly, Kahlua has played outstandingly both of the maps, playing those in-the-it roles. I think Ty has been pretty good as well. I've been quite happy to see what he's been putting together. So, honestly, the two players that went missing in the last map that did turn up were Jit and Cruz, as far as I'm concerned. And I think as well, the cohesion and the game plan was fantastic this map of Fracture. So, look, both teams picking a map that the other team has not played in this veto, and the other team has shown why they haven't played it so far. Both of them have looked a little bit lost on Pearl and Fracture, being a map that they haven't played. So maybe both of these teams are going to have to spend a little bit more time working on their map pool. For Talon, I'll make the excuse that they've just changed a couple of players. For Team Secret, I'm not sure why they couldn't put it together there on Fracture, to be honest, other than every single series so far. They've dominated the other team on the first map, and then the second map they have just not showed up, and they are very dangerously close to getting reverse swept for the 3rd time in a row here so far in Pacific.
It's a worrying pattern. When it starts to crop up like this again and again, it starts to get in your head a little bit, and you start to think, oh no, can we really not win a map 2? Can we really not win a map 3? So now it's kind of coming alive again. They need to fix themselves mentally and get strong, ready for Haven.
We were talking about the IGLs earlier, Cruz and Jesse Vash, and how important they are to the squad.
Yeah.
They're so much senior in not just age, but experience as well. They are the big brothers, the fathers of these teams, and it is really up to them to keep their mental in check. It's way harder. It's like easier said than done, for sure. But for Team Secret, this is not the trend you want to follow starting the 2025. It's not a great look, especially when you know the potential of this team is so good. We saw it just now on Pearl.
Yeah.
Can they both perform at their highest, everything that they practice in scrims? And I can imagine the way Talon played just now, Frost is like, finally, they're playing like the way that we've been practicing.
Yeah.
And hopefully this is what happens as we go into Haven. Haven is a map that Secret has been great on, in fact, in the past.
Yeah.
And, well, Kickoff, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't get a dub on it. They were playing the Jet instead of the Raze. Like, I remember them always playing Raze back in the day, being one of the teams that really was kind of the only one that was playing that Raze as their primary duelist. Only one agent difference between both of these teams, being the Cypher and the Killjoy, so a choice of Sentinel there. For Talon, what I remember about their game is they played T1 when T1 was starting to come into form. And actually, I remember, although they lost like 13-9 or something like that in that game, I thought that was a pretty good game for them, if I remember correctly. Like, I thought that was a winnable game for them. I remember Primi being on the Jet and him doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, but do we think they're going to stick with this? Now, I think Team Secret are going to play something similar to what they always play, because it's, Team Secret. They don't need to get too adventurous. They really understand these meta comps. But Talon, we've just seen them have some success, going a little bit off meta, playing with the Waylay. How do you, Pilski, feel like Waylay can fit into Haven?
I actually don't know, to be honest. I don't know if it really fits this map as well, although that Jet has been quite popular on this map. I mean, yeah, we'll see.
Can I make a case? We mentioned ISO. Frost has mentioned ISO in his interview, that he has that same guy who's really good at Waylay is also really good at ISO, and ISO does work on Haven.
I don't know if you'd have it as your primary duelist though. You'd probably want to be running double duelist, but that's something that you could see Kahlua maybe slotting into. He's played almost 100 games of Jet in his career. He has actually played a little bit of ISO as well. I think on Myth I remember seeing him flex into the ISO to kind of change up one of their comps, so maybe that is something that they would go into. Maybe they do want to play like a ISO Yoru. Like, you could see Primi on the Yoru. They could be one of the teams that could flex into that comp, perhaps.
I wouldn't be surprised at this point if Haven is the map where Secret, they have the Sova. It's like that's locked in for sure.
Yeah.
But with Talon, I can imagine they're going to cook things up a little bit for Haven, try something a little bit new. I would be surprised, I think, if they follow the average meta on this. But whatever it is, so far this entire weekend, I haven't been disappointed in terms of being a little surprised at least once per match.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Teo is low-key replacing Sova a little bit in the meta, like just being a direct replacement for that. But a lot of players that are very iconic with Sova will maybe want to stick to that. I think think Jesse Vash would be a good example. I remember Komodo was even saying yesterday, I think it was, that Crystal was playing a Teo, and he's used to seeing him even on a map like Lotus play a Sova instead. So are you going to rely on that just being really, really attached to one agent, or are you going to play the meta?
It's tough.
It's tough call.
It depends who you are. It depends who you are as a team. For me, Waylay fits Talon so well because they're so heavily structured. Waylay needs a lot of support to kind of get into the site. It needs a lot of practice, but I think that suits Talon really well, and I think they're best when they're creative. So I want to see them push it out. I don't want to see them get too bog standard in this.
No, I mean, that's a great point, and exactly why Waylay. It looks so different compared to a match that we saw earlier with Forsaken on the Waylay, and how Talon is utilizing Waylay instead. Yeah. This is really that teamwork the right way when you have a deep strat book, when you're using all that macro. This is the right way to use Waylay.
Yeah, when you use that longer range utility, well, it looks very, very strong. It looks very well structured. Totally agree with you. I think that comes down to Talon's coaching staff. For Talon, though, this is what I was saying.
Yeah.
Priming on the ISO, though, and Killua's going to be the one on the Yoru. So they are playing that T1S comp, you know, that comp that Fnatic did popularize back in the day. And over for Team Secret, there's the answer for you.
Yeah, we see Teo Breach, we see the Neon coming back out. So they are mixing it up, but they're kind of bringing it forward to this new meta.
Okay,
but,
Talon.
You know, like you say, Talon going to this double duelist, I think it also fits them very well.
Comp.
Team Secret, Jesse Vash is not on Sova.
Killua and Premier's duelist is
Also,
strong.
It's worth mentioning, like, they do have the Neon, but the Astra offers you a lot of interesting walls on Haven that, you know, you don't always play against.
Well, Jesse Vash's Hunter's Fury always strikes true. I wonder if his ult will do the same. I'd be super impressed if so. With that, we are going to go into the last map of today. We're going to send it back to our favorite Duck and Lizard.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a, what is this, like an amphibian pond? Duck and a lizard. But yes, I think the desk have very good opinions about this upcoming agent composition on both ends.
I mean, I kind of expected this to come out from Talon on this map. I theorized that, you know, we expected
on
Premi to
attack.
go on towards Duelist. We knew
Team
that Killua is
on
valuable
defense.
to go back towards a Duelist
And
as
this
well.
is where the Talon
Obviously, we'd like to
comp
see his get
normally
fantastic.
thrives.
But regardless, we are quick in towards this one, so not a lot of time to do some pre-show things.
Gecko, speaking of lizards. But still, I mean, right now, just kind of flashing in, trying to get some information or perhaps control over Garage. They do get crashed back out, though, and that's when Jesse
Team
Vash
Secret are
sends out the
non-stop
drop. So
re-clearing
more
Garage.
information as Team Secret looks to refill that space around Garage.
Yeah, but what are they going to do?
I feel like Team Secret didn't. Sorry, I feel like Talon didn't get too much for their util. The only real big util they have left is
Let's go towards A. We've seen a couple of
ISO
members
shield.
towards C and B. We expect maybe that there's going to be a Cypher set up here. I mean, we didn't see too far into C itself, but the rotation here from Team Secret already.
Yeah, everything all being red.
3-person.
It's a map that both teams are
Maybe even 4-person
flood.
flood.
Expect this coming out from Team Secret. Jesse Vash, Yunk, starting things off. 2 kills already to his
Very,
name.
very nice from Team Secret. This was a nice pistol from them, really. I didn't like the pistol from Talon. There was so much util that it got nothing.
So, at this point, just trying to fight his way out of this one, but he does.
And then
have
it's like
to
they gave
anticipate
up a
where
garage
his
control and
opponents
just
could
hit
be.
A.
No
When it was like relatively
not a lot of
obvious.
time, no way you win the round, no way you walk into a link even. You have to watch out the back first, and there
nice
he
shot.
does.
Well, I mean, you are
close to Alt.
Yeah, you are playing a Cypher. It did get nerfed recently, so it's no longer the 6-point ultimate. So you want to take something away. You're getting 3 ults on the end of that one. I mean, you'll take it when the round
This was
is
nice.
almost unachievable. But for Team Secret,
3-2 every pistol so far. It's been, well, every map so far has been like a 2-0 for pistols, so we'll see.
Not shaken.
Yes, it's something that definitely.
Jesse did incredibly well, to be
Starting
honest.
things out on this final map of the series.
Yeah, so it's interesting, this composition that comes out from Team Secret as well, because generally, right, you're seeing an Omen in place of the Astra, and then if you're substituting out the Teho, it's the Sova, and that's like kind of one of the compositions that is very common.
Ooh, they go for the Force
as well, so we're seeing a lot of those changes come through, but we
They go for the Force, and honestly, this buy isn't much better. It's like, this is pretty even.
It is interesting. We'll see
Got
how
a
they
Bulldog
continue to
that's
play
better
for
than
now.
the Stingers,
Just
but
controlling the map in
got
this
a Marshall.
fashion, it works pretty darn well,
And they
especially
and they get a free sight here.
Krimi's shield being popped.
Yeah, and this is really quick.
Can Envy get anything from his kill trip?
You actually have a change up from Envy. The Cypher utility is over here, but focus on those first 2 kills for a moment as we look to establish a spike.
Yeah, quick enough. And that's the trip's already gone as well. But Jeremy looking to slide back into action.
And that
2
was
kills.
fast, though.
Cruise for the trade. The spike not yet planted. Has to kind of re-clear or secure.
I like that from Team Secret. They didn't give him a chance to plant. They just straight up just slide in early. They realized they pretty much had 4 people here, or like 3 people here.
There was timing there for them to peek on out, but Wild Oreo was watching for them. You can see
this is great. This is great proactivity from them as well. Just clear through middle.
They're not expecting a wraparound garage. This is not something that was there, but a stinger.
They spot them both at least. Good damage, good stun.
Quick reactions, but yes, a little bit tough. Tough shot for 2G to hit for sure. Still, though, nonetheless, it's information enough for Team Secret to confirm it. This is where Talon are.
Guys.
While they hang back over onto B, though, an unsuspecting 2G gets tagged up. Down to just Wild Oreo and Jesse Bash now.
Dude had to hold strong there instead of trying to run away.
Just finding the numbers right now. Down to just Jesse Bash, and he tries to spray it
32
down.
HP. The force buy pays off. Man, that was close. They had such a good chance here, but when they pushed through Garage, they kind of need to organize it a little bit better.
31 HP, they don't finish him off, and then he gets 2 kills almost convincingly with that stinger. This gun has been buffed, and it should be nerfed, because it shouldn't do this.
I mean, I was really wondering about the mid-round decision from Cruz to keep themselves tucked inside the garage window, but it does all kind of work out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 2 versus 3 conversion. More importantly, that's a round where you drop the pistol and you convert the secondary round as well from a quick C play. You pivot around the map and you have to act accordingly. You have to have a good decision-making. And you don't have to do it in English either. You do it in your native language. It's quick.
Oh, yeah. That's always,
dude, that's a big. If the cage doesn't make a sound there, he gets 2 kills probably.
Next round, it's just down to A Long, and Kilo is able to fight back, especially with long-range weaponry, a lot more armor-piercing rounds as well. Team Secret tried to, play point-blank range with some shotties, but it's not quite working out the way that they wanted it to. So on with a drone, further information.
No way, dude. I thought he was gonna get more. 8 HP and 40 HP. It was close to getting like a double there at the end.
The Outlaw. Now with the Euro theft as well.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to hold all 4
I mean,
weapons
they got it.
Their money's
low, and there's 2 of them that are low.
From here. But the immediate rotation to this A side as well is quite the interesting one, not going to lie. There's going to be an early duel, a hunt of these pistols.
Yeah, but a good anticipation coming out from Killa nonetheless.
Okay, very nice. They don't get a plant, but they managed to keep 4 guns.
Hunts that push into A, but because of that, Killa is able to...
I mean, it is the pistols at the end of the day, so, I mean, I would even choose, let's just go and hunt them, right? If we're doing it as numbers, let's just not go for the plant, let's get the ulti orbs and kill them.
Regardless of what it is, just still a really sound round coming up from
Do I think Stinger should be nerfed? Yeah, for sure.
Early push around A lobby. I think that's the one that really cemented it in.
And now
just a little bit too good.
From Team Secret, right? It's going to be this
if you watch someone that's like legit on Stingers, they're just incredible.
Boys, the Outlaw is going to have a little bit of potency against a couple of these members with the light shields, or namely just the one in 2GE. But playing on the Astra, he doesn't have to be there ready for the fights. He can rely on a bit of that autonomy.
Enough to increase the price? Yeah, but that on its own is enough.
Does have a bit more vision into B if needed. So you can see why he is playing around that pivot position. Meanwhile, though, for Team Secret, back in the garage.
Yeah, it's a full reclear from them as well. And then you're sending back towards drone to C. So ending towards the Alpha site here. You're going in towards the Cypher traps as well. And you've already got that rotation from 2GE. Smoke already.
Barrier being sent through, but yeah, the trip unfortunately still being caught out, so it's enough.
Okay, they spot the Euro over towards middle though.
That Talon has to back off.
And there's no one at the C
I
side.
think he knows that
he
TP'd back in.
The that you've got is Jeremy putting on them Nikes and getting over there. And I mean, Dai is technically going to meet with him if they go for the line, but there's a bit of complacency.
Looks like Talon are really indecisive on this round.
They're not decisive in where they actually want to rotate
Crazy
towards
indecisive.
Peel away from the A side. They could let Talon in, who they themselves a little bit hesitant. It feels like 30 seconds to go.
It looks like they picked the right side though. Them being indecisive and taking so long even has kind of worked out.
Yes, cutting and masking noise. 2GE a little bit vulnerable, but still ready to strike back. Look at this.
I was gonna say, imagine he gets another one there. 2G did incredible work.
Trade though, but is it gonna be enough to secure the site? The cam does spot him out, and Envy is in a pretty good spot to possibly fire and launch a retake right back. The fault line stunning them up as well. Down to just Thigh now, and he kind of gets himself back in towards a safer spot, but still nonetheless not quite able to fend off
They only lost one gun.
incoming retake. Team Secret.
And they got
takes
that
one
Astra
back.
ult.
Yeah, 2GE when he doesn't have any abilities
I wonder
available.
if Talon
right?
is
He's
going to
just gonna
do
lay it down and shoot
the
with
classic
weapon. You can't fault
Silver
him for
ult
that
for
one
C.
there, taking away 2 kills as well, providing enough for the rest of the team to pull back a little bit, go in for a pretty successful retake. So you are happy with that for Team Secret in the grand scheme of things, and also that it is their technical first proper gun round, right? You want to see good strengths, you want to see good plays, and just not any second guessing. You got to go together with the team, which is something that we're kind of missing over on Fracture.
Yeah, definitely learning from that right now. The confidence slowly flowing through their veins once more.
Looks like a
especially
C
with the way
split,
that they're re-clearing
and they got a
most
judge
space
in
now.
garage.
I mean,
Can
Talon
they
likes to get a
spam?
little bit
Can
of these
Envy
early stages
spam
over
down
towards Garage
the
too, sending in
ISO
the fake out, for example. So now
shields
that we've got a bit of a change
before
up with
the
the judge
judge?
here, and Envy as well to assist, it is very cheeky.
Well,
Yeah, definitely going for that challenge is
so
going to be
dead.
tough, but hey, Hunter's Fury will be sent through just to re-clear a bit more of that space. So even though Jesse Vash is on the other end with a Teho, we
Nuts
do have
from
some
Jeremy.
lovely Hunter
Locks
Furies
him
so
in.
far on the server.
And Neural Theft goes out from Envy, however, so that's an opportunity for Jeremy to get a pretty quick flank where they know that they are still going in towards this site. Gorgeous kill trip from Envy, and a second as well.
he did
And
great.
further on
though.
into Garage possibly until Thigh denies that possibility. That said, though,
Contact
we still have
into
that
swing.
flank, as you mentioned,
Could be
Komodo.
trades no
Jesse
matter
Vash
what.
holding out
Yeah,
the
there's nice little
exits as
setups
well.
from Team
The only
Secret.
option that had for Talon to go
Envy
through was
did
to possibly
incredible.
back into
I
C-Link and then
like
somewhere
this
else,
push
but
from
at that point,
Jeremy
you
as well.
still
Maybe
having to fight your
it's
way
it was a little balls.
Technically,
To
Jeremy's
be honest, it
flank
was a
not
little
even
bit
noted,
risky,
right?
but
So
it
he's
really
gonna be
paid
able
off.
to use that a little bit
And
later on
the
in
good
these
news
rounds
is
as
that
well. Real good
Talon
holds to
didn't
come out
know
from
about
Team
it, so
Secret
he
around
could do it
Garage, where the
again.
trades do come out, but then in towards the site. You want to see your Sentinels lock down a site. And
Have I
that's
ever
what
thought about
Envy
dyeing
just
my hair?
showcases there.
Nah, I don't
So
care enough,
good
man.
faith, good value,
Dye my hair?
good team dynamic
What
there from
what do you
Team
want to see?
Secret.
especially with the way that they're able to control
Skis
Garage
Val
so
with
many
the
times
prime,
in a row
thank you,
now,
thank
especially
you.
with these plays, teams, Talon
Purple?
actually
Okay.
needing to find an answer
see.
to this.
Yeah, and if you want to go back in towards Garage and for a C split, you're going in towards 3 members now, though you count the breach.
Oh
you
my
count
god, that's
the
so
neon,
much
You're
util.
still sending it.
It's like he had to choose
send it
which
they
way
will.
he was going
Now
to
we're gonna
die
be
here.
sent as well as Jesse Vash
Dude,
continues to spray
Jesse
even
managed to get a
as one
kill
player
with
tries to lock his way out of
salvos.
Garage.
He
What a
headshot someone
read.
that came up through garage,
Truly
and he got an
answering,
ult
Victoria's
kill.
calls back on the desk there. So still now 2 players left on the side of Talon. What are their options?
Not too much, you would think, in a round
Damn,
such
the
as
util here
this
was
one.
nice
It's a
from
little
Secret,
halfway
though.
with the Stingers, so the fact that you did bait out the Armageddon in this one, you're kind of okay with, in the
Is he
expectation that
pink?
you might not win this one.
Neon pink.
Spotting on out, seeing what the Stingers can do. Maybe Jit Boys is going to be good at 4-1 on the tail end of this one.
Just going to have to walk around and possibly find more towards that neural theft once again. But look at the distancing between some of the
Very
Team
nice.
Secret players.
Money's getting good.
Definitely
Money
anticipating
is
how
getting
it might
good.
work
This
around this stinger.
the
So
util
there
here
it is,
was
4-2, 4 rounds for Team Secret.
Very
That's all they
nice.
got against RRQ when they were deleted
Salvos.
from kickoff.
Salvos
So far we're
deep
there.
with the
I'm
breach
expecting
damage.
with the way that they are playing at the moment, though, for them to get more.
Damn, that was actually a perfect
Definitely
ult.
something
Couldn't
that
even hide in the
all
corner of
fans
garage
would
there.
love to see. I think I did notice NDG, you know, one of the old Team Secret players.
I have
at
no
their
idea,
watch party
Lexi.
as well, so that's
Never
kinda
even
lovely.
considered
Shout out
doing
to
it.
NDG.
Very nice.
That said, yes, next round coming up. And Team Secret are switching up their positioning a little bit as well, alongside Talon 2, who are starting things off with early A presence.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, reposition from Thigh.
Oh.
Kind of noted. I was waiting a little bit to see when Killer was
Yeah,
going
he
to
actually
activate
ends up
the
getting
dimensional
free
drift
info
as
from
well.
it.
It's something that, you know, you
Everyone
just love
joins
to
over
see
towards
scout out the whole
garage.
C site, get a little bit further before you gate crash back.
Like,
team
flip the
set up
map.
a plant, and then you get a great post plant here.
We'll see how great it actually will be, though. It feels as though
Oh,
it was
I saw
quickly
just
read
missed
by Team
everyone.
Secret as well, but look at that. Primi trying to steal one player away in towards the kill contract. Does find the frag as well against Jeremy, and down onto it's the next. It's Envy who finds another one.
Oh, this guy's incredible,
3 to
man.
his name. And off
Yeah,
towards
Envy's
Talon,
actually
just trying to
incredible.
hold down back of sight. They're being surrounded. Jit Boys needing to watch all over the place,
he's
but
so good.
unfortunately, he's only got 2
It's
sets of eyes,
wild.
so that's going to be Team Secret being able to retake the site once
so,
again.
so good.
And again, it's Envy, making sure that there's a couple of kills in that, just really planting his
Dr.
feet and
Kickbot
getting
with the
them.
Prime,
Wild
thank you
Oreo,
for the
Jesse
9 months.
Bash
Thank you,
getting involved
thank
at the
you.
end there where required with utility and
Yeah,
kills.
maybe.
And it's another successful retake
Denton
coming
as
out
well,
from
thank
Team
you for the
Secret.
9
You know, a
months
lot of the
also.
value from this composition that
if
you're
Apex
expecting
win
to come
with him,
through
then
from
yeah.
Talon, when you've got these ultimates, the dimensional drift, the kill contract as well, you know, you're trying to find information, you're trying to pull someone into the gulag, win that one while the plant goes down, and force your opponents to really utilize that util to get back in.
The glaze goes crazy. Oh yeah, I forgot like
for
Zoomers are scared of just praising or complimenting people.
So towards round
Forgot
number 8
about
here,
that.
lots of light shields. You're playing on the back of really no economy. If you drop this one, you go into an eco. You're losing away the half.
It certainly cannot feel too good for their team comms right now. I mean, that was a round where everything was set up for them, but still somehow in the execution of things, it all started to fall apart, especially when Team Secret comes in on the retake.
Very
now
nice.
refilling space towards A. They are still
Seems
able
to make
reclaim it all.
way more sense re-clearing A like this, right? Drone that goes all the way around that can clear this corner, instead of a drone that goes all the way here but can't clear all the short. It's a way better way of doing it.
Spots out a Sova drone. He doesn't
Teams
need
are still
to
that.
overstay his welcome here, and he can call for his team. A minute to go, start to reposition around the A site, or if you want, go for another retake. They've been pretty good. You've got a Cosmic Divide. You got Neural Theft to play on the back of a kill that you get as well. And I mean, if Jeremy wants to, he can even lightning fingers and zip around.
Possibly right now, especially with the fault line at hand, he does.
Damn, they're proactive as well.
Bit of a zip.
Stun over. Oh, you're dead.
Around, but still, nonetheless, a good kill to secure a strong position into possibly another retake. Still though, Killua trying to fight back, but not quite enough as Cruz.
Look at him go, bro. Fair play, Team Secret looking really, really nice.
Team Secret.
Looking really nice.
Jeremy opening it
This
and
whole
closing it. A bit of a
going
heater around that
proactive when you
A-side
don't
there
hear
for
sound
sure.
for a little bit
I
and
love
getting
the
info over
mid-call
towards
from him
short is
as well,
awesome.
right? When he goes
Also,
for
just
the
the drone
reposition down towards
pathing
Surus, asks
through
for
short is
the
so much
fault
better
line, gets the
than what
kill,
every other
and
team
then just
does.
focus on
You
towards the
clear
site,
short and
not
long.
over-peaking as well, just making sure that his teammates are there where they need to. He's not getting too hungry. Sometimes that is the plague for some duelists, that we see them get a little bit too invested in going for those kills, those crosshairs to line them up. But he's in towards this one now. 4K getting up there.
That is definitely the Jeremy that we do want to see more of as well, as previously mentioned in January. But right now,
You already got your ult, my guy, but
Talon.
just trying to take it away from them.
Pistols, not much found, not much success so far. They've tried a lot of early presence plays. They've tried with bits of red herrings with some ultimates as well. But right now, just back to what's faithful. In towards Garage, looking to launch a bit of some slight C-splits. Nothing found though. Reactions not quite baited out from Team Secret either.
Oh, I do like Team Secret really changing a lot of these trips, so as well, just while we've got.
Do they
the
expect that
eco
they've
here,
walked
see
into
over towards
garage?
the C site, right? The expectation that Killua is going to be sending in a gate crash towards the back of the C site, and then you potentially get a kill. So
Do they expect that they're about to push
the
C?
ideas, you know, there's adjustments from Envy, who's having pretty sensational maps so far.
Yeah, a lot of it being marked. Even not
This is
just
very
that,
winnable
just
for Talon.
will they
I know
walk
they don't
into
have the
it,
guns, but
positioning themselves together. There it is. Walks straight
no
into it.
way. Is that a kill trip at the back that you run into if you dodge the breach short?
Out from Cruz. Does tag down 2.
Yeah.
2GE now has to find the remainder of the frags. Does find Cruz, but look
nicely
at
done
that.
from
Jit
Jit
Boys
Boys.
instantly noting his
Team
position.
Secret are some
able to
weird
walk
little,
away with one tap. Spike
weird
down
little
as well,
setups,
so,
man.
maybe some alt points.
They're
We'll see
a kill
how it
trip
plays
here.
out as we head on to round 10.
See if anyone goes like back as saying. Breach
Breach
short didn't hit it, and then they went into the kill trip. Although they got a kill off of it,
Disregard
but
that, the little pistolas getting the
still kinda
job
nuts.
done. Some sharp shots to come out from Jit Boys, the Hunter's Fury, very large value to come out from Cruz, and then at the 1 versus 1 at the end there as well, Jit Boys, right, just a swift one tap to close it down. So you'll be happy as Larry that you get that thrifty through. You get your third round.
yeah,
on the
money's still
board,
pretty
so
good for
you
Team
can
Secret
keep
though.
this competitive. You can look to try and tie things up at the half.
Big change up, getting the op
Certainly
out.
could be effective, but this is then when Jeremy pulls out
Insta
the
clear.
op. Against
The
the
insta clear of
now.
info. Also, the drone distracts so
And all
that
of a
Jeremy can
sudden,
take the
Talon
angle.
looking to slow things down. It's that fake out into Garage again, Komodo.
Yeah, but it's expected by Team Secret.
That's
at the
wild,
moment.
look at
You're
that.
really only getting value
That's
from
so,
it
so
if you're
wild.
having
The
a
whole
trap wire there
time,
that the fake out's
Jit
able
Boys
to
is
find.
like just
Yeah,
perfect timing.
that's a headache for Jeremy.
Slight pixel, yeah, definitely. You know, I imagine you'll feel a bit of a headache if a bullet gets put in through your skull.
Whoa, both.
So, still, on
Both
towards the other
sleeping.
part of the map.
Cruz looking at the minimap.
Cruz caught off guard there. Potential radar looking because his team is on the other side of the map and he's looking for some sort of mid-round comms. Unfortunate, but it does happen. Regardless, his team actually manages to get in towards the site. Wild Oreo a little bit too overzealous. Not expecting them to be that far forward, so a 2 versus 4 here, Quack.
Yeah, even with
Gonna
a
get
bit of
close.
information found outside of C long, it still is Talon with the numbers able to bully their
Jason
way into
Bourne
the
with the
A
2
site
gifted.
and
Thank you so
kind of
much,
secure a
Jason.
lot
Thank
of
you for
these
doing that,
angles and
mate.
positions very firmly
Appreciate the
indeed.
gifted.
Team
Thank you.
Secret,
Thank you.
It's going to be tough for them to break their way through unless you're able to find something, especially off this heaven position. Paranoia sent through though, and 2G only able to walk away with just one. Does repeat for another, almost possibly finding
kind of just popping everyone.
Until
He keeps their money down, but I think both these are kind of fine to just keep buying.
Back into it.
He tried. They tried a 2 versus 4. Doesn't work out, unfortunately. Quite difficult when you consider an
It's a shame it actually did come down to the Jesse Joe, to be honest.
Well to try and go into something
Different
like
round if he wins this.
From beginning to end there, a very needed round for Talon, of course, on their attacking side here.
And this is kind of like what Talon sort of needs to do, am I right to say? You know, kind of baiting out things across C, and then especially alongside, you know, Primi on the ice, so being able to push their way through into sites like A.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing double duelist, right? So they want to make things easier for themselves.
So you normally only see this drone when you got the server ult, but they do it for the ISO ult to try
usually fashion that
get a kill, and then obviously you're in a position where even if you lose in the ult, you're going to get traded if you take the space.
Primi at the helm of that, so certainly a sound strategy and looking to possibly pull off another iteration of that A push. This time just to fake out, getting away at those trips. Blocking off
might find them both.
Towards heaven as
yeah,
well.
found both the trips.
There
Incredible.
as well. So for Envy, he needs to be a little bit more paranoid about getting overwhelmed here.
Yeah, and that's huge value. Envy definitely starting to feel a little bit antsy, but as that happens, yes, we do have Jit Boys back into Garage.
Yeah, and 2GE as well, just walking with Envy because you can't be reliant upon your own utility anymore, so they want to go for a bit of a peek on in.
Yeah,
spotting nothing.
Talon know that they peek with that.
Still be up through towards long and this far ready for the A hit.
At least still in position. The stars are there to kind of support them as well. Jit Boys,
though, let's see if 2G can kill 2 from the spawns again.
Players on the C site. No, sir.
Boy.
And now it's going to be Primi in with a kill contract. Pulls a player away. He wins it out in the
speaking
gulag.
of 2, though, Envy managed to get 2.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's able to hold down the site because of that. Continues to go for the next swing. And that's the third kill for the guy. Selvas the flush thigh out of position where... And behold, he's able to find the frag against Envy, actually. Thigh now, continuing off to the next kill.
Yeah,
but
everyone
now,
relax, because this is kind of
pushed back
doable.
because of the relay bolt from Jeremy. He's running out of time, and that's going to be the round for Team Secret
very, very
already.
nice. Shout out to Envy once again.
To put that final nail in the coffin, why not?
If Thigh had a little bit more time and the spike was not in an irretrievable position, you would assume
16 to 7. How'd they get the double kill here?
Right? And then you've got time to potentially come out with a clutch, but not going to happen there because Envy dancing around his own utility, some great cages, dropping the spike over towards the long location, and then at the end of it, just great kills to come out from him, right? Multi-frag and up a storm around his own site again. You do love to see that. And then when he falters, the rest of the teams are just coming up as well.
That is sometimes what a team needs, especially a hero play coming out in certain rounds. Off to the next, though, trying to get a read for how Talon's playing things. And they've started out with early A presence, back into C now. A 3-stack for Talon on the A-long position.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift to spot out some information, but you've got nothing to get info over on A-long. This is one of the problems with this composition if you're not playing your Sova near you as well. Trying to get in, though. Primi on the back of that shield is very ambitious to get in towards this site for his team to try and win out this round, and Quack now it might
have done enough damage.
A lurk to come out.
Oh, and he manages to kind of hold it back. Primi, though, spots out the barrel, and that's going to be the kill found. Cosmic Divide only holds him off for so long until Primi gets a sniff
Okay, they
of your
got 5 in the end.
Snuffing all of them out, and that's going to be the end of the first half.
The comps normally,
normally
attack sided. I'm not sure 5's enough.
Still win it is Primi going nuclear there, but I'm looking at, you've got no Sova towards A-long, you've got no Dimensional Drift, no Yoru there, so your kind of information abilities are gone. You're not using Contingency Wall to push yourselves out long, so you are very vulnerable. Like literally, that's the only remaining ability that you kind of do have to get on through if you're not throwing out, you know, some Cypher cages from Jitboys there, for example, to try and get on down. So a bit awkward for them that they do lose that first
Taking
pick, but all in all,
casually.
regather in the
There's definitely a
round,
couple of
5-7.
rounds where Jesse got caught out.
Not bad of a half for him.
Yeah, I mean, Premi did have the regular double tap shield, so that definitely does help with how he's able to push further in, especially alongside some of his teammates.
Quick, what ability is contingency? I have no idea. Is that the double damage?
Maybe some of the effects from the previous round as well helps him to kind of picture or puzzle everything together out towards the A site. But that is just that for the first half now. It's been pretty successful from Team Secret, at least until Talon managed to claw their way back towards the end of that one.
Yeah, I mean, you're considering the 5 rounds in a row that we got from Team Secret, and you're thinking that momentum is starting to be built. You're thinking that, well, they might run away with that
ISO
first
wall,
half,
the one
but
that I love.
For Talon to at least answer back, right?
And you just call it an ISO
a couple
wall.
of rounds there, giving themselves options and leeway in towards this second round, second half rather, because you just think how much space Team Secret did not have on.
Gonna make me take the Valorant util quiz at some point, dude. I would get wrecked in that.
The 6 rounds there on Pearl that Team Secret gets. So you're thinking it's all
Mince
about
8. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you.
Of rounds that you need to make sure that you're giving yourselves the most opportunity to win. And for a pistol round right now, I mean, quite important, right, for Team Secret to extend this lead, for Talon to try and equalize before getting in towards
3-2,
that
but obviously Team Secret lost the
these
second
agent
round
lineups
as
are going to
well.
play differently in this switch up.
Talon, deep
so,
camera. Jesse hears the camera.
Initiator for Team Secret.
Yeah,
right
he goes to try break the camera. Dude, Jesse's
out.
getting owned on this
from
map.
C, they spot Jesse Vash. That's going to be quite deadly.
I'm liking as well that the gate crash is available for Killua back towards the A site now, that he can play spot out with Cruz and then get out of dodge as well. They've already found an opening pick. They're switching in towards a double lurk now, though. Envy's lurk a little bit better.
An insane pick, though.
Okay.
And the timing of this is...
Does kind of call in for a bit of a mid-round play, possibly back into B. Jeremy being able to hold out towards A lobby, finds another one as well. But unbeknownst to them, Jitboys has completed his push all the way through and finds more outside of A lobby. The spike's been dropped. Killua pushing on the offensive right now. Envy trying to hang back, trying to find some isolated angles. Alongside the Cyber Cage, though, that one's out from Jitboys, so trying to see if anyone's on the other side of that thing. Trying to bait their reactions away, especially with the camera being tripped as well. But
no, double push down C long was everything.
Enough of a range for him. It's Thigh with a classic right click.
Okay, kind of nice though. Ends the last map on a 1-1 in terms of pistols. 3-3 altogether.
Mid, right, to find Premi there, but I gotta say, really great call for the tandem play out through C long to get the double flank, right? Jitboys just sneaking in towards spawn. He sends Omen away, and he just does it himself, finding the double kill. I thought he was going to push a little bit more forward and then potentially get taken out by the later flank to come out from Team Secret there, but no, he doesn't. It works a trait. Pistol round to Talon. You would expect them to claim this round here, Quack, and then 7 apiece.
Yeah, that would definitely tie things up very nicely for Talon. Still, though, see what Team Secret can do. Maybe to
I mean, they've already inserted one on towards short.
That one's going to be pretty tough
and
to
then
sneak
here comes
away.
the B pressure.
Meanwhile, majority of the forces are pushing down straight into B. Observer catching the kill from Killua. Very lovely. Something that Prius is not able to do. But anyway,
wait, what the hell?
Thigh now watching over on towards the other side of C Link until Envy dives right in with that Guardian.
What
1-on-3 situation, just as we saw from before, but it's the Outlaw that ends it instead.
Yeah, Outlaw, always a powerful weapon when your opponents don't have the shields behind them, and that's going to be a bit prevalent in this next round as well, with no plan going
official
down from
stream?
Team Secret again. You do have to consider, sacrificing utility or making sure that you're not going on these longer lines that Outlaw could be on. A couple of kills collected though from Team Secret, so they'll be, figuring out the momentum and the moves that Talon are trying to do on this defensive side. Is Jitboys going to really be challenging C long a lot?
All right, let's see. Let's see how the bonus is going to be looking. I don't think they know about the judge.
For now, no real gate crash just yet. Just early
they know about the
from
Outlaw.
Team Secret straight into A, and Talon has no choice but to respect it.
Yeah, we'll have a pretty slow start to the round for both teams. Our drone to be sent on out by Cruz. It's going to spot Jeremy. No, it doesn't. Gets destroyed just beforehand. But he will look to bow out.
So it does keep a lot of the Talon players closer towards the A site. Team Secret might be thinking that with some of the rotations pulled across, they could kind of regress over.
Well, they're going to find
other
out
ends of
about the judge now.
It's the stealth drone in towards Garage, but hey,
Wait.
Jitboy's still hiding in here, and he hasn't quite yet been spotted.
Yeah, that judge can be very sneaky later on, but quite difficult if you're going for a retake if Team Secret
Keep pushing through the cage all the time to try and make it look, or make it sound like loads of people were
At least
going
reading very
through.
well in the macro game, both sides, that is. Jeremy, though, looking to zip in as well, and he's managed to sneak behind enemy lines. Wild Ori will be able to fire back as well, and that's going to be enough to disperse.
Okay, end up being a pretty nice
Talon
round.
to disperse
End up being
defensively
pretty nice rounds.
all across the A site. The round goes over to Team
gun
Secret.
rebuy, one armor
quite
rebuy.
nicely, getting Jeremy in, able to spot that they're trying to reposition
It was a
around
good
the side
distraction.
towards
Yeah,
the
he
smokes
focused, he
as well.
saw no
So
one
just a
close,
quick
that he was
little
just like
combo
trying to go
team.
through the cage
Make
multiple
sure that you're
times,
not overlooking
just to make it
anything as
sound like
well.
numbers
Got
to
a
pull a
priority
rotate
to
away.
spike
It's
playing,
kind of
yeah,
nice.
for sure, but you're getting contested
Pretty
around
smart.
it, and you got to go for these fights, right? So that's something as well that, you know, quick comms, right? That's something that we're thinking Talon are going to have available for them now with this full tie roster. So getting in towards their own gun rounds now on this defensive side. I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do.
Op gate crash, maybe, but it's quickly smoked off
Dude,
by 2G.
A default. In
there's a
reaction
lot
to
that
the
you
A
play around
default,
with
Primi
at this
pushes
A1
down
position now
middle.
for Team Secret, but seeing a little bit of a push down mid at the moment. Primi hearing Cypher utility. Does it give you an idea that you need to, you know, push down C, push out a garage, get some information around the map? Because it's kind of copy-paste from last round, right? Jeremy's tucked in through long late. No drone yet to come out from, well, Cruz has already used it, rather. So they're going to reposition.
Lovely shot.
And find an opener. Well, there it is. A bit of a surprise one,
fast.
especially with that op. You know, you just don't expect it to go in that quick. And with that, Team Secret's methodical approach kind of gets thrown into a bit of a loop. Looking for another approach now.
Yeah, I mean, you lost your duelist, you're probably garage
is
splitting.
being marked. And what about C? You got the trip.
And on the back of that opening kill as well, right, Jeremy down, Team Secret didn't have a lurk in 2GE positioned anywhere that they can quickly switch it out and gain favor somewhere else, right? So it really does come down to, in this 30 seconds, trying to see what you can do.
Drive-by
by Jitboys, and you kind of have to funnel in towards B. You've got no options left.
Yeah, that's your only choice. At least they do have A as well as C link smoked off, but Jitboys will be happy to continue pushing out of the garage. And with that, marking the position towards the back, Jesse Vash
Jitboy's
eliminated.
pre-in at the moment.
All
Looks
that's
really
left
nice.
is just Wild Oreo. Spike might be planted, but how are you going to survive
Okay,
this one? No
very, very
chance
nice.
in
There is
hell.
no damage done here. Talon,
the round.
money,
Once again, Talon
unreal.
equalizing the score.
Team Secret,
Not a single
Envy's the
point
only
of
person that
damage
can't buy.
towards Talon's bodies either.
So they probably will
Flawless
buy
in
and
all effects, just
what I
utility
imagine
to
is
repurchase in
Envy
towards the
trades
next
guns with
round.
Jesse.
Tied up scoreline as well, but of
I mean, like
course,
that.
you know, with the way that Valorant
custody
goes,
with the Prime,
we're going to
thank you,
see
thank
the
you.
gun rounds come back for the side of
appreciate the
Team
18
Secret,
months.
though maybe a little bit lackluster. I saw a stinger at the tail end of that one. So we'll see what adaptations they do look to come with on towards this next attacking round. And I have a feeling that they need to sniff out where this operator is going to be. You know, where are they going to look to position Killua with it?
That is definitely
Okay, Envy takes the
crux
hit.
of the issue right now.
My
for
19
Team
to 11
Secret.
takes the hit.
They've done so much work to get to this point. Surely they don't let it slip at this point.
Okay, they're up against an op. They go a little bit faster on this.
Yeah, good position to be able
Garage
to get
control,
nice and early.
question mark created.
Cruz is going to be stuck if he does stay in this position as well, so they really need to rely on funneling out these kills if it does still look towards the C site, because a bit of a
Look, it's a
pause at
nice
the
read
moment
from
for
Talon,
Team
by the
Secret.
way. 3-person stack on C.
Before they recollect themselves into garage once again, but there it is. A trade right back, and Cruz has to hold. He manages to do just that. Instantly reading the play coming out from Team Secret.
Very nice.
He finds the
They had a
last
great
one,
read
and
on this.
Talon put themselves
Really,
in the
really
lead.
good
And
read.
you expect that when you see a push through garage like that, that there's going to be a follow-up through long. So really good timing on the
Three-person
dart cover from
holds,
Dai
and they
to
had the
offput that
slight
one,
leak
make
out
it
smoke as
really
well.
difficult for
Give
Team
Cruz a
Secret
little
to
bit
get
of space
out
to
for
work
this
with.
C split, just spraying through the smoke, finding it was like 1.5 kills that actually come out through there, and then when old mate in 2GE peeks through the smoke, they're already looking for it. They know essentially where he's going to be coming from. So a great read from Talon there on what Team Secret were looking to do.
Timeout.
And now we've got a timeout to come
Oh, they're
through
in
from
trouble
Team Secret.
because
You do
they're going
not
to struggle
want
against
get
the op,
Talon in a position
and
where
they have
are
so much
finding
money that they can
what
buy an
you're
op
doing
pretty
nice
much
and
every
early,
round.
having a quick answer and shutting you down convincingly.
Definitely not. And Talon are very close to that double-digit scoreline as well. So Coach Meow looking to find some kind of an answer, because what we saw in that previous round just showed that it wasn't enough layers for sure. I mean, that was one of the first rounds where we are seeing, Cruz playing the off angle closer towards the mouth of C Long. Surely, I think Team Secret were expecting more of them to be backside, but it is what it is. It's just unfortunate with how
it looked like no one was talking.
To read some of the position that Talon are playing.
I didn't see anyone talking. Maybe I missed it each time. But
that's definitely a potent piece that Talon do have here. But it's like, it's not just the operator as well, right? It's more so the threat of it.
Okay, I didn't realize.
To use a lot of this utility that they would rather be using to get in towards a proper site take as well. You know, a change up in an agent composition like this, where you're going from a Sova to a Taeho, for example, it does play a little bit differently.
Yeah, Killer again going for the first pick.
Jeremy up for any of these fights.
Well, at least now they've kind of
they find out where the op
is, or where it's going to be.
Oh, dude, they're wolf sending this. Star.
On through. The Star's completely placed up, looking for some of these close-range duels, but Killa manages to bail himself out.
Guys, you guys got to enter onto this site. You guys have got to enter onto this site, surely.
And off of the initial exchange, they're feeling a lot of heat, so they want to back off.
Yeah, they don't know how many players are going to be surrounding the site there in and of itself, and these pistols, I mean, they're not trusting themselves to get in. So reset the time, see if Talon can spread a little bit thinner across the map. I mean, that's one of the weaknesses on the defensive side of a map like Haven, right? Is 3 sites. There can sometimes be gaps when you lose, especially when you lose a member. So it's going to come down to Team Secret here if they can find, a 1v3 style or a 1v2 style of advantage against one of these members of Talon.
We definitely got to keep an eye on how much space Envy can get once they create pressure over towards B.
Okay, a lot of salvos.
Oh, that's a really important pick. Does he get around the corner?
Find an unsuspecting Timmy Prometheus around garage
Unexpected Timmy.
Will be able to fire right back. And it's a kind
huge, lovely shot.
It's going to be Cruz in with the op this time, out from A Heaven. It's just retaining control across the map. Yeah. Spike will go down though.
Good ping. Both players spotted
good
out.
shots. Look at the damage.
Actually as well.
Look at that. They made that look easy.
Get out of it.
It's looking really convincing, to be honest, for Talon now.
And that's just another one of these rounds where
I know this was a low buy.
Spreads their wingspan across the entire
There was
map.
so much hesitation from Team
the
Secret.
defensive side from them so far, they're having some pretty good reads.
They did the hard job of getting it towards site. Recon kind of owned them a little bit.
Team Secret. This is going from the back half as well, by the way. 1 round for Team Secret, 3 for Talon. 1 round for Team Secret, 3 for Talon. So that means that the next one should be for Team Secret. But will it or not? Because this defensive side, we're starting to really get a good idea on how Talon want to be playing it. I'll say for Team Secret though here, Quack.
Yes.
4 ultimates, and a couple of them can be quite destructive here.
And I have to imagine this is what that timeout was all about.
I mean, yeah, they have to win this round.
His,
they just got so many
effectiveness right now. At the very least, they have
could just keep it real simple.
A lot of the attention away
Breach
from
over towards A.
Allows for Team Secret to push up a little bit further. On the other end of the map as well, though. Ooh, 2G is going to meet
they find out where the Yoru is.
Attention. Killa finding that trade.
Yeah, 1-on-1 trade. A bit of a different look when we've seen Jit Boys, Camera and Peak down there a couple of times. So, yeah.
Got to make them think a little bit, right? Because they're like, wait, Yoru doesn't have an op anymore?
More difficult for Team Secret. A lot more difficult, actually. You still have a Rolling Thunder and an Armageddon.
Ooh, breach
to
short.
All right, they will use it. They've broken the trips, and here comes Jeremy sliding in, looking for a bit of a kill. Unfortunately, though, Jit Boys does what he does, and he sneaks through with a cage. In with the Neuro Theft as well, and Jeremy just tries to hold on to his position. It's not going to be enough. Jesse Vash has to bail the entire team out of this one. Ring around the
That's
around
insane.
The boxes. He has utility, but no chance to pull it out just yet. He has no idea where his opponents are.
That was wild to watch on
just
site.
As it happens,
Dude,
Jit
why
Boys
are they playing so weird?
Why didn't they just rounds for Talon?
Why didn't they just
very
breach all
difficult when
site?
you lose your smokes there as well, and you kind of have to just bully your way in with a bit of that utility. We'll say for Jesse Vash, he gets in there at the end of that one. He lost his team though, right? So it comes down to the individual 1v3.
Like, I think you're so desperate at 10-8, you just breach all the site, and then if you want to combo it, you can combo it.
already repositioned to themselves. So a bit unfortunate there, but they'll give themselves a little bit more breathing room here in this
Ty
round.
keeps the
And
op as
they
well.
drop this one. I mean, playing with pennies into
Double Jules goes over towards C long.
This map will be difficult, so this is definitely the one here, Clack, that they need
absolutely
to find.
tough spot for Team Secret to be in. And of all the rounds to push down C with a duo, Talon does it on the previous one. And now, a bit of a desperation play on the overdrive. Instantly met with a lot of resistance. The Hunter Sphere being sent through just to confirm as well. Still though, a bit of a lurk from Envy outside of B, and he does find an opening. In with the Cyber Cage now. Spots
that's
yet
wild
another.
from
Digs
Envy.
Boys even as well. Cosmic Divide out towards C, and that allows for Team Secret to get the spike down
He
safely.
did a lot of damage though.
Aftershock available for Wild Oreo. Could buy a little bit of time. You know, you've still got 2 GE
Swap with the
alive, so
guns
you would
because
expect
Jitboys
to
is low
grab Wild
HP.
eventually too. Jesse
Really
Bash has the
important duel.
salvos.
Well, still trying to work around it. At least managing to secure the positioning around C-Long. And down to it at the very end, just C-Link. Probably no opportunity right here.
Yeah, but if he removes any of these guns, it makes it a little bit easier for Talon in the next round when you consider that they've got a lot of credits to be able to play with as well. But it's not going to happen. Jesse Bash finds Die,
Sure.
and Team Secret will
I'm still
not
worried
see
for them
their
though.
opponents
They got to go up
getting
against an
towards that
ISO
point.
ult.
I want to highlight as well.
Talon have so
I love
much
the
money
reposition timing
that you
from
can just throw the
Killer.
op back over
Gate
towards
crashing out when
Killer.
He's spotted out by a Jeremy trying to just get in there with the overdrive. Very fixated on getting that one kill, but it really is Envy's lurk, and then the rest of
Wasn't
the
too
squad
convincing,
getting
yeah.
down the Cosmic Divide, having a bit of
double
time
ult
to
as well, right?
breathe and situate yourselves around the spike plant for that 3 versus 3 shutdown.
Yeah, just finding a lot of value, especially some of these plays. You're gonna have to repeat a lot of that for the upcoming rounds if they are to stay in this game. Still though, starting things early off with the salvos, especially out towards mid as well as A. Quite sure what value was found from that.
Yeah, no Sova, remember, so these trap wires
Lemon
can
flash
be a
for a
little bit
flash.
more annoying.
Oh,
the
he
paranoia
committed,
as well, just completely locking them out of there. In with the kill contract too. And it's Primi on a one-on-one. Goes for the taps, gets the kill. Instantly down off to it. Garage completely blocked off. The spike on the ground even.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult here to get into this, specifically for Envy as well. You could drop under this, but that's what they're expecting at the moment. If he finds the timing and he's actually able to duck his head under this, well, I mean, are they looking at you through the duck cover? They're not. I thought that this was a bait trip. I thought that trip was actually one of these trips that was expected, but it's not. Jitboys has actually missed the trip.
A bit of a blunder on that one. It allows for the entire team to sneak in.
Yeah, and they're going to get the
2 on
ult.
3. They get the spike down. Is it going to be enough, though?
He's got no
Undercut instantly sent through. And he's trying to send it out at least, but can't quite use it because he was suppressed. Repositions around the star.
Yeah, you can see it from this angle, no?
Oh my gosh, has to go on in. It's going to think out that spots him out, though. And that's now 2GE trying to refrag. Sprays on through, but not quite enough.
Still nicely handled from Talon, to be honest. Just one bad trip.
Puts them down in the
Yeah,
ground.
they just looked so in control.
Talon.
Like this was a doable 2v5 because of the bad trip, but
I really did. When I saw that trap wire and it looked a little bit too high, I actually thought that was some big Giga Chad brain play from Jitboys that they put a dark cover down, they let their opponent sneak under it, and we're just waiting for him to pop out the smoke. I thought that's what's going to happen. They were both looking at it for a couple of moments, but no. Envy gets on through, gets the double, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, we get a plant in there. We get the neural theft. He's going to get all the information that they're all spawned. You can start to spray on the back of it. He can't get the body to drop the hat on.
last time out.
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Especially when Primi's the one to suppress him down as well.
Yeah, one of those changes that come out actually for ISO lately, and it actually has some. It's
the Cypher. Oh yeah, if he tried it again from that angle, he would have got it.
It gives a couple of seconds where the planter in the Cypher cannot get the job done. Has to reposition.
What's my thoughts? I mean, Team Secret have made it a closer game than most people think.
He didn't win that round 100%.
You just gotta.
Still, I mean,
I feel like the ult, usage has been a little bit
just an
poor.
Unfortunate scenario for Team Secret to find themselves in. It's still not over yet, though.
No, it's not. No.
They keep winning pistols and losing the next round. So that was like a big issue.
Still kind of isolated. I
do think the Talon are just playing better
at the
though.
moment for this defensive side that they, was seeing against Talon is actually indicative of what they're doing in the rounds. How many close rounds have we actually seen?
Quite a number. hopefully a lot more coming up as well if Team Secret are to push this to OT. Killa with the dimensional drift though. And once again, we do start things off with a bit more A presence out from Team Secret.
But it's also some silence on the back of that utility, and that's going to be a little call for Talon to stretch their wings down mid. They've spotted Envy, and there goes the guy that you've been relying upon a lot on Team Secret in this map to get the kills, to bring stability, to find information.
Wow, the list goes on,
The list goes on, it really does, yep.
Instantly silence, and that cannot feel too good. The flash being sent out,
God, the
instantly
timing is
being
incredible
dealt
in
with
this
by
one.
Cruz as well as he sneaks on through.
Nicely done from
Jesse
Talon.
Vash gone.
Would have to really
Down
mess
to
up for a
the
3v5.
final 3. Trying to march the
Especially
way
the second
towards
kill
A
trip
side
on
with
site.
trips in front of their faces as well.
Yeah.
Jit Boys has a great position to spam away through the smokes
Kill
if
trip.
needed. There it goes.
There it is.
Gets the first. And on to the next as well. They are completely dismayed by the dimensional drift.
Okay, nicely
Remy
done
for
from
the final
Talon.
frag. A
It was
flawless
close. I
round
thought it was
for
going to be
Talon.
close,
The
but
final score
yeah,
on
they
the
look
map
very
of Haven,
drilled
13-9.
on every
And
map
of
that
course,
wasn't
final score in the
Fracture,
series as
to be
well,
honest.
2-1 in favor of Talon.
Early stages, of course, in stage 1, don't forget, so there's always going to be recovery available.
And their Fracture will get good,
Yeah,
just
look,
because
so most of these
it's a time
teams
issue
here-
at the moment.
We are definitely soaring with Talon today. At the very end of that all.
The most chill
good
celebration
little
ever.
showing from Team Secret, surely, but down to this Haven map. I mean, just as soon as that off
Pearl,
was pulled
sorry,
out,
yeah, I
a
meant
lot of
Pearl.
it went the other way.
I think for me,
That's what I
it
meant.
really highlights the importance of
Yeah, the
those
Fracture
extra
was
couple
sick.
of rounds that Talon managed to get
You're right.
in that first half, right? They come out of the gates kind of cooking on the switch up as well, and I mean, just such brilliance, right? 2 rounds that they drop on that second half.
Yeah, a little bit tricky on that one, but still, I mean, everything else looks so darn smooth, and especially with how Talon were able to operate themselves.
And I know a lot of people are going to be happy with this one, especially Big Time. I think he's you know, I don't know, fixated on it, maybe is the way to say.
Sure.
Waylay, right?
Okay.
Waylay has had her time to shine, and it was successful as well. If it wasn't successful, then we can harp on him a little bit differently.
Yeah, that would have been a whole different discussion, but right now, I mean, just an incredible successive play coming out from the entire Thai team. You gotta love it. They looked a lot more comfortable, especially on that Fracture. A lot so on this Haven as well. So we gotta listen to them and hear what they have to say, especially
let's get
now
this
that we
last one
have
right up
the
there.
lovely Bella giving the interview.
Hello, hello. It is Talon with the interview. Hi guys, congrats. Here's your microphone. Hi, Kalua. Nice to meet you. All right, I will join you right here. 안녕하세요. 탈론의 킬라 선수와 크루즈 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 와, 킬라 선수 오늘 퍼시픽
Team
데뷔
Killer in the
전에
YouTube,
펄의
thank you so much, dude.
에이스며
Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
180도, 180도, 360도 회전을 보여주면서 오늘 경기한 소감부터 물어보겠습니다. Hi, Kalua, your hot debut in Pacific, and that was incredible. The ace
Yeah,
on
and you're a
Pearl,
beast.
180, 180, 360 spin too. How was today like for you?
รู้สึกไงวันนี้ก็ตื่นเต้นครับผมa bit nervous
And that was just him being nervous, like acing it out.
แค่นั้นไม่ได้ตื่นเต้นแล้วก็เก่งเลยใช่ครับ yeah
Oh, okay. Maybe we should stay nervous. 오늘
many
어땠냐고
words.
물어봤더니 긴장됐습니다. 그래서 긴장해도 그렇게 잘하는 거야? 라고 물어봤는데 네. 그냥 이게 평소인 것처럼 이렇게 이야기를 해줬어요. 그럼 이제 옆에 통역할 겸 같이 나와준 크루즈 선수한테도 궁금한 게 있는데 탈론이 이제 오랜만에 전원 태국 로스터를 갖게 됐습니다. 이전에는 좀 통역하고 IGL로서 신경 쓸 부분이 많았을 텐데 좀 태국인으로서 다 이렇게 인원이 맞춰지니 부담도 덜한지 어떤지 한번 물어보고 싶어요. This one's for you, Cruz. We have a all-Thai roster once again. Has that been smoother for you with like less pressure, less things on your plate?
not exactly, but it's easier for me to communicate because I don't really need to translate anymore. So the comms are much easier, but I have a lot of more tasks on hand because we have younger players. But overall, I think they're very good, especially him. He's been helping me a lot. So yeah, props to the team. We're pretty okay.
뭐 딱히 그렇다고 부담이 줄어든 건 아니고 이제 통역을 안 하게 됐지만 운영이나 이런 거에 대해서 좀 더 세밀하게 집중해서 풀어가다 보니 부담감은 아직도 있다고 했습니다. 하지만 이제 아무래도 새롭게 어린 선수들이 이렇게 합류를 했기 때문에 특히 옆에 나와 있는 킬로아 선수들도 다들 이렇게 함께 도움을 주면서 경기를 풀어나가고 있다고 이야기를 했습니다. 그리고 펄을 탈론이 오랜만에 꺼냈는데 오랜만에 꺼낸 만큼 준비한 것도 많았을 것 같지만 경기가 원하는 대로 풀리진 또 않았어요. 그래서 어떤 점들이 좀 이제 예상을 빗나갔는지 한번 물어보고 싶습니다. Another one for you here, Cruz. You decided to open up Pearl once in a long time, and I feel like you guys prepped a lot for it, but it didn't go in your favor. What do you think was the big difference with your expectation and how today?
He's laughing at prepped a lot.
I think we were a bit nervous since it's the first game. Everybody just got trying to get used to the stage. We weren't really doing things. We weren't executing things at the timings we wanted. So. Gave them a little bit of room to play, and that's why it cost us the game.
And then Fracture, you bounced right back. You got used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. 아무래도 이제 새로 합류한 선수들이 이제 무대에 적응도 하고 그러다 보니까 원하는 대로 플레이나 이런 거를 타이밍을 잘 못 맞췄다고 이야기를 했습니다. 하지만 이제 프랙처에서 바로 이렇게 홀짝 다시 올라왔으니 잘 풀렸다고 적응을 마무리한 것 같네요. And 이제 마지막으로 킬러 선수한테 한 번 더 다시 물어보고 싶어요. 오늘은 또 퍼시픽 OG 뿌리 깊었던 팀 시크릿을 상대로 승리를 가져갔는데 다음 상대는 또 다른 뿌리 깊은 RRQ입니다. 한마디 해주고 싶은지 한번 물어보겠습니다. This one's for Killua. You faced a OG Pacific Team Secret today. Next one, another OG, RRQ. What do you have to say to them?
Yeah, putting team RRQ back.
Yeah, anything you want.
I don't know, bro.
I don't know, bro.
Bro's so shy.
I don't know, bro. RRQ. All right. Thank you, Killua.
Bro's so shy. It reminds me of did anyone see when like Zyro used to play his first games, where he just wouldn't say anything in interviews, like that. Same vibes, yeah, for sure the same vibes. Okay, chat, thank you. Is China game still going on? Should we rate someone doing the China games?
Congratulations to Talon Esports, and
what stream do you want to go to, chat?
Now
Pick one.
with Killua really shows actually how
That's
new
a lot of
he is to
Yinsus,
the
alright,
stage, and
Yinsu.
I completely believe Cruz when they said they had, you know, first like jitters going on the stage for the very first time. You can see why guys.
All right, thank you so much everyone. Thank you. If you are around in what's the time? Around in 7.5 hours, is that right? Yeah, if you're around in 7.5 hours, we'll be watching Americas. That's not your time zone. We'll have Pacific again tomorrow. Thank you so much everyone for watching. I appreciate every one of you. You'll be there no matter what. Love that from you, Dusk. Love that from you. Okay, say hi to Yinsu for me. Bye everyone. Bye. Enjoy the game.
Not as scary, like in a good mood, you know, just shy, quiet, but you know.
YouTube chat. Thank you so much as well, guys. Thank you. Sub if you can. Peace. Thank you for being here.